Hello, guys. I'm getting everything set up, but we're pretty much there, so... Hello. And welcome to, midway, basically, into the groups, I guess. This is the second preliminary match, so... In the bottom left, it is Classic. Top right, it is Maru, and, yeah, it just turned into a 1-1. Masters of the game, they're going to be having all of their groups for the tournament. Over the next, I guess, including today, 4 days. So all the groups, A, B, C, D, and obviously the playoffs and everything is going up to a live event in France, which is very cool. So people always ask, what's the next big tournament? When's the next offline tournament? And there's Home Story Cup, and then there's Meisters of the Game, and then who else? I don't know what else, but those are definitely things that are happening. So thank you, Roddy, for the raid. Fortunately, Roddy had to go, even after a super, super cool game number 2 between these two, where it literally came down to the last building, which happens incredibly rarely in StarCraft 2. I actually thought Classic was going to have it, but only having a couple pylons left over ain't going to cut it. But anyway, if you want to know more about Meisters of the Game, then you can obviously just go to the brackets, exclamation point bracket, but then also they are taking some crowdfunding if you want to give more support to an offline event. And they are still accepting anything you can throw their way. A single euro is also helpful. And what else? What else? I think I covered most of the overall. And most of the janitorial duties, I suppose. So hopefully everything's okay on the stream. I didn't forget to unmute a track, or mute a track, or whatever. And we can actually just cast the game. So like I said, this is a second preliminary match in a GSL-style group, which, by the way, is still used in other esports. Isn't that cool? Talking about Legacy of StarCraft a lot of the time, and some people do point to just how many things still influence esports. But GSL-style group, still actually a term used in other esports, even though they do not have GSL and they do not know what it means most of the time. Anyway... this means that whoever wins goes on to face Rainer, who won against Trigger, I believe is what happened. Yeah, 2-0, by the way. And then the loser of this would go on to face Trigger. That's how the groups work, yada, yada, yada. Whoever wins this does go into a winner's match. Whoever loses goes into a loser's match, so we're not quite determined who's going to make it through the groups as of yet. And now we got ourselves some technology to talk about. I did not catch the first game, I did not catch the beginning of the second game, so I can't give you a ton of background as to the trends of this TVP so far. And unlike the super diehard StarCraft 2 fans, I have not been catching a lot of Maru's games. But one thing I have done is come back into StarCraft 2 every once in a while and been like, alright, is StarCraft 2 looking like the way that I figure it will? And you know what I've learned? It basically does. That doesn't mean that it's not interesting or like unique things don't happen as seen by the last game between these two. But generally the trends have stayed fairly similar. So it does look like Maru, tries to get up to 3 bases without taking a ton of damage, and then he kind of gets stuck there as Classic expands them. And then we get to a very good Terran army and a very good Protoss army, and they butt heads. GG's. The ways we can get there are obviously a little bit more variety than people are giving current StarCraft 2 credit for. But, yeah, Banshee, tank on the way. We got 3 gateways for Classic. It means that the decision to be aggressive kind of just basically comes down to whether or not there is a Warp Prism being built. And Classic definitely has gone Warp Prism off of 3 gateways this time around. He is not. Going for 3 gateways can also just be a very defensive move. You can get a lot of units if you think your opponent is going to be pushing you in some way, which includes a tank push and Banshees accompanying it, so... This could be a very, very good move for Classic. He did get an Observer. It's not in place, obviously. Yeah, it's going right across the map. Classic had no idea of the follow-up to Maru's command center. But he has options, like he could... I was going to say he could recall, but I guess that's a lie. He actually cannot recall. He has to wait for the second Observer, but Maru doesn't know that, so as soon as Maru sees a bunch of Stalkers going after his Banshee, kind of have to respect that. And it's actually pretty important that Classic doesn't move this Observer, because this one really does need to see, hey, are there a bunch of units coming across the map, kind of pre-setting up for a push, basically, so that the tanks can get into a nice position without Classic knowing about it, or without Classic being able to stall it out with his Stalkers. So a couple of Stalkers to guard against a Banshee that's being followed by an Observer, and you kind of assume there is a second Banshee, and there you go! Classic was on point. Sometimes it does pair up with the first one, but he would have seen that. Other times, yeah, it just goes to the natural. And Classic was there and ready to go, which means that the Banshees won't get the one-shot opportunity. And just half the amount of damage that could have come up with any type of follow-up, but clearly that's not really Maru's plan so much. He's getting the sim, combat shields +1, all the good things that Terran needs to do, while also still getting to a decent number of tanks. I mean, in total, this is 3 tanks. Yeah, alright. More than 2, less than 4. That's 3. Point is, he isn't going to stay on tanks, which is a very... I don't know if old school's the right way to put it, but a unique way to play TVP is to go for consistent tank production. Moving on to the reactor, the Observer is in place, but it's not really going to be worth it. He doesn't know that. If he jumps up to go after one of these tech labs, he'll probably have the option of grabbing combat shields, which isn't the one that you'd really want to grab, especially if you're going to lose a bunch of stalkers to a tank that's sieged up. Although the tank just on sieges. Classic doesn't know about that. He doesn't... It's funny, because he doesn't actually see if this army's going to move out, but I guess he sees all the reinforcements, and once the reinforcements move, that's when he might get suspicious. Hey, there might be an army moving out. Storm is on the way, over halfway down already, and Charge is done as well. The Banshee has managed to circumvent the Stalkers. There it is, getting a couple of probe kills, but then we got the Stalkers over here also needing to be controlled, and it looks like they were controlled very well, actually. No Stalkers have died as of yet, but this is a strong 2-base push. 3cc is coming up for Maru, but Classic definitely has to deal with this first and foremost. The Storm obviously going to help. 3 TIE Templars ready to go. Could recharge a 4th one if you really needed it. I feel like 3 Storms is already pretty good, or even already has 4, actually. Clearly, Maru doesn't have a direct answer to the Storm, and as soon as he scans, sees the High Templars ready to go, you're going to assume that they have actually upgraded Storm. And the Ghost Academy needs to come down. You actually need to get to Ghosts. Trying to play around Storm without Ghosts is... I mean, technically it's possible, but without so many other things happening in this game, it's running your head first into a brick wall. Why would you do it? Pull back, set up your tanks once again, get into Ghosts, position your Wood Mines to help out against the Zealots. And then try and basically figure out, I suppose, if the Protoss was going to really dedicate, let's say, on a big Zealot Storm push, or if, they're going to go into expansions and whatnot. Which, to be fair, Classic did have a lot of investment into, let's say, like, the basic technology here. Like, Storm is a priority, Charge is a priority. No upgrades, right? Robo was done, obviously, with the Observer, but only now adding on the Robotics Bay. So we do need to kind of... As the Ghosts come out, the Protoss does need to also add on that secondary form of Splash. Something a little more dependable in case these Storms start to get EMP'd. Right now, it's just, in this case, Classic running into a brick wall that is a concave of Marauders, Medivacs, tanks ready to go, Widow Mines ready to fire, Missile Turret even to help out, kill the Observer, the Widow Mines get a second shot. Warp Prism can't go too aggressive, that type of stuff. Like, this was a very, very good defense of Maru. Like, Classic was not going to crack anytime soon. And Maru also even had an upgrade lead, right? Because those forges were coming down later. They're double forged now, so that's going to obviously expedite the upgrades. That's going to bridge the gap very quickly, and most likely, as we see, give Protoss an upgrade lead. Oh my god, the Storm drops. Gotta be paying attention to the Storm drops. This one was not particularly good. Only killed 3 SCVs, injured Marines, and then the Warp Prism with the High Templars gets killed. So way better than last game, where there was a couple of Storm drops I think really caught Maru off guard. There's a little bit maybe more cleverness as well. I think like Zealots dropped out first, then the Storms came on. That seemed like it was just Storms, and Maru reacted really, really well. This is not on the patch, guys. There's not really an obvious way to determine if this is or not on the patch, to be fair. As soon as you see a Protoss playing, assume it's not on the patch. I'm just kidding. Kind of. Anyway. Yeah, not on the patch. Most of the game not going to be on the patch. I do believe, like, for, weekly tournaments or one-off tournaments, then I believe, like, you should just be on the patch, just because I think people are going to have fun watching it. You do want to test it in kind of more competitive environment, but when it comes to something like this, which is, kind of qualifiers leading into more, and then that leads into the playoffs, and that leads into the finals, and like you're not gonna have this weird thing where like you're gonna test the patch, and then the patch gets reverted or changed, and you're gonna test it again, and all the way go. Nah, that's weird. That's weird. If you guys haven't heard my takes on the patch, and maybe you'll stick around and help me actually make a patch video. It remains to be seen if I actually want to release a patch video, but maybe I think it's useful. Again, this is a very well-defended Terran. The Protoss is certainly at the stage where they're a little bit of the Zerg at this point, right? Classic has taken a lot of bases, is setting up gigantic run-bys. Jesus. It's too many Zealots. And is going to try and whittle Maru down. If Classic eventually wants to play more of like a strong army to strong army style, like maybe we'll add on those Stargates, that also can be a kind of everything else has failed reaction from the Protoss. Late game, like the latest right composition you can really get to in this matchup. Certainly is a bit different as far as the power scaling goes, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Right now we're in, I would say, the beginning of a late game, where frankly the Protoss army just really isn't going to win a direct fight, but a second Protoss army might, a third Protoss army might, and that is why Classic is getting all this economy and is really starting to bank. You can see the numbers on this beautiful overlay. Arrows suck. I know it's been a while since everyone used the arrow overlay, but still. And you can see that Protoss is going to be rich. Upgrades, actually not going as more into Protoss favor as I expected. Maru has been really on point with his upgrade timings. That's not unexpected, but already moving on to 3-3. As Classic basically gets to 3-3 means that we're actually going to have even upgrades. So many gateways. Holy shit! That's a lot of gateways. That is 23 gateways. I gotta be honest, like, a lot of Protosses, they do maybe get, like, I don't know if lazy is the right word, but they kind of are like, there's no way I need to warp in 22 Zealots at a time, so they make like 18 gateways. But 23, that's pretty good! Here comes a big old fight. Storm's on the top side, blanketing a lot of the Terran, but also, honestly, a decent amount of the Zealots. This is not a planetary, and it does want to be saved to turn into one eventually. Tanks getting some shots off as the Terran pulled back. Vikings taking out the Colossus as well, and Maru comes out of that with a sizable army that pushes Classic away. He wants to chase it down, but he's got to be wary. He knows this position of TPP. He knows that there is not just one army of Protoss, and that even though he takes a good fight, it's not the only fight he gets to take. So he does pull back. Oh, I wanted to say in the nick of time. Not exactly. 20 SCVs have gone down in total with help from the Zealot run by. As this I thought was a gateway. It is not. This is a Nexus. Okay, maybe you could also put a gateway because you're reinforcing here anyway. But anywho, you're gonna have to worry about a run by, and you're gonna have to worry about a second Protoss army. If they just completely blank and they don't have a run by, buying time for more warp-ins and the recharging High Templar and stuff, well, that's on them. Like, the Protoss should be playing better. And Classic's obviously a very good Protoss. The army needs to respond once more, but even with all these mules helping out in the repair, the planetary will fall. That is a kick in the nuts, honestly. I want to say that Maru wanted that to live, yo. Bold statement, hot take. But seriously, it feels like, well, you know, an orbital is not the worst thing to actually have because you can lift it, and then maybe it actually survives next time. This is obviously going to be just a little bit less of a defensive stance here, and it's also, in the future, going to be one more area that the Terran has to worry about defending these big run-bys. So, whoops, that's the wrong way to go. We want to continue zooming out as Disruptors apparently were caught on the left side. That was a nice grab by Maru as he tries to split the army to also deal with the Zealots on the right side. I mean, Classic is having to throw a ton of army at Maru, so we don't have this incredible bank of 6,000 for Classic, despite having consistently bigger numbers on the income. Classic really is just throwing everything. Jesus, double Warp Prism. Could we get the triple Warp Prism? I think we could. We got all these extra upgrades coming out here. DT Blink is on the way. Caduceus Reactor is on the way, which is actually a very helpful upgrade and really shouldn't be mocked as much as it once upon a time was. It is actually very helpful. But Zealots do get into the main base because you can't stop 2 Warp Prisms. You can only stop 1. And once again, Maru is forced to split not just his army, but also his attention, which is often, honestly, like, deadlier. This Warp Prism didn't actually die. I thought it did to the missile turrets, so it's kind of, I mean, it's kind of threatened, I suppose. Maru was also able to take out a Nexus while having to deal with everything, so, I mean, his multitasking is being taxed, but he's responding fairly well. I'm getting a little worried about this SCV count. I'm getting a little worried about the SCV count, alongside just the mineral count, which funnily enough is kind of matching each other. We are probably still as saturated as we could be with the minerals looking like they are on 4 bases, but more so that if we do grab a 5th, we don't have that many mules, despite having a lot of orbitals. And yeah, we don't have all the SCVs to transfer on over to instantaneously give us a bigger and better income. Amaru is standing strong though. Great EMP on the rest of the storms that would have hit his army. Now having to deal with DTs and soon to be blink DTs. This is all going to continue being annoying. Maru really doesn't have the excess income to just slap down 5 missile turrets as well. I don't believe he got the additional engineering bay upgrades. He did not. So that's another reason why the Warp Prisms are going to have a little bit better of a time getting in. This turrets don't have range. Double Warp Prism. I'm waiting for the triple. Double Warp Prism into the main base where there are a handful of missile turrets, but also could just go into the 3rd actually. Either one would probably work. Maru needs one hell of an engagement in which Classic totally fumbles any time buying opportunities. And then maybe Maru can win this game. I know we're all maxed out right now. And you're like, ZombieGrub, we're maxed out. Of course anyone can win the game. And it's like, well, yeah, I don't know about that one. Disruptor's actually getting some shots off. Another command center is going to fall. Even more SCVs as well. Classic dips down in supply, but it's all a farce. The supply does lie. Thank you, OMG Bentley, for that Prime sub. Because Classic really has half a dozen armies in his pocket, and Maru does not. And theoretically, the Terran army in a grand concave surround, perfect EMPs, whatever, can actually take down 2 or 3 Protoss army. Like, it's pretty strong in ideal scenarios. But we're never going to get there. You know, Classic's never going to just, like, non-A move his army into the Marauders, not shoot his Disruptors, and not get high... You know, it's just never going to happen. So I'm not feeling it for Maru, but crazier things have happened in games of StarCraft. Another orbital looks to go down here as the tanks, which have survived almost from the beginning, are finally going to go down too. It's another layered defense that Maru can't depend on, but Maru has split up his army. You know, initially it was so many times to deal with run-bys. Now he's trying to get aggressive with it, which is certainly not a terrible idea. Classic has been kind of getting away with being able to be the hyper-aggressor. He's been the one able to say, well, I know I'm not going to be attacked. I'm not going to lose a bunch of important buildings, let's say, so I'm going to plan a run-by here and an attack over there. I mean, if Maru can manage to get something to throw a curveball into that, so Classic has to worry about run-buying and attacking and also defending, then that's when things get kind of weird. That's when Classic starts to make big mistakes with this army. An army that, again, like, it absolutely could be destroyed by Maru. Maru could potentially set up this huge surround right here, and I'm not sure Classic is aware of that. I don't know if Maru's going to try and go for it. This is getting really scary for kind of both sides. Actually, Zealots and High Templars on the left kind of find a third of the army, which is not what Maru wanted from this. He wanted to come together all at once. Instead, coming in piece by piece. No medevacs on the backside as he's forced to stim his army to try and catch up, but he manages to dodge a lot of these Disruptor shots coming on in. No, the last 2, no! Oh, they get great shots, but that might not be enough. Maru supply is in the dumpster. Classic also would be if he wasn't so freaking rich. He's reinforcing, but he is just reinforcing with Zealots for now. He needs time to actually get to something a little bit better, like Colossus, like back to Storm. I mean, even Immortals would be helpful, right? Like, pure Zealot takes care of a small number of bio pretty damn well, but this is not small. It is heavily injured. It needs some time here to heal on up, but it isn't small. We're going to need more Zealots than what is currently available, and 15 more just got warped in. We're at 39 Zealots. That is a heck of a wall to pierce through before you get on top of these Colossus. You pop out a little aggressively. Marauders almost on top of one. They do get one. They clean out the Zealots as well. And the last Colossus is about to fall here as the Stalkers are awkwardly shooting and not shooting. Zealots are coming through their own Sim City. Not able to get the perfect engagement. This one last Colossus getting killed by a Viking. Not quite. Stalkers get whooped in. Sniped that one. Oh my god. This is the last battle for Maru and it is not going to be enough. Classic just had too much of a bank. That was just too much to try and tear down without getting on top of the production. You know, if there was some type of depowering of all 3 robos and all 23 gateways, then you're talking. Unfortunately, well, I guess I'm biased, obviously. No, I'm just the bias is really showing through here. No. Classic wins. Classic is cool. Maru tried again, but Maru's pretty good in this, or Classic's pretty good in those situations. So that means that we are going to have Classic versus Raynor. as the winners match, and then Trigger versus Maru in the lower bracket, if you will. And I believe first up we are going to get to that Rainer versus Classic, so we're going to be heading over to... Well, actually, is Rainer in Korea? I don't know if he is anymore. I might have just changed servers for no reason. No? Okay. I saw him on America when I thought Classic versus Maru Game 2 was going to end in Classic's favor. So, I think we're moving over to NA. I mean, Funka's here. I don't know what chat channel I'm supposed to be in, so I'm just going off a friends list. Those Marines needed rebuttal. You guys don't even know. Athena's rebuttal is great. And thank you for the gifted sub, Athena. Guess I should attach my stream. Did I do that already? Did someone do it for me? Hard to say. I don't remember. I did a lot of things while trying to get ready. Cat King. So Rainer and Classic, obviously they need to do some vetoes, so maybe I'll play a little ad. I think one played during that game. I'm not I've totally forgotten how to do the ad breaks in between games. StarCraft 2 commentator. And then we'll also set up some bets. Thank you, Nova Steve, for the 43 months. When is the patch going to go live? No one knows. They don't have a timeline for patch release. You know, theoretically, they allow however much time they think is needed to test it and change it. In my opinion, patch talk and downtime, sure, why not? In my opinion, my guess, my bet, I would put money, I put like 10 whole dollarinos on this one, is that they will keep the 8 worker change and then they will revert the warp gate change. Why do I think that? Basically, the amount of feedback collection that has come from people that has been had about the 8 worker start dates back months, and the feedback before the actual patch on warp gate is, as far as I know, non-existent. Like, they didn't collect any feedback on it. So to me, it kind of just says that they really believe in this worker change. And the warp gate was more of like a, this is also something that needs to be fixed. And if we're going to be crazy, we may as well be really crazy, I guess. I don't know. I'm actually not a fan of the fact that they put 2 crazy changes in the same patch. Because it's, it led to a complete overshadowing of the warp gate, I feel like, for the first 24 hours, which, you know, that's not a long time. People have now paid attention, like, wait a minute, this warp gate thing is pretty crazy. But you're still getting, you know, very weird data, because it's, you know, Protoss players are having to simultaneously deal with an entirely new technology mechanic as well as an entirely new build opener, which I don't necessarily want to argue is harder for them, but I kind of feel like it is harder for them, just because they also got to consider pylon placement. When Terran and Zerg, you know, when they miss something, yeah, Terran does wall, but like, I don't know, not to the same extent as Protoss. I'm a Protoss empathizer. Fair Dragon, thank you for the 137 months. Can you say 2 mean things about Bulmy and 2 nice things about Omni-Skeptic to show you're fair-minded? Absolutely. I'm really jealous, or like, Bulmy's so dumb, he's stupid, guy knows Korean. What is he? Learned? God. What else? I actually I don't even really know that much about Bulmy. Like, we've met in real life, what, twice? He's such a fucking tryhard in StarCraft 2, being in GM. What is he? Who does he think he is? And Omni-Skeptic? It's actually really easy. I mean, I think Omni-Skeptic really does pay attention to a lot of the bugs and quality of life changes that StarCraft needs to have someone paying attention to. I do believe that he has the best, StarCraft 2 in mind, with whatever he thinks of the best StarCraft 2. I'm not saying that he made the patch, because that's not true. Did he influence the patch? I'd have to see the receipts, but regardless, whatever he does, I think it is with the best possible StarCraft 2 in mind. Lots of big changes. Nobody even talks about Storm Nerf. Yeah. I see a lot of people talking about the Ghost. The Ghost is such a lightning rod for discussion. They could do something like the Ghost now has 1 less pinky toe. And the people will be like, well, what the fuck? That means that its hitbox is 1 kajigger less, and now my Baneling will not splash the Ghost pinky's toe. People really like hating the Ghost. I'm not saying that it is or is not broken, by the way, for the patch. I just haven't paid attention to that part. I'm just saying that the Ghost is a lightning rod. There's certain units, I think, in StarCraft 2 that get maybe undeservedly. Maybe deservedly. In my opinion, undeservedly, actually, but not to get into that. Yeah, so much more discussion than anything else. Hello, Zergling! Thank you for the 105 months. Means the Ghost can no longer stub its toe. I mostly focused on the economy change, because to me that's the most misguided change. Like, to me, there's a lot of interesting discussion and nuance and new takes that can be had by anyone. People who don't play, people who play a lot, people who haven't played since Wings of Liberty, people who've only played Legacy of the Void, people who are Gold League, people who are GM. I would take whatever they say and be like, okay, that's a new point made about how the Ghost interacts with the Ultras. But I think with the 8 workers, or any amount of worker change, actually, I feel like so many people are coming in with takes that I guess I can't take seriously, because I really believe that it's something that has been thoroughly discussed already. And instead of saying, what has history taught us in regards to that, people just say history was better. I remember when 6 workers was a thing. I remember when I saw MVP, 2-Rex, July Zerg, and I want that. And it's just not... It's just so misguided, in my opinion. So, if you ask me about any other balance thing, including the Warp Gate, I'm going to direct you to other people who have played it, tested it, have stronger opinions on it. For me, it's not even that I think the worker start will change things drastically, it's that I think a lot of people think that it will in positive directions, and I don't think it'll change much. And if anything, as we're actually seeing with more and more people coming out and testing it, is that we might be seeing a negative interaction because changing the workers completely disregards the last 10 years of balance that has, for 10 years, accommodated a 12-worker start. And, you know, I'm really glad that I've waited to really, like, I've been on my Twitch streams and I've talked about this, and people have brought up really good points. But, you know, people continue bringing up really good points that need to be considered. And, you know, certainly that's why this patch should be... This patch is important to get the discussion out there. I'm just really concerned that it is a move that, you know, they say they want the discussion, they say they want the testing, but do they already think that they know what's going to happen? They merge two ghosts and come up with a SWAT Cats jet. I love the throwback reference. Wouldn't a 10-worker start be better than an 8-worker start? As far as... let me change the title as well. As far as its intricacies, you know, that, like, Lorimbo's talking about with, like, Zerg, larva production, and cheese, I really don't know. All I can tell you is that, again, research has actually been done. Smarter people than me have actually made, like, graphs and shit, y'all. Graphs. Graphs. They've, like, gotten numbers. Okay? Fucking numbers. And they have pointed out that a lot of these things that people assume the worker change is going to do doesn't actually do anything. What the worker change did for Legacy of the Void, because you're like, well, ZombieGrub, clearly the worker change did something. We went from 6 to 12. What the worker change did in Legacy of the Void is almost exactly what they said they wanted it to do. In also the resource changes. They wanted to skip the part where you do very little and get to the part where you start doing a lot. And in that aspect, it has done that. It's same with the resource change. They wanted you to feel that you needed to expand to create more dynamic games, because a big complaint about Heart of the Swarm, as we got up to Legacy of the Void, was that there was too much turtling going on. And turtling is never fun. Kind of fun for the person doing it, but, you know. And in that respect, it did fix that. To an extent. Like, it did. Like, these were the goals, and they actually, I think, did what they wanted to do. Now, were there other repercussions? Were there things they didn't consider would happen that happened? Of course. Of course. That's with any patch. They increased the queen range by 1. A year later, we get Blue Infestor. But what it did not do was that it did not decrease the amount of early game strategies and cheeses. Because if you go back to the first year of Legacy of the Void, tell you what, no one knew what the fuck they were doing, and there was a ton of shit that went on. And if you go back to the first 3 years of Legacy of the Void, you'll see that as well. But I think, you know, Lambo's is the one who pointed this out, and I thought was very fair, which is that really, if you want to compare Wings of Liberty and Heart of the Swarm to Legacy of the Void, disregarding other points as to why I think people get things wrong, but, like, at the very least, you should absolutely be comparing it to the first 3 years of Legacy of the Void. Which I don't see a lot of people doing. A lot of people are complaining about Legacy of the Void right now as if the last 10 years of Legacy of the Void did not include its own unique brand of absolute bullshit at many different times. And by absolute bullshit, I mean, like, cheeses and proxies and you know, early game shenanigans, shorter overall average game lengths, stuff like that. Like, it absolutely did. Do you guys remember when Maru did nothing but proxy all of his buildings versus SOS at BlizzCon? Because that was the meta. Terrans were proxying all of their buildings. Everyone was doing a throwback to Total Biscuit, saying who the hell proxies a tank, because it was the meta for TVP. And it's like people forgot about that. And what changed to have that stop? The workers went up to 6 or went down to 6. No, obviously not. That is not what reverted us back to having to be like, okay, that doesn't work. So to me, this whole, like, if we change the workers, we'll go back. It's just, like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, so much of Legacy of the Void had actually a bunch of cheeses. And the other side is, like, what a lot of programmers are pointing out, which is that people really don't give the early game interactions of Legacy of the Void enough credit. Because what they're really thinking of, a lot of the time, is professional games, first of all, that do, like Clem, like, goes to 3cc and the Zerg goes to 4 or 5 bases. Which, to be fair, is you know, it happens, and maybe it happens too much. But that actually has a lot to do with how the mid-game accelerates. So this goes back to the talk about smarter people than me. When worker count was the discussion about Legacy of the Void, putting out graphs and putting out numbers and being like, guys, the worker change won't actually fix this. There is a underlying issue with StarCraft 2's economy, and not just economy, but other things, that make it so that there is a hyper acceleration in the mid-game. Anyway. I'm in lobby, by the way. I'm not like, guys, you need to stop with the lobby making. You need to fucking stop. I need to rant right now. Classic went to the bathroom after Funka said that they could have 5 minutes. So anyway, my argument for the patch is that, you know, only test Warp Gate. That is an insane change. That could be something interesting. We could maybe turn it this way or the other and make it actually work. But just focus on something insane. And then maybe if you really wanted to do this whole, like, change is good, really drastically change Terran and Zerg as well. Which they didn't. It was just Protoss who's like, figure it out. Alright, guys. We got ourselves a fresh best of 3. So we'll stop talking about the patch for a little bit, unless this goes into a ZVP that goes on in 15 minutes and no one wants to kill each other. In the top left, we do have Classic. In the bottom right, we have apparently the Star Wars heroine, who notoriously decided that she would just steal someone's last name, because she didn't have one. Well, actually, she did, but it was a villainous last name, so she stole the good guy's last name. Anyway, it is Rey. Presumably, Rey for Raynor. Is it a best of 5 now? I actually didn't look at the format, so let me double check. Losers, winners, and deciders. You are correct. It is a best of 5. So it is a fresh series, but it is a best of 5 for all of the remaining matches today. Thank you. And just last comment on it until we get a super slow game. If you guys want to see the graphs and shit that I'm talking about, I will happily link them so you can be all nerdy. You can read the treatise on the StarCraft 2 economy and push up your glasses and go, oh yes, quite, yes, I see. Which I haven't even read the whole damn thing. I do see some frame drops, and I'm hoping that's temporary. Yeah, me understand. Yes, yes. Anyway, so ZVP, guys. Here's the thing. When I come back to cast StarCraft 2, it does not actually include a lot of Zergs. So can I tell you the fine details of the openers of the matchup right now? Nope, just gonna tell you right now. If you want someone symbolically, I guess, pushing up their glasses and being like, here's what's really interesting about how Raynor sent that drone down to the low ground. Steadfast is streaming. He does like to pay attention to the Zerg openers. For me, and tell you what's going on here. And then I'm going to talk about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Or SWAT Cats, apparently. Which is what was brought up. Which, if you didn't watch SWAT Cats, it was pretty rockin'. It was pretty good. I feel like there is like a whole, I mean, obviously there's a whole generation of, it was Cartoon Network, yeah? I feel like Cartoon Network kind of had the more mature cartoons, right? Because it also had, like, gargoyles. Unless I'm completely misremembering. Nickelodeon had clever shows. And then there's something else that I'm forgetting. Nickelodeon, Disney. Right, I don't know. I watched a lot of Disney Channel original movies, but I didn't watch a lot of the Disney animations, actually. Like, I completely missed out on Young Hercules. Or whatever it was called. Young Hercules might have been the real-life show with Ryan Gosling. Anyway. Oracle pops out. It is Stargate opener. Overlord is going to die as we had a Stalker opening after the Adept. Where is that little Adept? There she is. There it is. This little sucker. This little sucker is one of the reasons that maybe different worker start might be a little hard to balance. I am just getting jitters. I don't know why I'm doing that. What's the buttons to bring up? Oh, no, I don't. Oh, I did it. I did it. There's a cat on me now, though, so. Excuse me. There's a cat demanding my attention. So I Cat's YouTube video. I actually don't remember that much about it. I remember it was fun, but. Spencer gave them weapons based on their personality type. He was like, yes, this tiny turtle definitely seems like someone would use a bow staff. Could. Yes, quite. Oh, that's true. Nickelodeon did have like Nick at Night and an adult show. That is true. Ren and Stimpy was quite weird. That is true. Brink was. Oh, I hated Brink. I thought his friends were so unsupportive of him. Like, I didn't really know why I didn't like Brink until I grew up, I guess. And then I read the synopsis again, and then I was like, oh, his friends are assholes. Anyway. Lings are causing some issues. As you can see, the micro's good, plus the oracles are still around. It's not like they died, so they could always come back. Temple Archives actually is very fast. Wait a minute. What is this? Temple Archives, incredibly fast. Alright, cool. And a couple more gateways being added on. Obviously on 4 gases, eventually, like, should be getting up to this. It's just a couple of Archon? Hold on, he doesn't have a robo. Oracle is continuing to scout, by the way, what Zerg is doing, and right now, I do want to call him Ray. This is bothering me. Raynor has going up to 5 bases, double expanding, taking this gold base. This is not a symmetrical map, so there is a non-gold base at the bottom left, but one Oracle does die. Are you the only one who watched Hey Arnold? I was not a big fan at all of Hey Arnold. And that's kind of what I was thinking of. But I was like, I didn't really watch a lot of it. There we go. Storm is going to be on the way. Presumably all these gases. There we go. The gases will be added on. And we just had the ability to get, I guess, 2 Archons, which it certainly feels very safe. Okay, Archon. Okay. This is such a comical looking move out. 2 Archons, 2 Adepts, and 4 Zealots. No Warp Prism, no Proxy Gate. If he was hoping to hit before Raynor started to make units at all, he's a little shy, Raynor busts out his last couple of drones, gets to a comfortable 78, again on 5 bases, which of course the gold being mined out first and foremost. Actually getting up to a 6th hatch. And so I feel like Raynor doesn't have to really worry about losing this hatchery. Of course, could he have saved it? Would he have? Yes. But there we have Lings trying to get a little bit of a run by and looking more at how this engagement could possibly go. Banelings are ready. Gonna help clear out these Zealots. And then we do have Hydras already too. Some of these Queens are slacking. Okay. But yeah, that was gonna be enough. Classic. He does get a hatchery, but it's clearly not for free. So he loses about a dozen, it was like 10 Zealots, 8 Zealots, and then, should lose the Archon. I mean, definitely Raynor should go after him and kill these Archons. So yes, losing 2 Archons as well. And like I said, I really don't know if Raynor cares about losing that hatchery. His gold base is saturated, and he had, let's say, a replacement hatchery already built basically as the last one died. There weren't any drones on that one. So, you know, that kind of combined with seeing a relatively small army, I feel like Classic should be putting 2 and 2 together and say, okay, there's no way that was actually his 4th base. But his chances to be aggressive before, as I said, Raynor was actually going to build an army. Like, that was it. Now Raynor has an army. He's looking for the engagement. Doesn't have a lot of upgrades for his army, though. So typical hooks really only just started. Hydras have range, but not speed. +1 melee versus +1 attack on the Protoss. Yeah, of course, there's a gap in supply, but definitely a manageable one for a Protoss who, by the way, really expedited Storm. I mean, he's had Storm in his pocket for a long time. And a couple of chokes to work with as well. So Classic's not concerned. As far as defending his base, in fact, really not concerned. Adding on that fleet beacon, opening up the pathway once he feels more comfortable about actually investing into Stargates, investing into Stargate units. Raynor is probably hoping to kill him before then. And Storm will start things off shortly before Baneling speed is done. And it's getting there. Creep also about to be knocking on Classic's front door. And Classic has to be careful about how he takes his engagements. You know, letting some of these units go past this choke that he was supposed to abuse with the Storm. And then I'm not seeing many Storms, guys. 2 High Templars available. Don't know where. This army is just getting deleted. Shield Battery not helping all that much. More Banelings roll in as Zealots get reinforced. Storms on the left side not being used. Classic gets 1. And he could have easily had 2. A little split there from Raynor is necessary, but it is going to save enough Hydras to continue on rolling forward. And this is something that Classic cannot afford to lose. He does not have a replacement fourth base already getting up and running. And that Warp Prism falls as well. This looks fantastic for Raynor, who is still on a very comfortable... I mean, he's actually oversaturated it, funnily enough. Not re-rallied his drone production elsewhere, but it's working for him. It's working for him. 8 probes go down. Most, if not all, of Classic's army is the real sticking point. If there was some type of rewind and decision was made to say, hey, I can't hold this, I'm just going to give up the Nexus, save the probes, save the army, it would not be good, but it would be a little more complicated. Now we have Classic having lost an army, lost an economy, done nothing in return, and Raynor will know that, too. Like, he killed the first Warp Prism, I guess maybe either it didn't quite die, oh, he replaced it, there you go. So that does open up Classic's ability to get something on the other side of the map, but can he actually afford to, while also surviving back at home? This time around, he pulls the Zealots back. They're still alive, but there's still a lot more Banelings to be used. 21 of them ready to connect. And they're not even that concerned. They go for the probes. Drones are falling to run by on the right side. Warp Prism looking to kill a base again. I actually think that hatchery died twice. Oh no, it was just the one. I thought he was replacing it. Maybe he canceled it when he saw the Warp Prism. The Archons should go down here though. And while it's not like the most big boom, that's it, GG, game over instantaneously, Raynor has been winning. Classic's really trying to make things complicated by going for this Warp Prism harassment, going for what is, I mean, turning more into a desperate potential base trade than anything else. Trying to at least cut off the reinforcements. It's not going to work here, as Raynor will take game 1. And I'm going to ask them to wait 1 minute while I at least restart StarCraft 2. Tell Funka he's in charge. More StarCraft in this economy? These are not patch matches. Alright, hopefully... It didn't even look like I held anyone up, but hopefully that helps. What does PTR stand for anyway? Patch Test Realm, I believe? No, Public. There we go. Public Test Realm. There we go. I was like, Patch Test Realm sounds awkward. Public Test Realm. Stands for Protoss Terran Raynor. Raynor has not off-raced his Terran lately, I think. As opposed to the private test realm, also known as PTR. I figured it came from World of Warcraft, because I was going to say, realm is not really something you think of for any other game. I would immediately think of World of Warcraft. Sanctuary. Speaking of cartoons that were surprisingly adult. Hunchback of Notre Dame is something that, like, I don't know if I would want my kid watching it. Like, I know that so much of the adult themes went over children's heads because it went over my head as a kid. But I'd feel uncomfortable. When you watch it, go watch that movie again and then watch the villain's, like, his song, I guess. He gets weird. He gets real weird. Just a little incelly. Anyway, we're on Sanctuary for game 2. The bottom left. Up 1. It is Raynor. And in the top right, we do have Classic. These are not on the patches. None of the Meisters of the game will be on the patch. I suppose there is a high potential, actually, that the playoffs, the matches held in Paris, will be on a new version of StarCraft. It is absolutely not impossible for them to push the test realm to live in some capacity before the end of... Is it the end of June or end of July? Either way. I could see it. Weird in what way? Alright, I'm just gonna tell you. Here's... Prepare yourselves. So if you totally missed out on this because you were a kid and Hunchback wasn't your favorite movie, so you never bothered to rewatch it, which is fair. It's not the best Disney Renaissance movie at all. The villain, what's his name? The priest, is sexually attracted to Esmeralda and basically hates her because he is so attracted to her. And in part of his song, he gets, a little... horny. So that's why I said he gets a little incelly, but obviously he's a priest, so it's like, but he's not involuntarily celibate. He's very much purposefully. But, yeah. He should just do what a lot of other people did in the history of the world, which is say that they were doing something and then absolutely not do that and just go around having sex with all the prostitutes he ever wanted. Like, he should just go ahead and do that. I don't know. Probably would have been a better life for him. Instead, he says women are attractive and they are sinful because they are attractive, and so I will want to exterminate especially these very sexy gypsies. God damn. They are so sexy. Ugh. Sinful. God, I don't even want to look at them. God damn, literally, yeah. Oof, no, that is extra weird for so many reasons, Kurumasago. That is, no. I don't want to alt-tab in case that's what caused my frame drops to start, so can someone, is there a mod around? Can we just... Anyway. Cardinal Richelieu. I actually don't remember how to pronounce his name at all. I'm just guessing here. It's been a while since I've watched it, too. I was gonna say, that doesn't sound familiar at all. Claude Frollo. You got me, because it was very French. I was very convinced. Another Overlord is going to fall. That's what happens when they follow up with a Stalker. If you do find a pattern and you believe in the pattern, you could move the Overlord away after the Adept. pops out and maybe get it to survive over here, but there is no guarantee the second unit is going to be a stalker. And you do kind of want to see if it's going to be in the depths or even be canceled. You know, maybe they're changing it up. There's actually a lot of good things about the Hunchback of Notre Dame as far as entertainment-wise. But it is not the best. Same for Pocahontas. I mean, Pocahontas, you could also get into the weeds as to how it's controversial. But it has bangers. It has great songs. But it's not the best Disney Renaissance movie. Completely overshadowed by The Lion King. Twilight Council coming up nice and quick for Classic, but then that must have been the case in the last game. Yeah, Twilight Council and Forge, so it's not going to be super aggressive in the early game. Double Oracle once again, put in comfortable position to be aggressive, to scout, and to defend. And I'm more so going to be keeping a keen eye out as to the Zergs. Like, obviously, both races right now, they can be aggressive. But, and even, as Lambo says, and what kind of makes, again, this, like, PTR discussion a bit interesting, is that so many people are, saying, like, we don't like the lack of early game, the lack of cheeses, and boring late games. And it's like, the Zergs kind of agree, actually. The Zergs are like, we would just love to be able to win before we get to late game versus Protoss, because it kind of sucks. So that's what we're going to try and do some of the times, but then we've also been nerfed as far as our cheeses. Not the worker change nerfing them, but just straight up direct nerfs. So maybe they're not as good as they once were. Obviously, Raynor didn't, could he have been more macro-oriented in the last game? Of course, 100%. There could have been up to 86 drones, and then pure defensive, getting up to a hive, I suppose, but that sounds really lame. And that's obviously not what he did. It was not some type of mid-game rush. That'd be what Classic needs to be concerned about. But we see a Roachborn was slapped down. No roaches have been created. Instead, we actually did go down to the Hydralisk Den in the infestation pit. Pointing to a hive. Revelation on none of those things I just mentioned. It saw the Hydralisk Den. It's not seeing the infestation pit. It doesn't see the gases over on the third base either. Where the hell is that infestation pit? Clever. The Oracles would like to get that far back, but as soon as they try and get into the back line, they're at risk of having Queens poke at them the entire time as they exit and then they die. So that would be a place that's, would often be rather safe. And I think with the information that Classic currently has, he cannot tell the exact intent. Sees a fourth hatchery, fine, but then doesn't see how many gases are taken, doesn't see the infestation pit. This could be a Bailey nest behind here, for whatever he would actually know. Lurker Den is on the way as well. Hydras are out, so the Oracles need to be even more careful about trying to dive into bases. In fact, the Hydras even position themselves to make sure the Oracles do not get back in for Revelation on the natural. So actually, I think Raynor doing a very good job of denying these Oracles access to the true innards. Look at this movement. Look at a Spore Crawler being right there. Look at this. The Oracles are absolutely desperate to get a real idea as to what Raynor is doing, and they actually are struggling. Almost loses the Oracle, not quite. It's still only just the extra guy. I mean, it's not all the information you want to know. So where is Raynor? Raynor is on 4 bases, actually 5, not quite saturating that 5th one, but that's where you want to be. No upgrades, just want to point that out. Evolution Chamber entirely skipped, which again, Classic can't say for sure is the case, although it would often be up here. Yeah, I can't say that for sure. Clicking on the unit, certainly, more and more is going to be like, oh, he skipped upgrades. We have Classic on 4 bases himself, finishing up the gases, 82 probes. He is almost settled on a comfortable 4-base situation. However, Classic is actually trying to already get up to Tempests, and that could be problematic. Raynor isn't turtling. He's not getting up to, again, 6 bases. He did get the 86 drones, which, yeah, okay. But he's not just going to sit back and do nothing. Raynor is attacking, as we can see here. Lurkers are on the prowl. And we've got ourselves double Hydra upgrades, the Lurker seismic spines, and it's already doing some damage here on this base. Funnily enough, the Oracle is going to win against that Hydra and help out against the Lurkers too. Classic is well aware there could be a secondary attack, so the TC-Way's army is moving this way or that. I think he's also wondering if he can get us around, if he needs to get us around, possibly. Yeah, very well aware there could be another attack. He did see the Overseer, that the Nidus Worm is being made. Tempest pops out to help with the Zealot, is going to be just in the nick of time. Once again, Lurk is trying to find some damage over on this right side, but so far, Classic is doing a really great job not overreacting to one particular place and not letting everything just go to hell. You know, it'd be all too easy to look at that Nidus Worm and then let this army get dragged into the spikes of the Lurkers, because Protoss Army's AI is dumb like that. I don't know, Raynor, remember, he's totally upgradeless here, so while Lurkers are scary and they have their range, they don't have as much bites. The Protoss now has +2, coming in with Storms as well. Lings on the backside trying to help out. And it looks like with the Zealot reinforcements, this is going to be enough for Classic to hold, and he has Tempests. This is the real kick in the nuts here for Raynor, is that there was actually no stoppage on what Classic really wanted to do here. The base did not go down, the probes did not go down, so the economy wasn't stopped. The army, yes, the ground army was traded, but then we're teching. We're getting to a better army anyway, and that also wasn't stopped. Ideally, if they're going to try and get to the higher technology, slower, more expensive units that aren't really all that great in smaller numbers, you'd want to hope that's their weak point and push them and kill them, or at least do significant damage. And that is not what happened right there. Raynor's 5 bases now going to all get saturated as he most likely looks towards them even more. We do have this base here that he can take, which has apparently a rich mineral field blocking it, so he's got to mine it out first. This is where Zergs mostly do not want to be. This is... this is where it kind of sucks. Mass Stargate units. Supply blocked. He's just like you and me, folks. Anyway, going up against a very settled 4-base Protoss, who has a bit of mining to do still on these 4 bases before they really have to worry. Because again, they didn't take 4 bases of economy, max out in a ground army, and have an epic back and forth. They actually kind of skipped a lot of what could be a maxed out ground army and went to the Tempest already. So still resources to depend on as we head into a late game PVZ. My favorite phrase in the whole world. Well, Raynor's attack did not stop Classic in any way. I don't think Raynor is dead. Raynor obviously is going to have the benefit of the map for a little while. I mean, I think it's actually already over though, kind of. But he does have the superior economy by a little bit. He is trying to open up avenues of attack around the map as Classic kind of just makes sure that his 4 bases and maxed out air army is as powerful as he would want it to be. But that's because Zerg needs to do that. Raynor needs these options that he's building all along this production tab. He needs the options of various tech paths and gigantic economy to take on a very, very powerful Protoss army. We've all been through this many a times. Interesting that he's going to use... This is Microbial Shroud, right? I mean, I say it as if it's like a bad thing. I don't think it is a bad thing. I do like that he's getting it. Its intention was to be used against carriers and interceptors with Hydras. Well, this is funny. Will 2 fresh carriers kill a Nidus Worm in time? No. But it didn't have anything in it, so it's fine. 6 Ultras on the way. That is the 2nd Spire. As we see, +1 flyer attack. Almost already done. Dotting your I's, crossing the T's. Getting to the epic finale that is just 2 gigantic StarCraft armies going now Kith. And then seeing who wins. And this is where we talk about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Hey, this ice room actually had something in it. more of a distraction, as the big ol' army was coming through the middle of the map. Ultras are ready to go. A little fungal on top of the Archons, too. Storms, they gotta tickle the Ultras, don't they? They gotta tickle. Am I at a... Wait. Does he not have chitinous plating? Oh, yeah, he doesn't. Okay. I'm like, am I just super out of practice and forgot what the icon looked like? He does not have chitinous plating. Whoops-a-daisy. That's kind of important, and definitely something he was supposed to upgrade, basically as soon as the Ultralisk Cavern was done. Like, that was an attack that 100% was like, ready to go, Ultras are ready to go, they got all the armor. And they did not have all the armor, so while Storms absolutely still did tickle them, they don't care about armor anyway. It was the rest of the army that was about to come over and absolutely slaughter the Ultras that he did not want to have happen. So at least he made note of it. We'll get Ultralisk armor as well as their speed, I'm sure. A lot of the other upgrades are in fact done, and we're even getting some neural involved. And that is actually... So to touch on the patch a little bit, you know, I said I mostly ignored everything besides the economy changes, which is true. But there are a couple of things that I actually think are... There's definitely things that I think are more impactful to the balance than what, like, just reading them can seem like, especially when it comes to the bug fixes. But then one of the things I think is actually very good is, yeah, how Infestor Neural Parasite is going to work with carriers in the patch. But that's an aside, we're not in the patch. Hatchery is going to go down here as the classic Protoss army. I mean that both with his name as well as just, this is stereotypical. Pushes. Without Raynor really creating a potential engagement himself, there's you know, Raynor's not going to run into the army already killing his hatchery. He's going to let that one go. Who's winning? Classic, for sure. I think Classic is the one that actually has to kind of throw here. And to help do that, Raynor is trying to get a lot of different engagements going. One big engagement, should he find the most amazing engagement possible, could still go in the Zerg's favor, but already a lot of feedbacks and all the Infestors taking them out. One fungal did go down. Good upgrades on both sides. Let's see how the Corruptors fare against the Carriers as they jump on top of them so that hopefully the Storm doesn't help, but I feel like the Zerg army was already so injured. At the time that happened, it was already still too much. 4 carriers still left alive. Only 1 carrier died for 11 Corruptors. Holy shit. Yeah, all the Infestors got feedback before that happened. As far as a big surround, I mean, it looked like a decent surround, but as far as the Corruptor numbers, I mean, this is kind of what sucks, is that you do want to almost have a surplus of, like, you kind of have to overmake Corruptors, just so that you actually kill the things fast enough. Once again, trying to engage here, though. Before the Archons are ready to cover some of the ground, I'm assuming that the High Templars and the Immortals have just gone down right there. The Archons then also kind of left to their own are also taken out by the reinforcing Ultras. The Carriers and Tempest in the sky obviously are not going to be touched by big old Space Cows that just attack the ground, but now these Space Cows are going to go after the production. Immortals are popping out from double Robo. Zealots coming in to help out too, and I'm not sure this Nexus is going to fall. Probes will fall, but at the same time, Raynor also needs to worry about how he's going to deal with this air army, and he does not have that big of a bank. He's going to have about 15 Corruptors and a couple of Vipers to try and take out 6 Tempests and 7 Carriers, not all on the front. Actually, it's like 4 Carriers on the front, but even Raynor can understand how this is going to go. Classic takes game number 2 and ties up the score. I feel like in almost every ZVP, no matter how much credit we give someone's mental, like Cyril, we don't really ever imagine as being broken mentally at any point. Raynor has definitely talked more about times where he's just been like, oh, this sucks, right? Because he's a more expressive fellow. But I think actually, even when it comes to Cyril, I feel like we can all kind of tell when a Zerg player doesn't kill the Protoss. You know, when they're on 4 bases getting the Stargates, right? And I feel like we can all just kind of be like, the Zerg is definitely in their chair going, they're in the gamer pose, you know, and they're like, this could work. This didn't work. Oh God, okay. Air upgrades. Air upgrades, 6 hatchery. Oh God. I feel it in my bones. Want to see you casting Night Shift Open this weekend? Thank you. Yeah, people are usually excited to see the StarCraft people. It's nice seeing that there's more than just a handful of StarCraft people interested in Deadlock. I'm gonna play an ad before the next game so it doesn't go mid-game. I'm back. Dimitri is here. He likes that bed in the afternoon. Yeah, I could probably just be following, like, Funka's vision. He's a much better observer anyway. In the bottom left, we do have Basilisk's Rainer. In the top right, it is Virtus Pro's Classic. On Tourmaline. You know, I never really learned how to pronounce that. But it's okay. I love when Sarah loses one game and gets an expression in his face, like, fine, I'll concentrate harder. Yeah, that does happen. I, of course, believe that Raynor can take a late game, Zerg versus Protoss, before anyone says that I'm ragging on Raynor, or Zerg in particular, I guess, or saying that Protoss is overpowered. It's just that there seems to be very little... There does seem to be very little hope in the way of let us both maximize our late game and see who wins for the Zerg side. Like, the conversation is generally, this probe gets really messed up. The conversation is generally that Zergs will acknowledge that they have a, you know, will say that they have a deficit in that type of engagement, in that type of game. And I don't know all the Protoss' opinions, but I feel like I've kind of gotten the feeling that Protoss are even kind of willing to admit that. Let me a little tiny bit. Of course, it's problematic with Protoss, because I feel like these poor suckers have been whipped for so much of StarCraft 2's history. You know, anytime anything goes wrong in StarCraft, and it's like the fucking Protoss players. Goddamn. You know, like, it's like the guy on the bicycle, and like he puts the stick into his own wheel, and the stick is like Broodlord Infestor. Like Wings of Liberty, and he falls over and he's like, fucking Protoss, God! That I feel like a lot of Protoss players are just... they're like, yeah, you're probably right. It is probably all of our faults. But for a reason. Look. I'm not gonna say Protoss has always been perfect. No. There's a lot of things obviously go into any game of StarCraft 2. But yeah, the likelihood of seeing, especially someone like Raynor, go for no rush 15 minutes against a pro is just so low. And there's a lot of reasons for that. But you do not see it a lot from Zerg players in general. It can happen, and it can happen in more clever ways than just obviously we're both going to try and not hurt each other. Literally, like, agree to no rush 15 minutes. Like, the clever ways that it can happen can actually be very interesting, especially when you listen to the in-depth knowledge of someone like Lambo discussing it, right? or, you know, the fakes of the gas timings, or the appearance of a Hydra attack, or the presence of a technology that isn't actually used. Like, that can all be cool. But more often, I feel like you're going to see those types of things. Those types of fakes, those types of deceptions used in a way that is aggressive, which I am looking forward to. I think Raynor will bust out a lot of different attacks. And for Classic, well, Classic has always been more of the defensive macro guy anyway. I say that, yes, I know he was the guy that DT rushed. Yes, I know that he's done, like, proxy 6 gateways in the middle of the map. Everyone's taken some amount of cheese into their StarCraft 2 game. But I feel like, especially if it works for him, which clearly it worked last game, like, playing the defensive style is going to work out. And it was what he did in the first game, too. Third game, looking a little bit similar, isn't it? Double Oracle, waiting on the Twilight Council and Forge, if it was going to be the exact same thing as last game. Actually, a couple of drones popped out in the third base when they weren't supposed to. Adept was also causing some problems. This was a double Adept opener, so this, I think, is just why we're already seeing a lot more chaos, in fact. So if I was paying attention, god damn it. Commentator, please. We would have seen that Classic did finally change up his opener. He did not go for the Stalker, with which the Overlord did actually anticipate and said, I'm not going to die this time, so I'm going to move away from the gateway. And obviously we see that there are 2 gateways in the front line, but it's not a double gateway opener. And that meant that he couldn't see the Adept. He couldn't see what was also, like, what the Chrono was going into as well. So I think the Adepts just threw him off. And then the Adepts throw you off, and the Oracles throw you off, and that's why we see not just 3 drones having gone down, which actually isn't that bad. It's not that bad, right? But more so that we saw a lot of drones going this way and that. There was a lot of lost mining time, as the Adepts were not taken care of preemptively. They got into the mineral lines. Another 3 drones do go down, and I mean, this probably feels very bad for Raynor. Yes, 2 Adepts died, but in the grand scheme of things, like, the 6 drones feels a lot worse. 3 Oracles, also something that Classic changes up here. He did grab a Twilight Council, he did grab a Forge. We're gonna go into Charge, and the Templar Archives is done too. But it's these little tiny changes in the early game that has already created problems in Raynor's ideal early game, which it hopefully affects as these Adepts actually get stuck, so they're not even shooting anymore. That was nice. Hopefully for Classic, means that whatever, you know, all-in Raynor was presumably going to think of doing isn't going to be as effective. 9 drones have gone down in total. Again, 2 more Adepts died, and they were not useful Adepts. Those did get caught nice. But the Oracles are still doing a great job. And every time a drone guy dies, the Zerg heart just gets weaker and weaker. Pairing hero with anyone is a service to hero. I feel like some Protoss players may even be a little offended. They're like, no, sir, I always make my wall correctly. Four more drones go down. Ay, ay, ay. These are all little pinpricks. And as much as you might think, well, Zerg players, just use your larva. Just replace the drones. This is really offset an ideal situation. I mean, ideally, you lose, what, like 2 drones in the course? Like, if that, obviously you lose 0. It would be the absolute ideal. And then that is, you're 13 drones faster to your 86 drones. You're already saturated. You're already building into the army. Classic is not pushing. Well, actually, he might be pushing now, but he didn't push before Raynor was building into an army, but Raynor was kind of supposed to start all this sooner. This is definitely looking like a stronger attack than that first game, which is kind of weird that he did that. It is a strong potential in this army, but it's also dangerous. These are a lot of units vulnerable to Banelings, and he is moving on to creep. Baneling speed just over halfway done. Makes this not as scary. Classic thought about it, but he doesn't know when Baneling speed will finish. Last thing you want to do is move in because they don't have Baneling speed, and then boop, they roly-poly on over. More Banelings are on the way, more Lings, more Hydras as well. Other upgrades are finishing too, like +1 melee, as Raynor already invested into +1 missile. And we got ourselves some Ling Hydra action. No Infestation Pit as of yet. Classic sends a couple of zealots over that would love to take out this hatchery. Isn't the one that has drones on it. Still a useful hatchery for larvae and for putting the drones there as the game goes on. So Raynor is now ready to be the one to attack. His Classic set up for this. He doesn't actually know about it, but it's kind of a clear way of how you would engage right through here. Sees the army. You don't necessarily just want to just let them come to you. Like, this choke is what he wants all the storms to hit in, sure. But you can't just, like, literally sit there and let them come to you. You're going to kind of want to poke the bear to a certain extent. If you can get a storm on them just chilling, then that's a little bit of damage before you pull back, before you go back to the cannons. Classic knows that. Doesn't need me telling him. Apparently one of the oracles had died at some point, but still with 2 oracles. It looks like they've taken up making sure that run-bys don't happen simultaneously. Speaking of run-bys, the Warp Prism now in effect as well. Does force Raynor to take care of that first, and then Classic actually does move forward. So he's not paying attention to the Warp Prism. That's going to die to a Spore Crawler, but he moves forward and makes sure those Archons are covering the weaker High Templars. 17 Zealots have gone down, so there's definitely Zealots that died in that move out, and then the Immortal is rallied where the Observer was. It's okay. Classic now outing on a fleet beacon, so he's thinking about the next stage here as Raynor tries to get everything ready to attack. I mean, we are waiting for the trigger to be pulled, and there we finally go. Raynor maxed out 1/1 upgrades, trying to demolish Classic on this 4th base. This is a lot of room for Classic to fall back to before he's truly has to take the engagement. Already pulling back a lot, but then what is left over? We need the Zealots on the front lines. Now that the Banelings are almost all gone, the Storms are almost all gone. No backup Storms right here. Zealots are now available, but more Banelings were as well, and the Nexus will fall. Classic is going to get a 5th hatchery by the looks of things, as maybe the Warp Prism or the Zealots were shift queued, but that's not quite equivalent. That was a big loss on the economy. With 13 probes also dying, but then also just a big loss on the army. I mean, he had so much room to pull back and back and back, but when he actually was like, let's take the engagement, there was so little Protoss left. And this is really going to stall out Classic's attempted potential transition into Stargate. Still pretty worth it to get the mothership. So we see that on the way. Not going to affect the particular fight. Excellent stasis trap, taking a lot of Banelings on the left side. And forcing your way through this choke on the right might be a little too difficult. Do we have enough storms? At least one more available. The Banelings pulled back as the Hydras take out the front line of Archons. More Zealots are desperately needed. 2-2 is now done for Raynor as well as the Zealots run into those Banelings. These Banelings are going to go after the High Templars or something, whatever they want. There we go. But the Hydras are now left alone, and Zealots and Archons are chasing them down. The probes, they got the High Templars, and they got 7 more probes, and then drones have also been falling. Zealots finding more damage here. Classic at 59 probes, Raynor's 71. Both of them starting to get a little worried about the mineral potential on the bases. As their mains start to mine out, the naturals too. But Raynor's supply is not looking good. He used a lot of resources in that attack. And the quality over quantity situation is the pressing situation. Classic's quality is still pretty damn good as he slowly grows up the Archon count again. Still has money for the, let's say, fodder that is Zealots. Even though we have a lot of red on this income graph. Yeah, it was I think it was the attack over here that just wasn't, that was not the ideal. This one on this base was actually very good. But then, whoop! Raynor's gonna have maybe one more chance, unless he can stabilize his economy, to take out Classic's army. Raynor is trying to get to a 5th base. Taking on the left side probably makes more sense too. Just as, well, pattern has shown that Classic is rallying units over to the right side, which he is doing once again. And then his army is kind of more so protecting this left base. Problem is, yeah, maybe you don't use your 5th to the Zealot run by. They still are going to show up on your 3rd without a little more advanced notice. Right now, this is not a problem to take care of. In fact, it's a bit of a waste for Classic. who, you know, really wants to be doing this while having an engagement go down. That's when you get drones. That's when you get a hatchery, because the Zerg player's focusing on microing. That was a waste for sure. Kind of more of a scout than anything else. A scout that if he thinks, oh, there's no 5th base, well, of course it's on this side. Drones have yet to be transferred, though, and we're only at 70 drones. I know that sounds like a lot, but... it's getting worse and worse with time. Nexus is done, static defense is done, gas is being retaken. Raynor knows this is his last chance. I don't see any further investment into the late game. One last hurrah to try and make this work. Banelings on both sides coming on in here, but a great time warp on one of these chokes. A little bit of a split on the Archons as well. It looks like the High Templars have been taken out here, so we're all down to just Archons and Immortals. A couple of High Templars, though, the backup ones coming on through, and I'm not even sure they're needed. The Hydras left alone are absolutely melting, and yeah, storms were not necessary, as Classic stands strong against the Hydra Ling Baneling onslaught and takes game number 3. I think Funka mentioned that there'd be a 3-minute break between game 3 and 4. So, what's up, guys? What is considered a lower worker count? Well, he had 70 workers is when I said it was a low worker count. Because, like, 86 is kind of like this ideal that we've been seeing. And you're like, you know, 16 on that many drones. Like, is that... it's more to do with, at a point in time anyway, how many minerals you're mining from anyway. Like, even if he did have 86 drones, it would be more like, well, he doesn't have the bases. He doesn't have the minerals to actually mine that. Even if he had transferred his drones to the 5th, he would have been running out of minerals in a lot of places. So it's more like he would have needed 86 drones and 6 bases, I think. '86 is just, it's the number I threw out, and then it's the number that Raynor has hit when he has maximized his economy. So in game 2 and 3. Before he lost drones. Hey, I didn't think you were trying to argue. Pig's newest video about the 8-worker start, its complications about Zerg larva, and more. Pig puts so much effort into his videos. Brings out a freaking Google Doc. These whippersnappers. And their data. Pig's older than I am. Excuse you, I've never once used Google Docs for StarCraft. It was always Notion. Someone responded to a Reddit post I made, but I can't find the response. Okay. Probably wasn't that important. Have I been in the military? No. Do I seem like I've been in the military? Have that kind of mentality? Of a military person? I am very interested in what that means. Because I guess I have an idea as to what that means, but that might not be the exact idea that everyone else has. Most ex-military have the same acne scars. It never really occurred to me that military people would have acne scars more often than, like, the general populace. I guess, like, it kind of makes sense. They have less opportunity to, like, take care of acne problems being in the military. But I've never heard that. You're getting the new rough collie pup soon? Hello. My coolest scars isn't even really noticeable on the camera, so... I could make up some epic story. Actually, the story about the scar that I like is kind of cool anyway, but it's not like epic military scar. I was saving a bunch of civilians from certain death. Oh, my cat moved. Did I fight a rock? I fought someone else's head. That's what I did. I was playing rugby and me and another guy collided heads and broke my skin. Tore it right open. In the top left of At Eternities. Oh, I've already forgotten what it is. It's not Edge, is it? In the top left it is Classic, and the bottom right it is Rainer. Is rugby big in Canada? Well, I don't live in Canada. Why? Why is this still a thing? Why? "16 years later. I live in America. Rugby's not really big, no. But obviously some people engage in it, so. There was a co-ed rugby league back where I used to live. Strap on 20 pounds of body armor to play rugby. And they call it football. I see where that was going. Rugby, it's this weird thing where rugby is safer. I mean, I think that's actually like a fact. As much as people are going to be like, no way, like look at all these pictures of these guys playing with like blood on their face and all the cauliflower ear that you get and shit. But I'm pretty sure it doesn't compare to the CTE that is just rampant. Because when it's the whole like bare knuckle boxing theory, right? I don't know if that's also more than a theory, but you're not going to punch 100% if you're not wearing gloves. Well, some people do, I suppose. But anyway, in my experience, I played football, I played rugby, played basketball, I played a lot of sports. Basketball gave me the most consistent injuries because people get really rough. But they weren't extreme. Football gave me a lot of arm injuries, which made it look like my parents beat me, actually. Fortunately, no one has ever called child services on my parents, despite how many injuries me and my siblings have had playing sports. But it has looked pretty sus. Rugby, I didn't get injured. I didn't get, like, bruises. I didn't get, like, stubbed fingers or toes. I didn't really get any injuries when I played rugby. It was just this one unfortunate, just perfect angle of the way that I glanced off this guy as we tried to tackle the same person. Didn't have a concussion, but there was a lot of blood. Basketball, I had so many, like, jammed fingers. I had so many bruises. Like, people, like, jumping around for the ball, right? Like, rebounding and stuff. Because I found myself to be a fairly good defender, but I was not tall, so it wouldn't have lasted. But there was a lot of jumping bodies and moving bodies around. You just collapse on each other. Well, fortunately, one of the aides who asked me about my arms actually knew that I was in the football team, because her son was on the football team as well. Anyway, and before everyone starts telling their grossest injury story, which I can tell all of my gross injury stories all damn day long. I can look at my own gross injuries, but I definitely cannot do it with other people. Like, someone... Oh, you know what? I'm not even gonna... No, never mind. I'm not even gonna do it. Alright, Twilight Council's on the way. No forge. How... Okay, no, I just looked this one. Never mind. Never mind. There is a forge. Comes out later. Two oracles again. Did we change up the starting units? Went back to being an adept and a stalker. By going back and forth, obviously last game, the adept surprised Rainer. There was a lot more chaos, as 3 drones once again go down, though. But then you go back to it, and what have you done? You've probably forced Rainer to make more lings than he wanted. So, you still get a little bit of like a... inadvertent drone kills, if you will. Very early Twilight. It was still after the 2 oracles, which I believe is the way that it went last time. He is going for blink instead of charge, which is what he did in the last 2 games at the very least. Yeah, no, he did every single game so far. Yeah. So this is different. He's going into blink, but then once again, fairly fast Templar archives. I mean, we could have some more blink stalker aggression, but not. I don't think it's going to be very serious aggression, as the oracles do go through a very risky path. But in doing so, they do scout every nook and cranny that they usually wouldn't. So in this case, the baneling nest that was put into an area that would be risky to go and look at is found. So all that Classic saw right there was going to be Ling Baneling, right? And you didn't see the evolution chamber? So there is that. That was still hidden. There's so much space in the back of these mineral ones. Anyway, but the Baneling Nest, if you thought it was going to be only Ling Baneling going to Hydras, we actually did add on a Roachborn still in this kind of secretive area. If you're just like, this is just a safety Roachborn, I might not even use it. You know, you kind of cavalierly put this down in the front, and the Oracle scout it. This one's a little sneaky. Is Max Pack still the gold standard of Protoss? Well, people would certainly argue that he's the gold standard. It's... I mean, I could argue that he is, but the problem is that since he never participates offline, and offline is always the premier, it's always the highest form of competition, it's always where the stress is tested, like, there's, I think, appropriate pushback in calling him the best Protoss in the world, just because that will always be the asterisk. Unfortunately for Rainer, who's really, I think, trying his best to drunken master his way through this, is a fucking surprise class. If he wants to surprise him, it's not gonna happen. These oracles, yes, one of them lost their lives, but they scouted. If they had lost their life to scout the Roachborn, I don't know the implications of that. You know, maybe he would have survived regardless of seeing the Roachborn or not. But if he had no idea about a spire being built, that's where I feel like Rainer could have absolutely bamboozled Classic. Instead, Classic is going to see it. He actually even confirms it. He knows the Oracle would have died before it got close enough to see it, so he kind of cast that revelation, because he knows where it was. If it's still building, it would have gotten the revelation on it. And guess what? It's still building. And now I can see that it is in fact fully formed. Now this doesn't mean that you build mutas. So that has always been one of the difficulties of Protoss, is that even if you go through hell and high water to scout freaking Spire, they might not build from the Spire, which seems to be exactly what Raynor is doing. He has committed 100% to Lings and Roaches, and presumably a handful of Banelings, maybe, but he is not committed to centrifugal hooks. So Ling, Roach, one of the fastest ways you're going to max out. Ravagers being added on, obviously. Roach speed almost done. +2 melee will also maybe be done for the upcoming fight. The supply gaps are huge, but not unfamiliar for Protoss players. Roaches inflate supply. Fortunately for Raynor, he did let the hatchery finish, so one has already died, and it just seems like he is not going to be able to get the gold base like he wants. Classic also expanded vertically. Raynor does, however, kind of do a look over here while I'm actually over here. Little magician's trick right there. Roaches and Lings enter into the natural. That recall is kind of weird here. Mostly High Templars and Storms are good, but will they actually kill the units is the question. There wasn't enough following the Storms to actually kill the units. That is the problem that we're seeing right now as Roaches and Lings destroy the natural. Meanwhile, the attack on the front line did happen. Roaches and Lings sacrificing themselves, leaving nothing but the very fragile Ravagers behind. But it looks like it did so much damage. It did enough damage combined with the natural attack. Most of the Ravagers end up surviving to be reinforced with Ling Roach. Raynor maxing out pretty much as fast as you can, I guess, nowadays. Kind of still, he still got the, like, you know, drunken master thing going on. I mean, Classic didn't know what part of the scouting he did to actually prepare for. And even though he eventually figured out that it was going to be a Massling Roach Ravager attack, he had no idea about the Roaches hitting into his natural. This aggressive Blink 4 does take out over half of the Ravagers, but so many reinforcements and a lot of Stalkers lost their lives to do that. The natural still not cleaned up. Classic supply is no longer the gap that is acceptable for Protoss players, because they also have Storm, they also have Archons, they have a couple of Immortals. This is a gap that screams Raynor will bring us to a game number 5 as he also prepares to transition. He is not fully all in here. He was on 4 bases. This gold was an attempted 5th. Finally gets up and running. He also has a 6th that's providing him larva. He had it on an infestation pit, but he's not even quite moving up to a hive as of yet. Doesn't need to. He could end the game by maxing out. He's at twice the supply of his opponents, and it is just Blink Stalkers. If there's 100 Blink Stalkers, that'd be cool, but there isn't. GG's, game number 5. As Raynor throws down every tech that he can. What am I gonna do? You don't know. What? Check. Massling Roach. And those oracles, they died scouting for the intention of the Spire. But by dying for the scout and the Spire, they weren't available for stasis traps, which absolutely could have helped. And obviously they weren't there for the revelation that would have said, hey, that doesn't look like a fully maxed out Roach Ravager army. What's going on here? I wonder where the rest of the army is. Oh, thank you. I had some guy make the transitions. Full series of their Mary Sue? Am I the Mary Sue? Is Raynor the Mary Sue? As much as I do think myself perfect, I don't know if I'm in the Mary Sue territory. Oh, Raynor is, okay. Well, he is perfect. Raynor and Aerith from Final Fantasy VII are just indistinguishable to me. They're both Mary Sues. See if we can fit an ad so we don't get a Game 5 ad. I had to remake the lobby anyway. Perfectly timed on those ads. Did you guys know your first win of the day for each race grants bonus experience points? We're in a game number 5 of this winner's match of Group A of Maestros of the Game 2. In the top right, we have Basilisk's Rainer. And in the bottom left, it is Virtus Pro's Classic. Maestros of the Game going to be playing out the groups for the next 4 days, including today. And then the playoffs lead into the Paris finals weekend, I guess is what you call it. It's not just the finals, but yeah. An offline end of the tournament in Paris, France. I wonder... I guess EWC starts in July? So I guess this is happening before everyone's over there for EWC. Well, probably people are going to be over there preparing for EWC. Because if you didn't hear, EWC does not have StarCraft. Womp womp. But it is going to be in Paris, which would have been way more fun. Oh well. You didn't know? You didn't know? You've been missing out on so many unlocks. It unlocks skins. It unlocks portraits. It unlocks... I think that's kind of it, actually. It's been a long time since I don't think I ever cared about experience points, actually. Even when I was boosting my war chest. I guess that's what it was used for. Back in the good old days. EWC with proper jinx after the games. Yeah. Not only that, the French crowd would be amazing for StarCraft. They're very, very interested in StarCraft. Well, the experience points would show up anyway, regardless if you have enough of them. But yes, a real pro gamer move is to keep experience points on, even if you don't care about them, so you can see that the unit died in the fog of war. Pro gamer move. So this best of 5, leading up to a game 5, sounds like it'd be pretty epic. It's been some interesting games. Classic, mostly depending on some cute differences in the early game to really differentiate the builds. Blink versus Charge was a difference. It was not a big enough difference. It's Rainer who's really mixing and matching and grabbing everything he possibly can. Really grabbing almost everything he could in the last game. But just because Ling, Roach, Ravager worked once does not mean it's going to work again. I mean, really, the way that that worked out, kind of 1 in 1,000 games. Just because specifically you had the Oracles basically misscout and die in the process of misscouting, which is never a guarantee. In fact, it's almost always more so that they don't see the Spire. And then there's a lot of complications with that, of course. But that they are still aware that it is a possibility. Because that is one of the things that if it surprises Protoss could be, most deadly. But to have so much of the attention of like what could come next on a potential Spire and then not have the Oracles for the revelations of the army movement, that just doesn't happen that often. And the Classic's gonna have to be very careful with how he uses the Oracles. I mean, there's so many other games that have happened with Classic, I'm sure, literally with him, where his lack of emphasis on the Oracle Scout has killed him. Where he did not force them to the back of the base to scout the nook and crannies that could hold a Spire. But it's never that simple. 200, a potentially small investment for the kind of trickery that it pulled. Oracles are going to find 3 more drones again, almost 4. Nice little cancel right there. Twilight Council and Forge yet again. Charge this time around. The Stalkers didn't really help him out. I mean, I don't think they would have necessarily been bad against the composition that Raynor had. They definitely can be used in that engagement. Charge Storm. It worked out for Classic more so. This is White Rabbits. I haven't really checked out a lot of the maps, which are newish, I suppose, but kind of old maybe for people at this point. I don't think there's any, there's no gold on this map. Yeah. Fun little middle base, though, that's blocked by rocks. You can break down. All the gas is being taken as we once again get into a very quick storm. Raynor's Lair's popping on up. Just 2 extra gases for him so far. As more and more drones get pumped out. Raynor has been, I mean, pretty good about denying the oracles. Certainly it was at game 2. You really see how much emphasis he was putting on denying the oracles from scouting him. And then even when they did get past the queens, they lost their lives. Making sure the spire was actually being built. So in this case, they again do not see an evolution chamber. Not that you would know exactly what the upgrade is. Could be +1 melee. Could be the +1 missile, and we do see the Roachborn is here, but this Roachborn could be protective. This could be defensive. Raynor has already done that in this series. Built a Roachborn and then built 0 roaches from it. I think that was also game 2. Surprisingly, a couple probes just went down, and a Zealot. Raynor's gonna grab whatever he can, but this is just mostly for scouting, which sees army coming in from what has got to be the 4th base. That is why they were there. And checking that Plastic is doing another defensive play as an Oracle goes down on the backside of the main base. This one is going to meet 3 queens, try and find some middle path out, and by doing that, it does see that, hey, you actually did build roaches. You have not gone up to 80+ drones on a 5th base. You know, as you double expand, excuse me, you are going into mass roach. That's a pretty damn important scout. And a bit unfortunate, too. Because it's kind of this weird thing where, well, first of all, the roaches could have moved away, I suppose. But maybe you still would have seen that the roach speed would have been researched, and then that still tells you, right? Maybe if the queens hadn't been there, the Oracle does just go ahead and go out to freedom! Freedom! And doesn't actually see the growing roach counts or the roach speed being researched at all. But it is definitely going to be a lot of roaches. Ling Roach, +1 missile done. Pneumatized Carapace. Going to have some roach drops. I actually don't know how these 2 armies met over here. If Classic must have been the one to send this army over first, right? It's possible that Raynor thought it might just be the Adepts that he knew were alive with those Lings that scouted that, so that they were nipped in the bud, didn't do exactly what they're about to do, which is go after the drones. Or it's possible he saw the Zealots moving across with them at some point and I missed it. But Roach Ravager has been formed, moving across the map. Not nearly as much of a linear path to your opponent's base with your own linear expansions providing faster reinforcements on this map, is it? A tweak here to the style from Raynor is that he has brought the queens. Overlord comes in, lots of Overlords for all the creep spread. Blink is almost on. Charge has been done, but we've moved over into a more Blink Stalker emphasis. 2 Immortal is going to be fantastic, but no, it's not. Losing High Templars. Raynor sees an opportunity and divvies up the forces to go after them. The last few storms did injure some of the army, but maybe not nearly enough. Raynor is quite the supply lead, but it is deceptive. Immortal still packing a punch. One of them on the front lines could be targeted down, but Raynor doesn't see an opportunity to push forward and disengages. Back to a couple transfuses, back to more reinforcements. Hello, Immortal. What you doing here? Thank you for the freebie. That was an odd rally. Even still, it took him quite a few volleys to actually kill it, and meanwhile, Classic is building more and more +2 Blink Stalkers. Which, yeah, last game they was already done. The Classic was dead. But actually, +2 Stalkers are very good. And he's got a good number of them. Bolstered by Archons and Immortals. Lots more Ravagers coming in, however. That is a scary Ravager count. But Raynor's not going to have the easiest time reinforcing, even with a little bit of a creep highway having been built. It looks like Classic is going to choose to sacrifice the base. And I think that's got to be something you respect. He doesn't have any storms as of yet. Hasn't recharged it. The storms are very much necessary. He does not. Oh, he actually did. He barely had one. Still waiting on another one. I'm clicking. Well, now he's going to get 3 more. As soon as Raynor backs away, that's 3 more High Templars with Storm. There's a recharge on one. Another Immortal is going to join into the fray as well. Raynor only 30 supply ahead. That's all an army. That's actually not impressive at all. 1 gateway falls, but going to lose a handful of Ravagers because of it. Raynor seeing this game 5 crumble before him, honestly. That's an aggressive blink. That is an aggressive blink. But could always fall back to the Storm, so maybe he loses a couple of Stalkers on the front line. He did kill Ravagers and Roaches. Invitation Pit's on the way. More drones are on the way. Raynor, on his last game of this series, does have a second chance in the elimination match. Is going to try and play out a macro game. It's not going to look pretty. Classic did lose a 4th, so it's not black and white. Problem is that Classic is building a very good army, and Raynor's army has gotten much worse as time has gone on. Gonna barely be able to match the upgrades. And even then, it's still just not great to see Roach Ravager up against Storm, Stalker, Immortal. Raynor doing a good job making sure to take the engagements, you know, kind of like, not even take the engagements, just pseudo take the engagements on the front line, but now is forced to pull back a bit. A couple of Zealots, killed a couple of drones. This is where Raynor does not want to be. He doesn't want to be defending a very important base for him while the Stalkers just roam around the outside of his creep, blinking, storming, blinking back again. More storms reinforcing. You know, this is where it gets ugly. He might have to sacrifice this base himself, but he does not have another 5th base to fall back to. Still not at a good drone count either, despite having upped the drone count recently. Only at 67. That's abysmal. Classic has rebuilt the 4th base just about, and a 72 probes waiting to get on top of it and get back to mining. Good Storm in the heart of the Zerg army. Raynor is trying to get to a better Zerg army. Hydras are coming in here, but they're also vulnerable to Storm. He really would love to have some lurkers, but if he gets to them, it'll be when his economy is in, well, further shambles. 10 more drones die. 5th base died. Classic knows that he's got Raynor here in game 5. He could easily move on if he just plays this without any major mistakes. A couple of Roaches who manage to bypass their army. Maybe an Overlord drop, send him into the main base. It's something, but it's not a lot. Six lurkers are available now, but what they can do is defend the 3rd. They cannot defend the 4th. I'm not even sure they can defend the 3rd. That is a lot more Protoss than it is Zerg. Oh, he was hold positioning them. Raynor trying to bring back a very, very difficult game with some clever tactics. Hold position lurkers. But there was an observer there, so that didn't work. GG's. Raynor will win this best of 5. Move on to the playoffs of the Maestros of the Game 2. And then Raynor has to wait for the winner of Maru versus Trigger, which will be our next match. Some TVP. Is Trigger in Korea? Okay, thank you. So we'll head over to Asia. Back in my day, you had to buy a whole new copy of StarCraft to get on the Asian server. God, the amount of political ads is getting to be a little crazy. Damn, wasn't Raynor up like 60 supply? Yeah, Roach Ravager is not good supply. I see Maru is on Asia, but where are the rest of everyone? The good old days? Yeah. This is that is the earliest of the good old days. The earliest you could possibly get. Because they changed that pretty quickly. Then I could complain about having no region hopping button. It used to be that you had to fully exit StarCraft, get back to the launcher, click your server, and then log in. And then they introduced the region chooser button, and then they accidentally deleted it in a patch. And I thought it was because there's something like legitimately wrong with it, but it was apparently just an accident. Someone deleted that line of code. You're a youngin'. You've only been watching StarCraft for 8 years. What do you even know about it? I'm just kidding. That's what happens with the StarCraft people. It's like, this is one of our newest players. Oh, how long have they been playing? 10 years. StarCraft 1 is the best. Brood War is the best. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I see that. And I mean, I know, you know, I'm not saying that you are like this, but a lot of times when I see people say that Brood War is the best, or I see them compare StarCraft 2, in the back of my mind, I'm always like, this is just the hipster take. This is just what makes them sound unique and special. Thought the only way to go see pro tournaments was to buy tickets. He didn't know about live streaming. We bounce around people who don't play the game now, so 8 years makes you a mega boomer. Games are pretty great. Oh, just to be clear, I think Brood War is a better game in some respects. I think the what's the word? The absoluteness that people talk about Brood War being better and being a game that never is bad, I think that is just, that's the talk that I'm just like, I'm not even sure you actually watch that much Brood War. Of course, Artosis would always say it's amazing and beautiful and blah blah blah. So there's you know, there's different types of folks, but people will like, they'll watch like the most amazing games of ASL because they like Tastosis, and they'll hear Tastosis break down Brood War strategies, let's be real, with far more depth than StarCraft 2. And they'll equate that to StarCraft 2 not being as interesting because they're not hearing those commentators necessarily provide as much detail. They're seeing all of the meh games that occur when you have a billion online tournaments happen all the time. Like, it just, that's what bothers me. Not that I think Brood War is actually a worse game. It's like, I could say that I think it is a better game in a lot of aspects, but it's just people are so gung-ho. And I feel like some of them are just trying to be cool, some of them are just trying to be smart, some of them are absolutely biased by what I just described. Some of them are just like following Big Brother, or like someone they respect says that, and so they're like, that's my point of view too. And then there's some people who are very much just, they just like it and they think it is better. Of course. How clunky the game is both the best and worst thing about it. Absolutely. For sure. There's a lot of reasons. Like, that is absolutely why, you know, the game isn't, as you're pointing out, the collision boxes, you know, it kind of makes the units naturally spread out. There's basically an ingrained mechanic in Brood War that makes this really nice. The farther ahead you are in the game, the harder it is to stay far ahead in the game. By the 12 worker limitation, the non-multi-building selection limitation, and the economy. And it's not because you started with 4 workers. That's not the part of the economy that makes that happen. I also really feel like people just, you know, some people just don't realize how many bad games of Brood War there can be, and how many bad metas of Brood War there have been. As I was telling people a couple days ago in my history research, there was actually an entire OSL that people were they just throughout the OSL said these are really boring games. These are not good games. By the end of the OSL, everyone said that was a really terrible OSL. That was not a fun tournament to watch. And I feel like for some starry-eyed Brood War hipster fanatics, that is like, ooh. Kalaris was the Asmongold of StarCraft 2? What is that? That has never been a thing. You mean because he played World of Warcraft? What? When you compare someone to someone like that, you really gotta specify what the fuck you're comparing. I just think this person's a lot like Hitler. What do you mean? Oh, I just mean they have that like kind of funny mustache. Oh. Interesting fake fact. Someone said StarCraft 2 was a better game. I haven't tried Bar. Bar just looks so uninteresting to me. I took a look at it and I was like, I don't get why people think this looks good. But I haven't tried it. I don't care about trying it. Saying anything negative about Brood War getting up some people's black books? Yeah, that is true. But yeah, it's obviously a great game. It's just not as perfect as some people think it is. Yeah, that's what I've heard. It's more like Supreme Commander. You gotta get Apollo playing it again. I gotta play an ad, guys. We're getting in the lobby. StarCraft 2 ZVZ blows ZVZ, Brood War ZVZ out of the water. I agree with that. I think, I don't really know about PvP. PvP is pretty interesting, but ZVZ and TVT, I think, are actually massively improved in StarCraft 2. Don't get me wrong, both are interesting in actually kind of opposite ways, right? Like ZVZ and Brood War is very interesting on a lot of the super, super detailed stuff that can change. And then Brood War TVT is interesting in just like how amazing it is that these two guys are playing such this like macro gigantic fucking boring. TFT for, you know, an hour. Alright. We are getting into a new best of 5, and whoo boy! Legacy of the Void only has macro games. Top right, it is on sides Maru. And the bottom left, we do have Basilisk's Trigger. He's in Korea. It's the best of 5 for the losers match. Whoever loses this is out of Maestros of the game. Whoever wins goes on to face Rainer. And Maru thinks this is the patch. Maru's like, I have 8 workers, I got a cheese. This is how that works, right? This is the one-to-one aspect that people are talking about. Wait, it's not the patch? Oh, no. No, it can still work. Second SCV has come along, by the way, so we got ourselves 2 racks. I love that Pig, like, literally has put these straw men that we're making, we're all, like, I think we agree that we're both being, comical. Extreme for comedy. But I love that he puts the straw men into his videos by himself. Anyway. It is Maru, and Maru does do cheeses... not more often than most other Terrans, but more often than the other high-tier Terrans that we see. Clem. He does a little more, you know? Tech labs. Tech labs. Maru has been proxying barracks for more than half of his life. It's crazy. Trigger did Probe Scout eventually, not the fastest Probe Scout here. Doesn't get to change his Nexus build into a 1-base build, which isn't really what you want to do anyway. But he does scout. He does scout. He then scouts the direction of where the Marauders will be coming in from. Maru with the jig up, you know, do something now. Has to kind of do something now. So this is before Marauder Slow is done. But oh no, please don't drop. Please, oh god. Not with the micro. Stargate as the... oh! It's a proxy Stargate, that's why. I was like, is he gonna build a Void Ray? What is he? I mean, that's not the worst thing I've ever heard of. Okay, alright. But no, it's a proxy Stargate. This might backfire, though. He actually is gonna need something more back at home than a shield battery and a Stalker at a time. Marauder Slow is almost done, guys. One Marauder barely doesn't go down. Another Marauder joins up. You know, if you keep your Marauders alive, you also get to a point where you start to, you know, like 2 or 3 shot the Stalkers. So when they're slowed, they're definitely dead. You know what I mean? Or we're kind of already there. 4 Marauders still alive. Shield battery out of juice. Replacement 1 not done. Probes being pulled, but not getting us around. What I'm talking about. Like, Trigger's going to need more than just 1 Stalker at a time. A shield battery and a high ground. That doesn't cut it. And now his Void Ray, which, you know, actually would have helped in this situation, is not going to help. Is he going to recall it? No. It is going to kill all the SCVs, I guess. Well, it's going to chase the SCVs. But this is not a game that I think Trigger wins. Shockingly, Maru could start building Marines. As he scouts the Stargate and sees a Void Ray being produced. He actually cancels the factory, probably because he figures it wouldn't finish. He might build that elsewhere to get himself a Cyclone. And when he gets a Cyclone, then he can deal with the Void Ray. Or even a Widow Mine is fine too. Actually emphasizes combat shields, which I think is quite good. He knows that his Marines are going to be the reaction to the Void Ray. An Oracle is going to come out as well, and that's scarier, actually. But by the time the Oracle comes out, we will have 6 Marines. And then by the time it engages, we'll have, 20 Marines? Unless somehow Maru loses his command center without having 400 minerals, I do not believe Trigger can win this game. Can Marauders shoot up? They cannot. But that's okay. They don't have to. I wish I could make this really hype and exciting, but I just do not believe that it is. We are not into base race territory. Oracle finds the Marines, which actually gets a little awkward. Marines decide... excuse me. God. Marines decide not to engage. They were playing Ring Around the Rosie all the time if they did that. They're just going to go ahead and come back and kill the Void Ray. With combat shields, I think that'll be enough. I mean, you don't often talk about how many Marines with combat shield are needed to kill a Void Ray, but Void Rays are not particularly good. A Void Ray and an Oracle, though, that is a bit different. I don't know. I don't know. This is a little sketch. Like, I would not be doing this, that's for sure. And as you can see, like, technically the Void Ray outranges the Marines. This is, again, not micro you often talk about. But it does, so this is how a Void Ray could theoretically work. But hey, there's Big Papa Cyclone. That factory finished up in a safer location. And as long as Cyclone is micro, there you have it. That's what Maru was building up to. GG's. Why didn't we focus the pylon? It would have brought him too close, I think, to the Void Ray. Would have committed his Marines to the attack. But regardless, he was waiting for the Cyclone. If only Chigger's main might not have 15 minutes. He'd totally recover. Maru was Reaper all-inning before Trigger was born. Almost. I think Maru is older, but not by much. Maru is the youngest champion, I believe. TY, also previously known as Baby, was also exceptionally young. And in terms of what was more impressive, TY getting into a Kespa team when he was, 12, or Maru getting into GSL when he was 12. I would say it, TY actually is a little more impressive, but Maru ended up winning more stuff faster in his young age. TY took a couple of years. Whoops. There we go. So that best of 5 started off with a bang. Hey, now we're on X-Arc. I haven't seen this map before. In the top left, it's a 4-player map. I was told these could not exist without a lower worker count. In the top left, it is Basilisk's Trigger. And in the top right, it is Maru from Onside. Which, this is just, I'm gonna, because we don't have an SCD being sent out, the things that people say are the results of worker counts. I feel like they just weren't there, or they don't remember that people were already complaining about the exact same thing with the lower worker count. Like, no, people were already getting tired of 4-player spawn maps in Wings of Liberty. They did exist in Heart of the Swarm. But they also were like, we don't want to play on these ones. And then they were like, well, how about some 3-player maps? Then Merry-Go-Round and Catalina was there. Some matchups played it, but not really Protoss so much. Hey, I need to get, what's-his-face from Power Rangers. I need that on my soundboard. Anyway, I think the idea of 4-player maps, I would love for them to make a return. I think there's other ways to potentially compensate for difficulties when it comes to, Protoss being unfair. They get the short end They are the ones that need to scout for this potential 12 pool, which obviously not in this game. And it's something that, you know, is worth looking into again for map diversity, but I just don't think worker change fixes that. Remember TVZ wasn't reactor Halley in 3CC Ever game? that's all, it's just, like, that wasn't one of the first builds I ever learned trying to play Terran, like... Classic 1 versus Raynor. So Raynor is waiting in the decider match for these two. I mean, I know there's, yeah, there's definitely opinions where like a 4-player map that's forced cross-spawn or, you know, certain spawns is not, like, why make a 4-player? I think it's still kind of interesting. It kind of makes at least something look different. And for, honestly, a lot of stuff, just like if it looks different, then it is different. This is a very interesting map, by the way. Let's really look. Let's take a moment to say Morrow is 3CCing. He is going for a bit of a risky game here, assuming that Trigger isn't doing any type of extreme. So if Trigger was going for an extreme 4 gates, let's say, like very dedicated 4 gate, then this could be troublesome. Even then, 3CCs have held against 4 gates. And as we can already see, basically, like, this is not what Trigger is doing. He might 4-gate from here, but it's not the most streamlined 4-gate, because he bothered to get a shield battery. Because this is such a weird freaking... Alright, so you got your main base, which has so much space, by the way. Then you got your minerals over here to get down there, and then you got this choke with the rocks. Then you got this other one that's blocked by minerals. I believe this means that workers can go through it, right, when it looks like this. What else you got? So Trigger has not scouted, by the way. Oh, he guys scouted cross and then vertical. Oh, it's so unlucky. He Nexus first. His hallucination, thankfully, is going to know where to go, and he will scout that as a 3CC. But like I said, you can't react to the 3CC so much. And no, I don't believe a low worker change would change that, but if you were already going into a 4-gate, which actually whoa. He was going into 4 gateways, and now he's adding on more gateways. Then yes, you could go and try and kill him. Okay, I'm very... Why add the extra gateways? I can understand, like, maybe a 5th gateway. I don't actually know how much you can afford. I've never personally tested it. Can you afford 6? Am I counting this right? 6? Yeah. There's no gateway. That's just that won't be it. I guess you can afford 6 if you really have no alternative plan. Which I guess a 4-gate, even if it ends up losing, has some way of macroing out. It's not a good way. Huh. Okay. All right. All right. Well, whether it was a 4-gate or a 6-gate, apparently, this has a chance to kill Maru for sure. But we've also seen 3CC defend. What's interesting about this 3CC is that Maru did not go 3 barracks, a factory, and a starport. He went into 5 barracks. Interesting. Possibly to go ahead and counter someone who might 4-gate him, or again, in this case, 6-gate him. He pulls the SCVs to send this initial engagement running, which usually this would be buying time from medevacs, but that's not this game. So yeah, but it buys time. What is the derping that's going on right here, by the way? It buys time for so many more Terran units. He's gonna maybe need to pull the workers again. Oh no, never mind. Marauder slows down as well. +1 has been done. Combat shields has been done. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. Yeah, alright, well. See, if Trigger had responded to scouting the 3CC by maybe playing very macro, let's say he was already going 2-gate 3rd Nexus, then I could definitely see problems with having 5 barracks as opposed to your typical 3-1-1. But this really does seem like Morrow is like, if you're going to try and attack me in any way, shape, or form, I'm going to kill you. And even if, just to be clear, even if Trigger was macroing instead of all-inning, a 5 racks could still threaten a move-out, even though they wouldn't have the technology alongside of it. And that's very interesting. That is still a lot of stalkers. Damn, you can rebuild when you have 6 gateways, apparently. SCVs once again having to be pulled, but you got 3 CCs to fall back to. Still a lot of Marauders, relatively healthy. Still got all these upgrades. Stalkers without their shields, dying now. And the blink on top of the Warpers and Micro, I don't think is quite going to be enough. That one, you have 5 barracks pumping out units. Although, triggers just a couple extra stalkers with every warp in that you simply do not expect. It's making this a tug of war. Mario is down to 32 workers. He's not rebuilding them, obviously, but he's got mules, slapping those down. He's about to have +1 armor to help out, too. Even a Widow Mine gonna come to help out. The Zealots are taken out. Not a bad idea to include them to tank Marauder damage. These Marauders do not kill them very fast at all. But finally, it's taken a much longer time, but finally we have Medivacs on the field. And that is when a big power spike happens for Terran. This is when the bio should win, assuming that it hasn't been whittled down enough. But that is the question. Are there enough Marauders with the 2 Medivacs to win out? With 1-1 against the number of Stalkers here. 16 Stalkers still available, more than half of them without shields. And we're still pumping. We're still pumping the Stalkers, man. We still got enough minerals, apparently, to do this. Zealot tries to bait out the Widow Mine. Now counter micro from Maru, who still has a lot of Marauders. Obviously a little bit healthier than last time, but the first Medivac's are out of juice. The second, third Medivac is still helping. The Marauders are tanky enough with the 1-1. Damn, this was close. Both of them really pushing the limits of the usual 3cc versus Stalker aggression, you know? These SCVs have to be pulled again. And if these SCVs die and Trigger doesn't, we are getting to a concerning SCV count. For so much of this battle, it's been like, yeah, the SCV, like, I got enough. I got 3cc, like, it's fine. We're almost to the concerning point. Almost, I said. The SCVs did not die, so not quite there yet. I do think a bunker earlier on would have helped tremendously, but we're getting it now. A lot of Marauders have already gone down, guys. SCVs are falling. 4 Marauders are left over. We have not been able to afford a Marauder in some time. Only Marines being pumped out as Maru tries to replace the SCVs, as he's also recognized the problem. 11 SCVs, 12 SCVs are dead, 13 are dead. The Stalkers all super low. Oh, good lord. Is Trigger doing it? Is Trigger winning with this? Mara went 5 racks barracks, which I actually don't think we're ever all... I don't know how long they've actually all been pumping. 100%. Even when before he lost SCVs. Anyway, then the 1-1 upgrades. Now we have Medivacs helping out, but the SCVs once again have to be pulled. 22 of them, 23 of them die. Mara was probably a bit of disbelief. He's like, wait a second, this is illegal. The bunker has finished. Trigger is taking that into account. Now forced to take a different approach to this engagement, but that's what Blinkstalkers are good at. Blinkstalkers pretty good at finding a different angle. SCVs once again having to be pulled. I mean, this is supposed to be such a good Terran army, but it's just too much Protoss. The more SCVs pulled from the natural. These are the last SCVs, y'all. They are down to just mules. Trigger is going to win game 2. The 6 gate works against the 5 racks 3cc. I don't think that was what was supposed to happen. At all. Trigger. Word to God. He does it. Wow. Wow. I'm in a little bit of disbelief. I feel like Mara was too. That's why he tapped out kind of late. I think when the bunker being built, I think was the hint of an oh shit. Up until that point, he probably really believed that the tug of war was going to go in his favor, as it inevitably does. Like in the similar situations, I'm consistently building from my barracks and my starport against Stalkers. So many other games that look like that, the tug of war would eventually be won by the bio Medivac. But 2 extra gateways. 2 extra gateways and, well, maybe just, you know, the overconfidence from Maru. He could have built a bunker as soon as he realized what the build was. And a bunker would have been so difficult for Trigger to kill. Arguably, he could have also went for a tank. He could have, and this is real hindsight 2020. This is really looking at that game again. But arguably, he could have gone for a tank instead of a reactor on the starport and gotten 1 medevac and a tank, and that might have been better. But it's all hindsight 2020. Because I think he already built in stalker protection to his build when he went for 5 barracks. At least that's what he thought he was doing. Interesting stuff here. Bottom right of 10,000 feet, we have Trigger. Top left, who's like, fuck that macrogam. It's Maru. By the way, just because we're all being snarky here, that is a new and improved way of looking at Stalkers versus Terran Greed. And we didn't have to change the worker count. Excuse me while I snooze some ads here. Here we go. Well, 6 gate, I think, is very much... I guess you're right. I didn't even think about that, but as soon... Yeah, you're right. You're right. The PVZ 6 gate 2 base is absolutely a thing. But yeah, I didn't even... Like, I was like, can you really afford it? Yeah, obviously you can. It does happen in PVZ. It's just so uncommon to see it in TVP. It was like seeing a new build. So another 2 racks from Maru. Trigger's handling of it was not great. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that Trigger has played against a Marauder proxy where that proxy Stargate works. Just because we have had so many times where Marauder proxy, okay, I said it right, is a meta. Like, I can't remember exactly when it last happened, but I absolutely recall a discussion where people were asking, is it too strong of a build? Nothing really got changed about it, but it kind of just fizzled. So Trigger must have experimented against it, and at some point the proxy Stargate worked. I'm not sure how, other than the Terran isn't as aggressive early on. So Trigger is able to hole up in his main base more, but anyway. I don't think he'll do this again once he realizes. Thank God it wasn't me. And thank God this happens before the Marauders show up. But what I wanted to point out is that Trigger did scout eventually in the first game. To give him a little bit of a heads up, he is not scouting at all right now. And if you're not scouting at this point, I think you're just not scouting. So this is very bad news. Funka's cutthroat. You're out of here, Cosmos. Them to brakes. Alright. So like I was pointing out, Trigger has not sent a probe to scout. He has no idea that he is being proxied. And this should kill him. Can't put it any other way. This is supposed to kill someone who does not scout it. Oh, and the Adept even runs into the Marauder. Nyang. Nyang. Second Adept is on the way. Adepts versus Marauders is kind of funny. They both don't kill each other very fast. But what you want here is generally Stalker count building and then a shield battery building and probes getting us around would also be ideal. Not going to happen here. Maru just pulls back. Marauder slow is now done. Pull that weakened one back when it gets a little weaker, but again, Adepts versus Marauders don't kill each other very quickly. SCV was killed, so Bunker's useless. Shield battery is done in the main. Void Ray is being built. And that is something to consider here, guys. Trigger was able to get to a Stargate, and so when he realized, hey, those are Marauders, he went into a Void Ray. It takes so long, even with a double chrono, however, that all of the probes are dead. And I wonder if 3 probes are enough to win this game. Not gonna do the caster thing and call it before it's really over. But I don't know, you guys. 2 Nexus would usually be invaluable to recovering, and if he had 8 workers, he could be building 2 probes at a time. Nothing else, to be clear. Nothing else, but 2 probes at a time. He does not have that. And the thing is like, I actually don't know how this is supposed to go, but I know that Void Ray wasn't supposed to get trapped by Marines. Ugh. As long as the Void Ray is denied damage to the economy of Maru, which a bunker also does the trick, so yeah, then this really should be Maru's game. I love that he's getting the Cyclone upgrade as if this is somehow going to turn into like a proxy Void Ray situation. Remember that? Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember when all Protoss versus Terran was proxy Void Rays? And it wasn't because we reduced the workers to 8? Yeah, this Void Ray might actually die. It does, and then it's got to be game over. It is. GG's. Maru. EDT 2 Raxes, and Trigger doesn't scout it. So, that's what happens. GG's. Poor Trigger. It's actually what I got the French commentators to rant about at Home Story Cup. I was like, you know, just choose something that really angers you. And Funka was just like, this fucking proxy Void Ray shit. Alright, ads are gonna play. That was game 3, so I thought there'd be a break. Maybe there won't. Cosmos needs a minute anyway. Oh, no. Triggers, it's 5 a.m. Let's fucking go. Let's go. So that means, alright, it's still gonna play out, but, even if it's another proxy, you guys will see the action. How do I not have the correct scene? Such a bad streamer. Best of 5 could be done here. As we have an SCV on the way. In the bottom left, it is Maru. In the top right, it is Trigger. And Trigger could be in some trouble, guys. Maru has found the weakness. It worked once against a later scout. It's definitely worked against a no scout. You gotta assume this time around Trigger scouts quickly, but it's not a pylon scout. So it's not the quickest. It is a gateway scout. It is a gateway scout. Okay, alright. This is still possible, guys. This is okay. Trigger needs to have a still stellar defense against... Oh, this is not a Marauder proxy. No. Maru, I mean, I have some faith in the double Marauder proxy, even if the Protoss sees it coming. But Maru's like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. I am still gonna freak this guy out. I am gonna proxy, but it's not gonna be Marauders. And the probe will be able to see this, get in and see the actual gases, the initial heart attack. It's like, oh my god. Oh, okay. Well, maybe it's not so bad. It's also not even in particularly... Is he gonna proxy other stuff here? No. Okay, good. Yeah, no, because that would be silly. No one would proxy all of their buildings. Now, because I was pointing out, this isn't even in a scary Reaper area. Usually, if you're gonna really try and do a lot of damage to the proxy Reaper, you put it near the Reaper ledge, which it would have completed. But then, oh no, he is gonna do it. He is gonna do it. This is why I was like, either this is just to freak him out, and he doesn't actually care that much about the proxy Reaper, or he is going to use the complete randomness of the location to further proxy. And a lot of the times, you know, the pro gamers, they can kind of get into a rhythm, they can expect a certain type of game, so they might actually leave with the probe before scouting and confirming that there is not a factory. In this case, Trigger didn't do that. Trigger already was like pointing, like knowing that, hey, that factory's late if it is coming down, and then he comes back again and says, I didn't miss seeing the factory built behind the mineral line. So good on him for checking that. This means that a factory has also been proxied. Would not be crazy to also assume the starport's being proxied, and that is exactly what's happening. We are back into, I want to say maybe 2016's. It was either 2016 or 2018. It wasn't the BlizzCon that I was there, is the thing. I think it was 2016's meta, where all of the Terran builds versus Protoss were all proxied. Like, literally everything was proxied. And Maru kind of infamously dipped out of the tournament in 03. It was very disappointing. That might have been 2018, actually. Okay, that sucks. Wood of Mine instantly gets a shot, and then is going to buy some time for the second Wood of Mine. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do it again. Oh my god, it did it again. Oh no. Not like this. One Wood of Mine will die, but this has already gained quite a lot. I mean, well, a couple of Stalker kills does not make up for the fact that Trigger does have a second Nexus. But as far as the exact exchange of Wood of Mine v Stalker, Stalkers are more expensive. Medevac has popped out, picks up the Wood of Mine that did survive. The other one, I think, was canceled. Yep, says, it's not really working. One Wood of Mine will get one probe, and then not be picked up, and then it can't be picked up. The Medevac will die if he picks it up. Oh, the shot went on the Wood of Mine. It was so dangerous. Oh no, Cosmos. I'm assuming it's Cosmos that's causing these problems. Banshee follow-up, by the way. So he picked up the starport, and I think Trigger saw... No, he didn't see that, okay. But then, yeah.
Game paused.
Okay, alright, it is not me. So this must have been the entire thing. I thought it was me. That's why I restarted StarCraft, but I think it's Cosmos. I'm not gonna point a finger. I'm not gonna be a snitch. But I mean, actually, it could still technically be me. I just
Game resumed.
hopefully that fixed it. So proxy Banshee, proxy Secret Banshee. Is there anything coming across the map that's actually going to see the main base? No. Another one of mine drop it to the main. Thankfully, Trigger is paying attention. Will only allow one probes to... Traitor! Traitor probe. 3 probes die. But Stalkers are in the main base. They do not have Blink, but do they need it? So many SCVs are going to die here. That is a good corralling of the Stalkers. Good surround with the SCVs. The 3 barracks are now building units, but yeah. This was it was a risky push-up into that main. No matter how many calculations you do in your brain as fast as you can in StarCraft, I think everyone would agree that was a risky push-up. But it was a very appropriately timed one, just before the barracks had kicked in and built enough units to punish the Stalkers for that. So 8 SCVs go down. Trigger holds on to a 14 worker lead. 12, yep, that was right. And now is going into his 6-gate charge. Banshees are on the way. Number 1, actually, and number 2 now out. So the first one finds Trigger totally unaware. The Stalkers got into the main, but not deep enough to see that there wasn't a starport over here. Because if he had, he might have been... Okay, well, if it's still proxy, it's going for Banshees. It didn't, so the Observer does pop, but the damage is already being done. Second Banshee appears, starts to ransack the natural as well, and triggers superior economy. Disappears in the blink of an eye. He is still going to go ahead with his 6 gates all in here. It's Zealots, not Stalkers. I don't know if Maru's aware of that. He hasn't seen the makeup of the Protoss army. And tanks are awfully awkward in a situation like this. He needs more of a wall. He does build a little bit of one, but now he realizes, oh my god, it's charge lots. Abandoned ship! Abandoned in the low grounds. These SCVs in particular are going to die. Oh hey, some of them were safe. Nice pick up there. And with a wall on the high ground that he did bother to create, 9 SCVs fall, but Maru does not. Meanwhile, he still has 3 Banshees dipping on in, killing probes when they can. And combine together and suicide, and I think that would actually be pretty good. 2 Banshees just suiciding in for as many probes as they can would probably be worth it at this point. Well, now he has only 2 Banshees, so a little less so perhaps. And well, this one's also getting found out. And he gets a little scouting done and says, there's definitely no 3rd Nexus. As long as I survive here, I think I'm in good shape. And that Marine count is growing. Stim is done. Combat Shields has yet to start. That would be helpful. Supply block as well. Supply drop. Thank God for Terran, am I right? 1 medevac at a time will do the trick as he also builds into the tanks. Trigger has finally dealt with all the Banshees. A 3rd one was made. Are we done now with this starport? I think we are. It's helpful. He can bring the Banshees back and help against charge lots, obviously, so. It's pretty good. You know, Trigger does have a 6-worker lead. That doesn't bode well for Protoss. He does not have a 3rd Nexus. He's not 8 workers ahead, which would be really what you need against the mules now being dropped again. Maru might have done it. The surprise Banshees is really what won this game. Trigger's still looking for opportunities, but it's not really an opening. There's enough bio at this point where, you know, a couple of Zealots going to the main, a couple to the natural ain't gonna cut it. It's kind of gotta be a surround or nothing. And Maru is, now that he knows it is charge lots, he's doing everything you would want against charge lots, except going into reactored Widow Mines, which he might do once he has a little bit of time to think here. He has a little more gas as well. He does need those natural gases. But other than that, no, he's still adding on tanks, okay. But the point is, he's protected behind a wall. Whether it's Widow Mines or tanks coming out, there's all good units. Combat Shield's gonna finish. Even a Viking coming out to help against the Warp Prism shenanigans, which has been recalled home. And Trigger is gonna try and go up into Colossus, but he is still only on 2 bases, and he really needs to think about a 3rd. That is so many Marines. Which is exactly what you want against someone going for mass Zealots. That's a nice force field, but we needed 1 or 2 more. Another stem does have to be used. Now, he's gonna filter his Marines through that little choke there. And it works out. Zealots now derping around the Sim City. Tanks getting plenty of shots off. Missile turret moving the Warp Prism away. Barely survived, which means the Viking will get the last shot. The Trigger's got nothing up his sleeve beyond this. That robotics bay leading to a Colossus is going to be the only army that he has left. As I don't think that was a mule drop. It's just a mule that went to go repair, probably. Yeah, Trigger is out of luck. We even still have some Banshees alive that could go back in. Kill more probes. Or even kill the Sentry here. Could kill the Stalkers. I think they could kill the Stalkers. One of the Banshees was low. One of the Banshees was low, so it's not going to be the Banshees literally winning the game, but the point still stands. Trigger has very few options from here on out. Maru's got all the tools he needs against what Trigger could get to. Maybe he adds on a 3rd CC for safety's sake. I don't think you pull your SCVs here. That would be making the game weird for no reason. There it is. Why can't Colossus headbutt Banshees? They were given this gigantic noggin high up in the sky. And you gotta wonder why. Double medevac drop hitting the main base. Can be taken care of with the army trigger has. With 7 more probes will fall. And I think we can get out of here with the medevacs too. Oh no, that one's gonna go down. Banshee's going to the natural while distraction in the main happens, so goodbye probe line. Another stalker even taken out. Trigger knows that he's pretty much dead, but it is his last game in this tournament. These have been most likely very frustrating games to lose as well. These are the kind of changes we need. These are the big brain changes that can save StarCraft. Marauders shooting up. Colossus headbutting Banshees out of the sky. This is a little awkward. The tanks are not going to be sieged, but tank DPS isn't bad. Banshees, oh no, the Banshees are getting so much damage done. The Stalkers are trying to focus them down. There's just so little anti-air, and we got ourselves almost a mech-looking push here without how many tanks are involved. That is going to be it. Maru, 3-1's trigger, and advances to the decider match versus Raynor. So we are going to get ourselves a little ZVT action today. Still sad for Trigger, obviously. Very entertaining player this time around. He didn't get to do his entertaining tricks. I mean, that 6-gate was very cool. But Maru was faster to the weirdness. I think I'll have some time to BRB, so gonna play some ads. I'll be back and we'll make fun of worker changes. I'm back from outer space. What's your favorite things that come in sets of 8? Octuplets. 8 pieces of chocolate cake. Who cuts a chocolate cake in 8 pieces? You crazy. Do. I might have time to go grab water too, which I probably should. I'm good, I made it. We did well. We did well. Could have gotten just some tap water instead of filter water, but that's for lamos. Anywho, what's up, guys? There's not too much more I can think of that comes in sets of 8. If you guys want to support this tournament, by the way, they do have a crowdfunding website. Here's understanding the bracket. No, you're right. It would have been Trigger if Trigger had won. Would have been Trigger Rainer. Excuse me. What are the problems with the new patch and what would you change if you were David Kim? Instead of the 8 worker change, what do you think would be a good change? In what context? Do you just mean like a fun change, an interesting change? Or what I think would better the game? Specifically to the economy, what would I change? Decrease bunker build time by 1.5 seconds. I hope that meme never dies. As far as fixing the economy, it's actually a discussion I've had with many people, and there's really no answer to it, actually. As sad as that is to say, apparently, like, kind of the closest thing that we could test would be to change the amount of workers that can stack on a mineral field. And the amount of minerals they bring back per trip. Apparently is one of the suggested ways after testing a few other ones. $69 worker start. For me, I think just to make the game fun. Because, I mean, I'm totally fine at this point where people are just like, I want it to be different and fun. Like, if that's all you want, then fine. My problem is that, again, I feel like this is almost like false advertising to me. Like, this is why I get upset. Okay, I'm very emotional about this. Is that I just feel like it's false advertising. Like this like utopia is on the other side of a worker change, and it's like it's not. And even if you're like, it doesn't have to be utopia, it has to be something different. It's only going to be different for months, maybe not even that long. Anyway, I do think things like adding a new unit or significantly changing a current unit would be way more fun. And specifically changing maybe a unit drastically as far as like an early game unit, a mid game unit, and a late game unit. So then people would feel like they're having fun playing something different at all stages. Because if you change like how a carrier works, some people get excited about that. But a lot of people wouldn't. And promoting a lot of games to be, let's rush to carrier because the carrier has changed, is just, no one likes that. And I understand that like adding a new unit is actually like kind of out of the realms of possibility. I don't think it's impossible, like in the literal sense, but this is something that they're not willing to do, and I understand that. It just sucks because I do think it's possible. There are obviously a lot of Brood War models that could be used. There are some units in the campaign that aren't used. There's a lot of testing that would have to be done on them. There'd have to be some amount of visual upgrades and sound upgrades. Reasoning being no skins, I think, is a pretty subpar reason. You can't get back into StarCraft 2 content because of the negativity of the content creators. I feel like, and I don't want to invalidate your feelings, but I feel like it's overblown. Wardy basically is the most outspoken extreme one, saying that he might quit if it comes through. But even though a lot of content creators have been negative, as in they've looked at the patch and said, I don't think this fixes this problem, I don't think this is actually that interesting, I really feel like most of them have just been very honest. You know, like it's not like you're getting 5 different content creators that are making 5 different videos about each individual thing that's so fucking stupid about this patch that they can't even believe it's happening. And they're getting on Twitter and asking everyone to brigade, you know, the Blizzard Twitter. Like, maybe if all the content creators are a little negative about it, maybe there's something to it. But oh, definitely. Oh, for sure that, Avex. Yeah, I don't think you take away a unit. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I would agree with that. Like, that does suck if you suddenly didn't have the skins you bought. For sure. But I'm just more like, if you add a new unit and it doesn't come with skins, then there's plenty of units that don't have skins. That just... Which, by the way, I know some people who just go, like, let's add in the Reaver because it's so fun. I don't actually think that would be much fun at all in StarCraft 2. Yes, by the way, someone asked if Wardy really said that. He did really say that. Yeah, and there's also some content creators who are, you know, totally... For me, it's really... The Artosis and Noah Grip video, I didn't actually watch it, so I shouldn't really speak to it. I know that they're very excited about it, and I know Artosis had a clickbaity title, and he can just be extreme for the sake of his stream, let's be real. But, you know, the change, the thing that, you know, the worst change in Star is just such a... To me, that would be more aggravating to me than anything else. That type of just... blanket, this is why this game sucks, is just... Well, it's wrong, first of all. But especially coming from someone who doesn't really do a lot of StarCraft 2 anymore, I don't know, it feels bad. Anywho, we got ourselves a fresh series. I did not make any bets, so I can go ahead and do that. Assuming that this... Oh, I've also been putting it as best of 5, which is incorrect. My bad. You guys knew what I mean. Let's make new one. Maro versus Rainer. The final best of 5 of the day, guys, for the Group A. Meisters of the game. This is why you don't drink Coke. We got top right on sides Maru. And the bottom left it is Basilisk's Rainer. It was Taste's idea in the first place. I don't think it was his idea in the first place. I could be wrong. Maybe he was the first one that threw out the number 8. But like I had been kind of discussing with other people, as we see a 2 racks, but not proxied. This actually felt like this was kind of like, it's very difficult to tell you exactly who started it. Because I feel like there was a point in time in around 23, 24, where a lot of people started talking more about the good old days of StarCraft, and with that discussion came a discussion about the worker count. And I really don't think it was a single person. Some people reacted to it more than others. But yeah. But if Tasis was like, this is my idea and here's my receipts, I mean, I wouldn't. It's not that important. It is a 2-racks opener, as I was saying, not proxied. It is going to be Reapers. A lot of times if we'd see this, it would be, if you guys can recall, Beyond did this a lot when he would put them on the front. So it is a little interesting that we didn't bother putting them on the front, which would then safeguard your natural a little bit. And any downsides to that has kind of been worked out as far as having your barracks on the front and potential counterattacks that could happen. But regardless, it's still 2 racks, and we could go into 2-on-1 after this. But kind of question is 3cc version or 2 base version. First Reaper shows up. Rainer's like, cool. As expected. This Overlord is seeing a command center. It's a little oddly timed, though. It's not going to try and go into the main. If it does, there could very well be a Marine being built right now. But now he sees 2 Reapers and goes, aha! That is what it is. Already figured it out. The chances of this doing a lot of damage is really quite low. It is a 3rd CC, by the way. But it can happen. Like, technically, 3 Reapers, if they immediately go to the 3rd base hatchery and only attack the 3rd base, could actually get a cancel. That happens so rarely. They usually want to try and get drones first or a queen first. But yeah. So, case in point, trying to get this queen, but not going to be able to do it. Loses 1 Reaper instead. Certainly will not be canceling a hatchery. And Lings are going to be on the way. A little bit later on that speed, but it's not a 3 racks Reaper, which, if it was, that would be problems. He knew it wasn't. He saw a command center. Maybe even overmaking Lings to a certain degree, especially because 1 more is almost dead. Saved. He used the first one, look up the No Regret video. I'm not going to do that while I'm streaming, obviously, so you're going to have to tell me specifically what was said. Did No Regret say, I remember when Tasteless made a video about the 8 worker start? Because I'm pretty sure he never once made a video like that. He might have made a video about worker changes, but I don't know about specifically 8 workers. Happy to have the receipts shown to me. That is a lot of Lings, as I was pointing out. Trying to go for a counter-attack is the end goal, but ooh. That wasn't it. I guess maybe he thought that Hellion could have died? And if he had run away, he would have died anyway? Unfortunately, I didn't look to see what he saw before the Lings got up there, so it's possible he was hoping that it might be a 2-1-1 follow-up. In which case, the factory would have been used just building buildings and not producing 2 Hellions. And then maybe the Lings catch the Marines on the ramp and surround them. Maybe. Even with Hellions, there's always a chance the Terran is not paying attention. So there's also that. That was not the case. There's a loss of Lings and a loss of potential drones, too. Is the worker change Civil War worse than the GOAT Civil War? Yes, in the way that it has more impact on the actual game. Like, nothing really changes when Artosis argues that Rogue is the GOAT. Outside of certain people's opinions of him. But things absolutely change if, the worker count goes through. Group Tumor being denied it again. 3rd CC, it was built long ago, now in location in the triangle situation, which, just to point out, like, this is a pretty far away triangle. Typically, like a more typical setup, I guess. The ramp would be closer here, maybe, and then the 3rd would be more built, like, here. Something like that. It's kind of far away. The double medevac drop hitting around 6 minutes. It's expected. Raynor should be ready for this. He's got 9 queens, 35 lings. Let's be very careful with how he takes the engagement, though. Armory is done. Not just for the Hellbats. We are already moving over into 2-2. Raynor not coming back with the lings is going to have his +1 carapace denied. Restarts it immediately, but can he actually hold against this amount of Marines? No. And the lings are getting taken care of back at home. Raynor just loses. GG. Maru with a little razzle-dazzle, a little different of an opener, sure. But I think Raynor, hindsight 2020, should not have gone for that run by. This was a year ago. This was not the first conversation about worker change. Absolutely not. I looked at the video. It says it was posted 1 year ago. That is not when the worker change conversation started. I mean, it obviously brought a lot of attention to it. That I certainly don't deny. But this is what I mean. Like, I don't blame one particular person. I feel like there was already a lot of, honestly, like, community-made discussion. Like, 1 or 2 people in the YouTube comments were like, well, how about workers? Like, isn't 4 better because of Brood War? And other people were like, well, you know, maybe that's a good idea. And then other people were like, okay, I see that. And then other people started making content around it. I never praise Maru. Jesus fucking Christ. I haven't even cast a Maru game in, like... Did I even cast him at EWC? Has it been like 2 years since I cast Maru or something? And this person's just like... No, I know. ZombieGrub always doesn't give credit to Maru. And God, she's doing it again. This one random fucking tournament she's casting. Well, not random to the community, but just as far as me streaming it. She's fucking doing it again. Good Lord. Now, I admit it. I avoid casting him. Ah! I feel like it's mostly comical to me because I feel like by my lack of casting StarCraft 2, that should at least reward me a clean slate where I do not have habits anymore. You know what I mean? It's like the trends. What are they? You don't know. I haven't cast in the last 6 months. But people still say that I have them, so alright. In the bottom left, we do have Basilisk Raynor. In the top left, it is Onside's Maru. Who's the greatest of all time? Why is it Pult? Pult is absolutely not the greatest of all time, and I really hope that one day someone does a whole behind-the-scenes documentary on how Pult was not a very... Okay. He was not a very good guy, as in he wasn't Captain America like everyone says that he was. Obviously, he was a fine guy. Like, I'm not saying he was evil. But people gave him way too much credit for how much of a dick he was to the scene. The NA scene. Excuse me. It's, we're on this odd map again, by the way. So just to focus up on it again. This does nothing but provide glitches to the appearance of units. Maybe they should get rid of that. But blocked on either side, choke created, and then you got slow zones and acceleration zones in the middle of what does look to be a Xel'Naga tower. Just a more elaborately decorated one. And it is a 4-player map. Supposed to be fixed. You like dicks? Oh, right. Well, fair enough. Fair enough, then. Okie dokie. So, Raynor, I do think he kind of... a couple of Ling mistakes, really. Overmade Lings, he didn't do anything with the Reapers, and then... Not that he overmade Lings for the second attack. I think he really did need that many Lings for the Hellbat Reaper. The Hellbat Marines, there we go. But using them as he did not end up working out. Maru was very good at making sure to leave 2 Hellbats back at home. That's why most of the Lings were dead by the time I panned over and saw that the SCVs were fighting them. I hear water. What is that? Oh! You are surprisingly loud. I'm looking like for a waterfall. It's this tiny little fountain. I'm overcompensating. Have they scouted each other yet? Yes. Raynor knows that Maru's top left. Maru knows... Okay. Raynor's bottom left. That was a leaf blower. At least we found the culprit. If I just heard... Because it doesn't really sound like water. It just kind of sounds like a shh, you know? I would have really bothered me. Interesting. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Zerg would block this. Okay, yeah. Further mine out, just to make sure there's no chokes. If there is going to be an opening, that it's not a choke for some, like, Hellions to abuse, for instance. And speaking of Hellions, we actually did not have a Hellion-based opener. We went into a 2-1-1. On 2 bases, by the way. So this is classic Beyond 2015 Legacy of the Void. And why did this fall out? Because it was so well practiced against. But what does Raynor know? Not much. He actually did not scout. He has maybe picked up on the lack of Hellions to say this could be a 2-1-1, but he certainly wasn't expecting Marines to show up about 20 seconds faster because they decided to run out before the medevacs. This is a very risky play from Maru, which pays off. He kills the Evolution Chamber, which was going to be used, and that is a further delay on an upgrade. +1 Carapace, most likely. Although, well, he's going for roaches, so... Anyway, this is why I was like, I guess this kind of makes sense to have a wall here, but then I wondered if it was going to be abusable, and well, got my answer. Kill, not cancel. Maru now hitting 2-on-1 timing with medevacs. You don't need a lot to deal with this. Queens do typically take care of it, and that is what's going to happen. So Raynor gets away with upgrading metabolic boost really late. And, I mean, I say get away as if that was a great situation for Maru. He doesn't die because of it, that's for sure. 4 drones went down, 2 evolution chambers, and honestly a bit of pacing here. Because as I was saying, like, why has this fallen out of fashion? If you know they're 2-1-1ing, which can be scouted fairly easily if you scout, it is so repetitive. Even like, there's gaps of time where it just isn't a thing anymore, and maybe you kind of catch someone off guard, which is probably what has happened here. But the Zergs got so perfect in their defense. You know, they were like, oh, it's 2-1-1, make sure to have the queens, make sure to have this many exact number of lings, make sure to get the Carapace started. There we go, get the Carapace started. And boom, we got it. I deal with the first wave of attack. The second wave could come with the third medevac, but I'm okay with that. I'm gonna drone like crazy, and it's gonna be a really bad-looking game for the player. But this is a very good game for Maru, even though supplies aren't heavily in his favor or anything. It just his 2-1-1 did work. Went into a third CC afterward, which now has been scouted by Raynor. You did have to maybe worry a little bit about a 2-base follow-up committal, like where tanks are coming across the map, because if Maru is willing to bring out an old build, he can bring out the old follow-up to that build as well. But it is a third CC, as you can see, very late. I mean, the 3cc version really is just a more streamlined version. The 2 medevacs hit 30 seconds later, but you have an entire command center. that is done. It's just much better. Because the workers are searching. No, I'm just kidding. And it's the trade-off of doing the old-fashioned version can still just be like the tempo is very different. And then Maru additionally added the Marines first attacking, so he was even 20 seconds faster. I thought Raynor might be going into Roach with the Roach form, but clearly not. He has gone, yes, for the faster Carapace. That is already done. Double upgrades now working. Infestors are already out, so we'll have a couple of Fungals to help. Very nice position for that tank. The Fungal is beautiful! Beautiful Fungal Tasteless. Yeah, the tank does barely survive, though. That was actually the most perfect Fungal you could have asked for. With the Lings getting the surround as well. That just threw Maru's entire tempo off. I'll use that word again. Like, he was supposed to kind of be a bother. It wasn't... most likely wasn't going to do a lot of damage, but it was going to force Raynor to react to stop building drones for an extended period of time. And then it was going to take some more with it before the medevacs inevitably picked up and moved away. But Raynor just totally took care of that. Went back into droning, getting to his 5th base, transferring some drones most likely. And we got ourselves going into the mid-game for sure, but... yeah. Actually, is he going to 8 racks from here? Alright then. No, he's got a 4th CC on the way. Okay. 4th CC is on the way. 2nd factory as well. This is, I think, a decently large map, even if you do spawn horizontal or vertical. So that's just an eye test. I'm not sure about that. A little double drop, really. 3rd medevac is involved, but only so many Marines. Might go for the hatchery. He is going to stick the landing. And Raynor will lose the 5th base, as well as be a little supply block. But he's got a Hive, Burrow, Adrenal Glands, 2-2 is on the way, Spire, Ultralisk Cavern, the Bailey Nest that he has skipped this entire time. I feel like Raynor's really powering up here as the mid-game transforms into the late game. Maru doesn't really have an attack that I see anytime soon that's going to change that. He's not out of the game. I just don't see a mid-game attack throwing Raynor off this Ultralisk transition he's in the midst of. Bailey Nest will be target fired down. That's probably okay. The Ultralisk Cavern being targeted down is less okay. And the medevacs will pick up and save most of the bio. Excellent job here from Maru. Very little committal as he does get his 4th base up. Do you break down these rocks? Okay, the SCVs go through the little mineral patch that are here, but I mean... I feel like you break down these rocks, no? I don't know. But 4th base is clearly a very long way away from Raynor. So if we're talking about Raynor's attack, which has been delayed because chitinous plating will not be done anytime soon. And he only built 2 Ultras. It's going to take a very long time to reach that. Nonetheless, I think he'd still want to... Tank's in a great position to make sure that run-bys aren't super problematic. Shark Festers already being placed around the map as a Widow Mine drop happens. We are getting to a pretty late game scenario where 10 drones most likely will not matter. He should have canceled that and lifted it, shouldn't he have? Uh-oh! Whoops! Adrenal Glands was researched fairly quickly. Maybe Maru didn't recognize that quickly enough. Speaking of, these Marauders getting surrounded are also going to be in a lot of trouble. Maru was focusing on his drop, trying to kill a hatchery and run away from Ultras, which blink out of existence on this. Hopefully the units can still shoot it when it's disappeared. I don't know. But that 4th base and now all those Marauders going down, that is a chunk of change. Widow Mines finally helped clear this out. But for what was only Lings, that was fantastic for Raynor. Maru needed that 4th base. He does not have 5 extra command centers ready to replace everything. He was gonna get to that point in 2 minutes with the help of a 4th base. But now he has to just replace a 4th, and that's gonna severely drag down his late game, which he's getting to the Marauder count to make this look okay. He's nowhere near Ghosts. And we are going to need them eventually. Widow Mines do pop off, get a lot of the Lings taken care of. Where's the rest of the Terran army? I guess all the way back here. More Widow Mines, more tanks. Raynor will have to respect that. At the same time, he loses a hatchery to the bottom right. And maybe another one too. Raynor rushing back home to try and keep one of these alive. If he loses this, he'll still be on 5 bases thanks to a base over here. And even though 2 hatcheries sounds great, I'd still say the loss of the 4th is greater damage. There is obviously ways for Morrow to try and bring this game back. His 3-3 was also very late. So this is only halfway done as Raynor the Zerg has 3-3. It's not that common to see that. Rocks being broken down to create more of a rush here from Maru's reinforcements to Raynor's 5th base. But I just don't know if his army actually is that great. Hoping to find Raynor's Lings elsewhere, and the Infestor's just shy being able to hit that fungal. That is eventually forced to pick up, so Widowmines will be killed in the process. So many upgrades still on the way for Raynor, but he's looking pretty comfortable on the army type. As Ultra Speed is also about to finish. Baneling Speed, as I pointed out, I don't think that was the biggest loss. It's still nice to have, should he want them. And he's even making sure that his Corruptors are helpful. These Corruptors, they could threaten to turn into Broodlords one day. There is a Greater Spire, so no, not one day soon. Good fungal on the Medivacs too. But still helping to take out the Medivacs and any potential Liberator transition that could be in the making. That's what they're there for, and that's what they're doing a good job with. Maru down 50 supply. Having re-sieged his tanks to try and help take that 4th base. Loses them. And is most likely going to lose this game. Although these Ultras are definitely barking up the wrong fight there. Barking up the wrong ramp. We're just waiting for the big stream of red to match up with the Ultras before Maru taps out. A couple of Widowmines did kill 13 drones, but Raynor's killing 24 SCVs, and oh no, still hasn't taken care of this 4th base. GG's. Raynor takes game number 2 on one of the most interesting maps that I've seen. Some of those units that were coming through the middle were hitting both the acceleration zones and the slow zones. Yeah, the discussion in chat, I think theoretically Overlord should always cover it anyway. And it's an oversight when they don't. Just because Overlords might be spent being in more important locations before drops are available. Creep definitely is being put in more important locations than the main base before drops are available. And, a lot of the time pro gamers are using the injects often. Like, they're actually keeping their queen down to 25 energy, so they don't just willy-nilly have 100 energy queen in the main base that goes, hey, I should put a creep tumor down. They gotta bring their creep-spreading queens back to the main. So a little of this, little of that, and a little bit of, you know, oversight. You know, eventually you would look at that main base and go, if a drop comes, I'm not gonna see that very quickly. Raynor doesn't know, because the scouting. Mara looked half asleep that game. It is a, you know, I was using the word tempo because I think this was really what Mara was going for, was a very tempo-based Terran. The early Marines into the classic 2-1-1 into a tank push was really supposed to just keep the Zerg so much on their toes that it's not that any of these fights should win Maru the game. It's that they're supposed to keep the Zerg as suppressed as really Maru was by not going for a more streamlined 3cc build. And as soon as one of those fights went catastrophically bad, it is difficult for even one of the best Terrans in the world, if not the best Terran in the world, to recover. Like, this is always going to look like a subpar game after that. In the top right it is Maru, in the bottom left it is Raynor. Particularly when the Zerg player does something like skip Banelings and still absolutely demolishes one of those pushes. Raynor just has the ramp up that he has in the mid game is so much stronger than Maru, who has cut himself off at the knees a bit without that third CC. There is a big reason. Why is that? Another 2-racks opener from Maru. It did unsettle Raynor. Raynor's response. It's kind of weird to say unsettle. I feel like Raynor is more than comfortable against a 2-racks opener who's had to do it a lot of times. It's more like the risks that he took just did not pay off. Zerg can't take the early third, so they almost always play 15-15. Or 15 hatch versus 2-1-1. I'm sure you're right. I'm sure there's a very hyper-specific way that Zerg players feel the need to play that map. And theoretically, technically, a 2-1-1 should do well against it. In my experience watching 2-1-1s and being in casting with someone who would know the finer details of the Zerg player, it doesn't overtake how well the Zergs are still used to the tempo and how much it still throws off the Terran's mid-game acceleration. That lack of third CC is just so punishing. And the potential, the 30-second quickness that is the classic 2-base 2-1-1 just does not feel worth it. But you can still go 3CC 2-1-1. No one complains about that. Except all the people that are tired of watching Clem do a 3CC. Well, a little clever. A little clever. What are we achieving here? We are killing lings. I'm not in enough of the scene to tell you you're wrong, but this doesn't sound correct. The most meta 15 hatch build is 2 hatch muta. Even on other, because there's been other awkward maps where the third is difficult to take. I know this discussion has been had. Even then, 2 base muta has almost never been a thing. And the time we saw, I think, Raynor try it after EWC. Might have been partly because of the maps. But he tried it, it wasn't working consistently, and he stopped. Reaper Hellion is trading well enough. Yeah, the Hellions in particular surviving here is what you want. Going up to 4 Hellions. Is that where we're going to stop? Yes, it is. It is a third CC, so 4 is usually where you would. You could go up to 8 and even add in the Hellbat, but this is like the first game of the day. US Meat is very popular. Okay. I wouldn't know because you don't see any Zergs in the open cups. Whose fault is that? Where are all the Zerg players? What are they doing? Are they too fancy for a good old-fashioned open cup? Jesus. If so, by the way, I know you've been with me this entire time, but like, lol to the conversation about the worker start. I just think 2 base muta only ever worked with 6 workers. which it was already also fading out of relativity. Anyways. Roachborn is coming down again for Raynor. Last time we didn't end up using it. This could be a change up here. Kind of waiting on the upgrade to determine. That's going to be Carapace. And it's going to be Roaches. I mean, this could just be... I mean, we can still go two different ways with this. This could still be an all-in. This also could be the ultra-refined defensive Zerg play that gets you to a very quick hive. Isn't that with 6 gas? It's been too long. It's been too long. I'm just going to wait and see. 4 Hellbats are going to be available yet again as we... drop. Oh, it's Steadfast this time. Oh. Oh. Hopefully this isn't a contagious virus. First Cosmos, then Steadfast. Who's next? Actually, it was first. Yeah, first it was Palmy. Actually, yeah, that's right. When Roddy was streaming. Hopefully, just a little hiccup. Third CC is under fire, but obviously so is Raynor's 4th hatchery. It's a little more important. All of the roaches not quite here yet. Some transfuses coming down to help out. So the Hellbats are hoping to find some lings to barbecue, but still helping versus the roaches to make this a trade. Clearly, Raynor was going to hold. And as I said, those lings were nibbling at the 3rd command center. Did manage to kill 3 SCVs, so Raynor did not take a hit directly to his economy. He is not building more drones, because he is building a lot of roaches. But Morrow did take a little bit of a hit. I guess an Overlord died over here, maybe. For now, Morrow really needs to pay attention to how many roaches are building up. He's got 1-1, already working on 2-2. He is building tanks, so that's very important. He has been building tanks, so he's got 2. And these medevacs, yes, they would love to do some distraction, some harassment. Also really be doing a lot of scouting. They need to see, hey, that's not a lot of drones. Where are your drones? Why do you have so many roaches? What's up with that? And then play very defensive. And I feel like Morrow is already picking up what Raynor's putting down. That's a good number of roaches right there. I feel like he got a glimpse at the very least of this mineral line. Yes, he did. He should know. And he should defend. And now it's more about, can Raynor find some weakness somewhere? As 3 bunkers get slapped down, tanks were already in very secure locations. 3rd CC, I was going to say, could possibly just be evacuated. You don't necessarily need to hold on to the 3rd CC here. Is it possible? Yeah, we've seen it. But now you can just cancel the bunkers. These poor suckers. Yeah, and there's no way that Raynor breaks this. But now it's a little more interesting. Can he just drone up behind it? That's really his only choice. 12 drones on the way. Infestation pit as well. He's going to try and fit everything in this really small gap. While his army is still scary, knocking on Morrow's door, he is going to fit everything he can into getting into a macro game. Morrow is going to wait for basically the first second that he can take on the army, he will. As he will figure that the game is going to macro up after this. He could over-defend. This is the tricky part. You know, a scan might go down on the main base, or the natural actually would be preferable. I don't know if he knows that's the lair. He doesn't. He's going to go ahead and just drop 2 medevacs, which will help. They will get some scouting done. And just honestly seeing the way the army moves, the more that they do not try and attack into you, the more that you're figuring this is going to be a macro game. So Maru drops. Drop will be taken care of. Army has disappeared. Medevac sees that. Can go back to getting his 3rd CC. And he's actually still being very cautious about this. He's not moving his army out alongside that as he focuses on his medevac drop. But eventually his army will move out and possibly, like, literally move out. It will move to the 3rd and say, hey, we could do a main push. There's the scan of the main base I was talking about. Doesn't see the hive, but it sees infestation pit, baneling nest. Also, he saw it literally form if he was paying attention. So this is clearly moving on to Ling Baneling Roach Ravager. And then maybe we can get to some hive tech units as well. Raynor certainly has a bank, doesn't he? He didn't end up trying to force the end game and then had to re-max on Roach Ravager in case Morrow did attack him. So he's going to have a bank to fit in all of these upgrades. Adrenal Glands once again coming on through, 2-1. But Maru is going to have 3-3 bio with double tank production. Right now, Raynor is potentially in a lot of trouble. But Maru has to respect the possibility of an engagement that goes poorly for him. He's got to be very slow going, slow push out. Maybe get something going here with these drops. 2 drops to the right, 3 drops to the left. And then maybe eventually push down the middle with this gigantic army. But Raynor's got time to get to these upgrades, got time to get to Vipers, which could be very important. Keep in mind they cannot abduct tanks in this patch. That is a lot of bio, and they could grab the hatchery. Transfuses, and there's a couple more might be able to... No, not at all. Just kidding. Wasn't even close. Hatchery goes down. This hatchery's not yet done. Could get sniped. I mean, literally right now. Yeah, Raynor's just a little out of position. And Maru's like, yeah, let's go for it. There's that main push out through the middle of the map. Some creep spread to clean up before you feel truly confident. Banelings are available after all. You don't want to have banelings coming left, right while you're on creep. A lot of roaches going to go and try and go for a run. They're trying to go for a run by. They need to kind of sacrifice themselves in a good way, as their supply is becoming more and more dead weights. And this is pretty good. They're going to get into the third. They get a little bit into the natural. They cause the army to move back. And the army also already did a lot of damage. Opens up an opportunity to enter to Maru's fourth. This is not as... Oh, no. Jeez. I don't think Raynor realized the army was over there and did not pay attention to the banelings that crashed in very inefficiently to Maru's army. And I got horse blinders on this yet still not done planetary. Things have kind of gone to shit very quickly as Raynor loses those units. He can replace them. He's got the money, but it's allowing Maru's very, very powerful army to inch forward, get tanked into more abusive positions, more on top of production, more on top of technology. Maru just had to play this out, kind of make it nice and simple for him. Defend the obvious attack, not over-engage the subpar army. Just wait for 10 tanks, 3-3. I do feel like Maru made this the easiest game that he could. Not that any game versus Raynor is truly easy, but this... It's one of the ones. Kind of splitting isn't done, y'all. Oh, God. GG's. Maru with a 2-1 victory is one map away from advancing to the playoffs. And Raynor is in some trouble. On a rock layer, I wish casual viewers knew more like this. Well, yeah. What's weird to? I think it's a lot of things actually. So there's a lot of times where certainly like the finer details are really engaging, but it's understandable when a lot of people don't get them. And not even just because the commentators are all dumb, but like the commentators don't go over it, sure, or just it's not. How to say, it's not, what am I trying to say here as we get into the new game? It's not the goal of the commentary to get that fine-toothed. It's more big picture. But what's interesting is, theoretically, something as dramatic as 2-base Muta should be obvious to anyone. And that's why I'm like, how do people not notice this? But then I'm thinking, so much of the reason... I don't know. It's, yeah, it's weird. There's so many Zergs not playing in all these tournaments. But then they do play in some of the tournaments that are like, you know, more high profile, like RSL, like GSL, like this one. And maybe it's just a coincidence of what viewers are watching which to not realize that 2-base meta is happening all the time. Why is Meow Meow never moving? Because he's asleep. Bottom left, on his last life, we do have Rainer. And in the top right, it is Maru. Casual viewers only see so few Zergs, they won't see the broader scene. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting at, but then when the Zergs do appear, they are usually in the more casual, friendly tournament. Like the tournaments that, like, because, you know, you're going to figure that when we talk about casual viewers, we're talking about ones who are going to see Tasteless tweet and be like, I'm going to watch that. Not the ones who are watching all of the open cups and, you know, 4 different streams open to catch all of the open cup games, which are all not Zerg. So that's why I'm kind of like, there's kind of a conundrum there. Where you'd think the casual viewer who would only watch something tweeted by Tasteless would see Zergs, because Zergs do play in the RSL, GSL. But are still not noticing the 2-hatch. I don't know. I'd probably have more insight if I was doing all of the things again. Getting into the GSL and RSL replays, as well as watching Roddy stream the Open Cups. Yeah, it's one thing to be like, well, casual viewers aren't going to pick up on the finite intricacies of... I keep saying finite. The fine intricacies of the Zerg 15 hatch, but it's, you know, even the super casual viewer would be like, oh, the 2-hatch muta does exist? I will not complain about the 2-hatch muta not existing in Legacy of the Void then. Which is just not what's happening. Like, there's so many people who would point to the 2-hatch muta. Specifically, this is already a conversation I've had with people in Reddit threads. Of, that's... The worker counts why it doesn't exist anymore. And it's just like, it's so... If someone in here is telling me, like, it's actually very much in meta right now with Zergs who appear in these higher profile tournaments. So this is where my disconnect... I'm just like, I can't quite... There's a puzzle here. I can't figure it out. Anyway, 1-Rax expands, so... The most base... Well, I guess he wouldn't have expanded in the weird map game. The 3rd CC, not 211 here. It's a very interesting 3rd CC location. Tell you that. That's, okay. Alright. Huh. Let me think here. Let me think. The 3rd CC, it comes down so fast when you do a 3CC build, you don't actually need supply depots. So when a 2-base 111 would come out, you would have 2 supply depots and then the 3rd to help wall. This looks like a very awkward wall, by the way. This looks like a wall that I would mess up all the time. Because it's like a curve to it I don't like. Anyway, so what do? You don't usually wall with your 3rd CC. It's a little vulnerable, and it also is farther away from the 3rd you're going to take, because you put it here, you lift it here. Maybe he's gonna lift it here. I don't know. I don't know how the expansion's going. Sanctuary 3. Whoa! I was not expecting that upgrade on the production tab. Boo Flame! There is a second, because I totally missed a second factory because I was looking at chat. Blue Flame is on the way, guys. We got ourselves 2 factory Blue Flame. This obviously could go in a mech. In fact, that would be most of what you expected. But a couple of people do play this into bio. I don't know. Which, by the way, is a point that I was thinking of when, you know, someone was like, is it just nostalgia that I thought there were so many more exciting points in Wings of Liberty and Heart of the Swarm? Yes, it fucking was. Anyway, one of the examples, if the guy had asked me for some, was actually a caster-based one. Apollo got about the most credit I've ever seen a caster ever get for one particular moment in time. About. There's other examples, but still. Like, he's up there. When he said that Marine King Prime's 4 racks was going to turn into a mech game. He was given so much credit. And that same type of interaction has existed with other commentators. I'm not saying me. But, like, big brain points from commentators have been made. And you know how much credit they get for it? Like, fucking zero. Like, one person in Twitch chat's like, oh, that was a good point. Oh, this is a lot of damage. This is potentially game-ending damage, guys. This is Raynor having zero ideas to the 2 factory Hellions. Oh, yeah, that was a giant barbecue. 22 drones have gone down. Raynor desperately walling in his natural. This will stem the bleeding, I suppose. Oh, boy. He's going to go into bio, by the way. Barrack coming down. 1-1 on the way. Stim on the way. Raynor's not going to have any ideas to that for a little while, too, because he's going to be so busy dealing with all these Hellions. Well, maybe not. Maybe he'll finally nip this. It's still so many drones that have gone down. Absolutely worthwhile opener there from Maru. It was in total 27 drones killed. Ay. This is not a game that is 100% over. I have definitely witnessed comebacks from this. I will say a lot of those comebacks do come from the mech follow-up, especially if it was tank mech. But, I don't know, Raynor's pulled some miracles out of his hat before. The last round of Hellions, you think would be the last round if you're going into bio. It's not. We're still building Hellions. Kill 7 more drones. And what this also is doing, unfortunately... Okay, he sees Marines. Okay. I don't, you know, Maru could actually hide this is going into bio a little longer if he hides these Marines. I mean, theoretically. I think Raynor knows it's bio. He's building a Baneling nest after all. But it's like, you see this many Hellions and you're like, he's just producing mech. I guess if it was really mech, it'd be also Cyclones, having already followed up. Yeah, this Hellion threat still serious. The Hellbats still help. You don't see all Hellbats in the composition. We are going to move over to Wood of Mines. That does make more sense, but yeah, it's not like having this is bad at all, as it can continue to threaten drones, control creep spread, and possibly just deal with Ling run buys later on. These are the last few Hellions. Marine count's going to grow very quickly now that all the production is done with reactors on it. Stuck Stim, combat shields in 1-1. 3 more barracks, as he also adds on a 4th command center. I mean, Maru was basically able to get everything in the last 2 minutes, while Raynor has desperately tried to not take any more damage and also fit everything, like all the droning he needed to do. And I gotta say, Raynor has done a good job not taking further damage for the most part, and just holding down the drone key. And I know that sounds like I'm being like facetious, but this is honestly something that a lot of bad Zerg players can do, is that they will overreact to damage that is already guaranteed, you know? If 6 Hellions are going to kill your drones, it is probably worse to then just build 30 Lings instead of 15 more drones. Because you're afraid of the follow-up or whatever. Oh, the Wood of Mine got the shot off. God. 7 more drones go down. There's another one! 13 drones go down. Yeesh, quit it. Raynor is not happy about that. But he's holding down the drone key. He really hasn't made that much of an army. Yeah, 60 Lings is a decent amount, but could be worse. Maru is not with the attack follow-up as of yet. Now he's moving out. There you go. But it's because, again, he's built so much infrastructure during all this time. His 4th CC is landed, turning into a planetary. All 8 barracks are done. Double factory from the get-go. 5th CC is also going to be done. Clearly, Maru is getting into this mid to late game in a far superior situation. Raynor was desperately trying to get all of the drones he would ever need before he went into army. And Maru went and threw a wrench into that by killing 13 more. And Raynor is not only not ready with an army, it's not ready ahead of his hatchery. He is defending on his last leg here. If this does not work, he will lose a very necessary hatchery. Maru does do a little split there, even on creep, still managing to take out most of the Zerg army. Once again, forced to pull back into the tank cover. Wouldn't mind. Actually doesn't pop off in time. Balins are making connections. Tank will be taken down. Raynor is holding, but just barely. 2-2 versus 2-2. Queen's helping out. Even a handful of Ravagers is actually very, very helpful, particularly for that tank, for instance. They're a bit of the high quality unit you just hope that never die. And the Queens pulling in obviously are very helpful too, but that means that there might be... the injects are still happening for the most part. We are on Ling Baneling, so injects are very, very, very important. And we managed to stay on 5 bases too. This 4th was looking like a goner. No amount of bio was split off to kind of sneaky deek this 5th base either. Raynor is making me believe in a comeback potential. I still think Maru he's faster to the goal as far as late game goes. And Raynor still has to overcome that. And there's now the attack on the 5th, which is definitely going to die. This engagement doesn't look like it's going to go nearly as well. There's a lot of Marauders in here. Bigger concave even, and the Lurkers, which I think Raynor was hoping would be his next power spike, are just not going to make an appearance in this game. 4th base is dead, 5th base is dead. The 4th is being replaced, but only just started. He does try to replace the 5th. He's lost out army in that attempted defense. He will be adding on some Lurkers. I said power spike. It's not an incorrect term. I think the real thing is that Lurkers change the dynamic of the engagement. So Maru has to also change the dynamic. What worked in the previous engagement won't necessarily work in the follow-up. But he's got such a good setup. 5 bases, all of his barracks and factories, that adding on the Ghost Academy could have arguably happened faster, but like he can get to it. He will have a response to Lurkers very quickly, and he still can roam around the map as seen here to make sure that Raynor barely defends 4 bases, not 5, 6, or 7. Lurkers try to respond to save this, which they are not going to save it, but at least they're going to take out a chunk of the bio. Maru's kind of the Zerg right now. I mean, this guy doesn't care. Oh, Roddy, that wasn't you. Good guy, Roddy. I'm assuming it wasn't him anyways. Maybe he knows for a fact it was. But I think every caster is experiencing some amount of lag because someone else is, I guess. This is not an even game. Despite the supplies looking a little even, this is not an even game. Raynor still digging around in that hat for the miracle. Maybe a Nidus Worm is the miracle. Maybe the Nidus Worm is the miracle. Actually, legitimately. A couple of ghosts pop out. Only one responds. Lurkers in the main base on top of production. Maru's already maxed out anyway, funnily enough. Not much production to be camping. This can turn around very quickly, though, if they have an appropriate number of ghosts. 4 ghosts, I'm not really sure is it, though. Queens have come out to transfuse, so hopefully save a Lurker from being sniped down. See, if you have 16 ghosts already, they get up this ramp and they snipe. Now the bio does get up the ramp, to be fair, but it's still going through all these chokes. They don't have the same range of snipe. This will be a potentially good trade for Raynor, but it is going to be a trade that he ultimately is not the one he's able to afford. Like, he does not have a good economy. So yes, he took out a chunk of the bio, but he loses so much of the Lurkers with it. But he also is attacking on the front line, forcing a 3rd CC to lift, forcing SCVs off the mineral line. Can Raynor continue this and snowball to some type of miracle victory? Maru is down in supply, struggling to rebuild as so much of his production died to the Lurkers in the main base. Maru, where is the rest of the army? Where is the final stand? 3-3 versus 2-2. There the army collects itself and provides that wall. But the Lurkers can even deny this mining from happening, so Maru needs to just emphasize this base and this base, which fortunately he does have. If this had not been such a one-sided game for the last 10 minutes, Maru probably dies to this 1-2 punch. Thankfully for Maru, he has been extremely ahead. And the loss of the 3rd and 4th base mining is not critical. It is a gigantic inconvenience. He needs to start cleaning things up. He might start worrying about how much Raynor is recovering behind this as well. But you can kind of remind yourself, it's okay, I got 2 fresh bases. And I do have production. Not as much as I did have, but I do have it. So when you calm things down, you actually look at the scenario, it's still not bad for Maru. He stemmed the bleeding this time, and it's looking like, well, a couple of scans are necessary. It's looking like he still comes out ahead, I would say. Raynor is just now replacing a 5th base, so his initial 4 bases are almost mined out, where again, Maru has a couple of fresh bases more so. Gotta say though, I mean, Raynor, this is what I mean, like, Raynor's definitely pulled some miracles. Lurkers do get taken down as the rest of the army kind of spawns a bit late. Bio is ready to take him on. Kind of divvying up the attention, so ghosts are gonna fall. Oh, the rocks are being broken down. That's what he was looking at. But as you can see in the supply, and this little drone, what you doing, buddy? These last fights have not gone as well for Raynor. Maru has settled back onto 5 bases, really 6. He has 3rd CC is back to mining. He still has 7 barracks and 3 factories and 2 starports. He's done with his upgrades. Does not have to worry about investing into that anymore. Or Raynor has just not been able to afford any more upgrades. That 5th base has only just gotten to mining, and it's not having the extractors yet, and he does need gas. We had our first miracle. Can we have a second miracle? Oh, now a tank sieging up in the main base. Maru, once again, taking care of things at home allows him to concentrate on things on the front line. He's got a 50 supply lead. All of that's going to be in army. Another Nidus Storm attempt just to try and throw something in here. Raynor is not expecting to be taken out this early in Maestros of the game. He did have a tough group. Plastic is obviously no slouch. But, well, he has had a lot of wins versus Bar, actually. Today is not going to be looking like that day. All the drones are dying. All of Raynor's economy is dead. All of his army's dying, and there you have it. Tap out. GG's. Maru, 3-1, advances on to the playoffs. The Maestros of the game. There's a lurker under the rock tower. You can see that. Yeah. I don't know, there's a lot of tough groups. I think it'd either be A or B as the group of death. For Raynor, I haven't checked his scores versus these guys recently. Yeah, he probably would have done better in Group B. I'm going to go back and read this. What are the problems with the new patch, and what would you change if you're David Kim? Bunker build time. If I were David Kim, I'd pack up and move to the East Coast, meet a nice girl at a strip club, and start over. Nerf Infester. Nerf energy overcharge a little bit and call it a day. Make the starting word count 9. Make hatchery Nexus Command Center supply cost, whatever. Keep warp gate on Cybercore. Make warp gate not cost gas. Not touch the cooldowns. Remove all of the warp gate changes. Queen inject to 4. Mule at the HOTS level. I enjoyed the Mimi ones. How to fix PvT late game? Oh, I know. Legitimately, I really don't know. I feel like PvT early late game, let's say, I feel like is one of the most obvious examples of the mid game acceleration. It's if you would ask me who would have benefited from mid game acceleration, I would not have said Protoss 10 years ago. But apparently it's Protoss. I feel like this might have been a conversation previously and some people had good points. But like where exactly did the Protoss when did Protoss start to out expand Terran and kind of be the Zerg? Because I don't think it was the beginning of Legacy of the Void. It obviously trended less about 2-base Turtle since Heart of the Swarm, but Yoga Gear, thank you for the 92 months. You'll hit 100 soon. Oof, 8 months from now. Where will we be? So much for fun with your casts. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm glad some people enjoy it. The energy recharge buff? The buff or when they gave Protoss energy recharge in general? What are you guys doing? What do you guys think is happening? They're so weird. Player skill is the contributor. Well, sure. Like, I'm not gonna say no. I just mean like, I think it's very unlikely that suddenly, let's like imagine. There's 100 more top tier pro gamers. I actually don't really think that there'd be someone who came in and was like, no, this is how you stop Protoss from out expanding Terran. Yeah, no, I think because Legacy of Void is always already trending that way anyway. As soon as they made it so that Protoss didn't have to, let's say, depend on being on 2-base, with a lot of the changes that happened in Legacy of the Void, I think it would have, gone more and more in that direction. Simple ninja bases. You gotta start taking a corner base like your Zerg and Broodhor. I mean, Warpgate almost certainly contributes to it. Which is why I'm not opposed to a Warpgate change. Clearly, there's a lot of discussion about this Warpgate change and whether or not it's good or it breaks the game. What is a PTR video? There's a potential patch for StarCraft that people are playing on the PTR for. So I was thinking of making a video to kind of summarize my thoughts, you know, like Pig does when he's streaming. But that sounds like a lot of work, and I'm kind of tired. Prepare yourself. StarCraft 3 is officially, unofficially confirmed. The StarCraft FPS was just a feint. A lie to distract gamers and to hide the fact that StarCraft 3 development has been in progress. This is some... As some person said, you off that good weed. Imagine if he was right, though. Imagine if this guy was correct. What is this? What is this? Who is this guy? Ah, he hides his posts. What a coward. That is coward behavior. Own up to all the stupid shit you've ever said in your life. Got cold again. Oh yeah, yeah. I assumed. I think I recognize this guy. He is the same. He's the same. Well, first, he's like the guy who fucking hates OmniSkeptic. All right, like some people are being overboard. Some people are, you know, saying that there's been some problems, and then there's this guy who has, yeah, I think multiple alts that eventually post the grand conspiracy thread. He did it a month ago on his other account. Now he did this on this account. Ow. Pig has lost the plot lately. He had two highly experienced veteran StarCraft 2 players discussing some of the problems they experienced, and he was just shutting them down, telling them to stop talking, and also told his chat to stop talking about the 8 workers start. I was actually there for this, and this is so badly taken out of context that it's actually kind of amazing this guy's presumably saying this with a straight face. I guess I haven't seen his face. But this is so out of context, it's crazy. I love Peg, but something about him has changed lately. Usually fantastic at fostering constructive discussion and breaking down complex game states. So seeing him forcefully mute a conversation is weird. He didn't. I mean, he literally had 2 people on a call, and they were giving him like feedback and ideas, and he was discussing with them like potential changes to the patch and the problems with the patch. And then he asked them to, you know, be quiet when he started making a YouTube video, as in, thank you so much for your feedback, and we'll occasionally tab out of making this video if you have any points, but like when I'm talking, I'm going to be making the video, so if you could not talk during that time. Like, this is so crazy out of context. It's amazing. Like, this is so bad. Kind of sick of how much he fakes types everything on the new PTR. I already know 2 people who canceled their subs. Wow. Can't believe people just accepted this. Okay, I gotta type. Here comes ZombieGrub. This is so massively taken out of context that it is amazing that you presumably wrote this with a straight face. Just gonna leave it at that. He has a 40-page manifesto to fix a change he's in favor of instead of just not pushing for that change? Wait, what do you mean? You wish that he would just stop pushing for worker change? Mm. It's too quiet. I need some background music. All right, so I obviously have disagreed with Pig since he started talking about the worker change. I've been in a lot of his chats, a lot of his streams when he's discussing this. It is obviously totally within his right to be interested in this change and to think that it's still an improvement. Like, actively pushing it would be him messaging anyone he knows in Blizzard. Teeny Blas? Tiny Blas? Thank you for the 2 months. Anyway. Yeah, he would be messaging people at Blizzard and saying that this will save StarCraft, which we know he has not done. And if you are like, we don't know that, he could be doing that. And I'm like, no, he really would never do that. He's telling the truth. So I'm going, how much do you really know people? We're getting into grand conspiracy territory, right? Let's just assume that Pig, who has had in no time period ever been seen as a dishonest member of the community. But suddenly people are like, I don't know. I think he's kind of crafty. He's changed recently. Like, just, yeah. So yeah, if he just wants to discuss this stuff, and unfortunately the big pusher of the button, you know, the intern who goes, yes, and pushes it to live. Unfortunately, if that guy only watches Pig, it is very difficult for me to then be like, Pig, you have now got StarCraft in your hands, and anything you ever say or do in StarCraft now will reflect the entirety of the game. Tread carefully. Oh, yeah, I just think that maybe this will be a little interesting. I can't do a fucking Australian accent. I think it'd be interesting. No, Pig, you don't understand. If you say this, it will be done. Pig, you have the Infinity Stones. It just... Like, this is... Certainly, the eye should not be shown to Pig. This should just be like, hey, guy who, you know, pays attention to one or two content creators to make balance patches. Maybe stop. And what Pig does is also just, here's the other thing. I think what Pig does is actually very beneficial for the community. I think it's insanely beneficial. Is he wrong about the worker change? Yes, I believe he is. Has he created a lot of conversation around it that was interesting before it was a shit show? Yes, he did. Has he opened up discussion on actual important topics? I think he does. Does he continually try to show StarCraft in different lights and different patches and different ways so that we still overall enjoy StarCraft, as we all kind of agree it can be a little stale at times? Yes, he does. You either the same person who said that to me, Stir Fried Penguin, or the second person. Or the third even. I think Kalaris also said that this was the best thing ever. Coke Zero Cherry. I just want to point out that pigs cannot be trusted in an animal farm. He planted it. 16 years ago, Pig planted this little hint to the most well-educated of us, to those who have read Animal Farm. It's a very small population. That he's actually this conniving, backstabbing, untrustworthy individual. And everything else has been a front, but there's always been a clue. The things like putting out content that StarCraft 2 economy is broken doesn't really encourage helpful discourse. Just puts fuel on a fire. Yeah, I understand you're not being an aggressive pig hater. You just mentioned it's like not great. The thing is that I don't think he's necessarily wrong. I think he actually, I feel like what has just happened is that there's been like false marketing or something. Like the StarCraft 2 economy is maybe broken is never the right way to put it, because there are probably good things about the StarCraft 2's economy. But the StarCraft 2 economy does work in a way that hurts, I would say, mid to late game StarCraft a lot. Obviously, a less clickbaity, but perhaps more accurate discussion would be, is StarCraft 2's economy good? In other games like Dota 2, the viewers also wait 5 minutes for something real happens to really affect the viewers. I don't watch other esports. I would say from what I've watched of other esports, I don't watch Dota, but I've watched League. I think what's missing is the sheer complexity of the heroes. A MOBA cast actually starts before the game starts, right? Which isn't really what happens in StarCraft. Yes, there's a death segment, but and there's different maps, but no one cares. But when it comes to hero selection, first the analysts talk about the hero selection, then the casters talk about hero selection. So I think that's already something completely different. It's 24 years ago. It's been 16 years, man. It's been 15 years and 10 months or something. Hey, it's Larimbo. Hey, it's that guy that pointed out that maybe 8 workers could be not beneficial and really help turn the tide of the community sentiment. Some are more equal than others. You need a TLDR of the discussion? Maybe in a second. People should talk pig is actually already finding builds for proposed PTR updates. Third resource, friendship. But yeah, I think that's my best guess for, because I mean, I agree, like, that there's also there's probably conversation in some niche communities of MOBAs who are like, how could we, not even niche communities, there's probably been discussion amongst MOBA developers actually about, is this a problem for viewership and could this be improved? And like, this would surprise me if there wasn't, just because they're always thinking generally of ways to improve the experience. And a lot of times, you know, you should be asking the question for the esport, but then definitely for the player base as well. Does this start benefit the player base? Does it benefit the viewers? Yeah, and I don't know enough about. Yeah, I don't know about. Like, I feel like that does sound familiar. League of Legends had sped up, and I feel like you also can easily find any type of similar discussions in any esport. The game was better 10 years ago when people didn't know what was happening. The game was better 10 years ago when the game was slower, possibly because no one knew what was happening. Like, that's in every esport. They moved up the spawn timers every 30 seconds so players and viewers can get into the action a bit faster. Well, there you go. Yeah, there you go. I didn't even know I was so on the mark. I'm just brilliant like that. Have any StarCraft 2 people left at Blizzard? No, there's StarCraft 2 fans. But there's not someone who worked on StarCraft 2, as far as I know. Well, I mean... Anyway. Remember you had to leech for the jungler? You don't have to do that anymore? Wait. Oh, the thing is, like, I played League of Legends an okay amount back when it was shameful. Shame. Shame. Back at, like, the peak StarCraft 2 versus League of Legends debates. All right, I'm going to grab some water. There's going to be an ad playing soon. I'm going to grab water, and when I come back, we'll write down our thoughts on the patch and, you know, see if that is a video worth making. You're back. I'm back. It's amazing. You know what I do kind of want to do though, before I get into my own thoughts, is listen to Pig's newest video. So the culmination of what he did yesterday's stream. It's an hour long. Ah! I definitely don't want mine being an hour long. Do I know about the Odin? You mean the Thor in the campaign? Listen to an Australian accent. Because of the implications. Too much drama? I don't think there's that much drama. Good night, Miss Chaz. Okay, so he does talk about different macro mechanics and how they affect stuff. Thank you for the 3 months. What we disagree on is that you want 12 workers, a slight opening to 8 workers with a lot of fixes. Even though I don't see the point of making 10 steps backwards to make 10 forward and end up at the same spot. Ah, yeah. Yep, gotcha. I think that's a very good way of putting it. That's an excellent, very simple argument. Against a lot of what Pig is doing. I was gonna look at this video for if he actually talks about basically the goals for the goals he's trying to accomplish and how to get there. Where it does seem like this video is still him talking about the 8 worker start and then all the ways that you could fix all the problems that arise with the 8 worker starts. Is that correct for anyone who watched this? You can all agree that interest in StarCraft 2 went way up since PTR proposed changes. Yeah, because it opened up an interesting conversation about economy. Not because the actual change is interesting. Latter half of the video is about reverting nerfs. Oh, here. Yeah, we're on this. Okay. Yeah, I mean, some of these suggestions I think would be fun. Will be fun to test without implementing a worker change. Queen's got no energy region off. Okay. I feel like I got the summary. Okay. Let's crack open the old Google Docs. Let's just go full on pig here. All right. Where the fuck is Google Docs? Who put that? Who put it where? I'm not going to talk about the Odin. Thing you stand in front of a whiteboard. Just the Charlie picture, yeah. Like, why to make this so hard on ourselves? Yeah. Lermbo made a very, very succinct argument against this, and in that way, I do agree that pig is. I don't want to say lost the plot because that's what that guy said. The guy is crazy, but yeah, I guess he kind of has. And that's like more so what I wanted the discussion around the worker change anyway to focus on, which is, you know, what is the plot? What are we trying to do? What am I trying to do right now? I'm trying to open a blank document. It's really hard. How do you make this dark mode? There's no built-in dark mode? Jesus Christ. Google. This is why I stopped using Google Docs, obviously. Use Notepad? No, that'd be terrible. I already have a dark thing that I can open. That was descriptive. Well, it's gotten far more complicated. What the hell? Okay, I'm not using that either. You know what? We're just using WordPad. Son of a beach nut. We're using LibreOffice. Okay. The libs, they're coming after my writing utensils. You feel vindicated in your manifesto comments. That's fair. That's fair enough. Pig is over optimistic. I agree. Okay. All right. Let's start. Let's start with a good old fashioned header. What are the goals of the patch? Now, technically, they did actually give us goals. I do not believe that these are all the goals. They are to what? Extend the early and mid-game experience. Allow competition on 1 to 3 1 to 3 bases for longer periods. And then they kind of word this weirdly, but then they say, we've introduced changes to make non-warped gateway play a more viable path while also increasing the strategic diversity across all 3 races. And presumably by saying all 3 races, they also are talking about the worker patch for that. The way they word it, it kind of makes it sound like the warp gate change is supposed to open up the strategic diversity. But I think they meant for both options. Yeah. Okay. And then how are they doing this? Are they doing this? They are workers 12 to 8. And minerals in each base increased by 400. And Christ. Gas in each base increased by 250? No, 500. Yeah, I don't really care about their chest being geyser. All right, so this is where we're at. This is the basics, right? We can all agree on this. List. No, that sounds like a lot to list. I don't know that one. I don't know. All right, so far so good. All right. Let's just discuss what is I guess in summary, they believe that decreasing worker counts and increasing money resources will lead to a better early and mid-game experience. Such as being allowed to stay on 1 to 3 bases. This could be for shit. Either this would allow for either more turtling or more cheesing. Providing more builds. Providing more choices, I guess. Which some people would argue isn't, the whole thing about the build, and some people would argue is the whole thing about the build, but anyway. Yeah. Say, first of all, let's tackle, do workers affect, don't at me with whether it's the correct effect or not. Do workers affect the early and mid game experience? Yeah, I think that's the first question that we'll try to answer. Yeah. The only thing I would add is that their 1 to 3 base thing is ideally referring to pushes, not camping, at least as far as I understand. Okay, so maybe turtling isn't the right word to use. Either more, I don't know how to put it. Because turtling would mean like intentionally playing as defensive as possible on a certain number of bases, where it's more like this is either for more straight up cheesing. Like, and I would consider cheese to me is like, a build that is done on one base that relies heavily on not being scouted. But it's just allowing for more, literally like, more activity, I guess, like being able to stay on those bases. Obviously, and I guess that's kind of a sub thing. Would this not also promote turtling? I guess is really, yeah. I have that up. I've already done that. Stokto. Anyway, we'll get to that in a second. Because I would say the whole being allowed to stay on one bases does go down more to the resource than it does to the workers. But I want to hone in on the workers first. Do workers affect the early and mid-game experience? Let's get something out of the way, I guess. Let's break this down into early and mid game. The very early game, I'm going to say yes, it does. Right? The very early game, as in, what have you guys experienced so far? The first 2 minutes feel different? Less. The first minute. The first 40 seconds. Oh, God. Okay. As in 40 seconds does change. Does this change post 40 seconds? All right. And then, yeah, you kiss. There's a matchup dependent. Let's just give it 2 minutes. Let's just give it 2 minutes. I mean, have I been playing the PTR? No. Here's, you know what I'm also gonna do? I'm gonna just like tab way low, and I'm gonna list out all these like questions so we can address all of them. PTR experience. Some feel like I should play a PTR before putting out a video. Hold on. Jesus. But first of all, before I get into the bulk of the video, I'm just going to address this very quickly. Some people will be able to extrapolate, wrote it correctly, will be able to extrapolate from PTR games direct consequences of the worker change. Most people will experience typical PTR/new changes to StarCraft experiences that exist outside the worker change. This is especially the case thanks to the gateway change, but has always existed. One person getting cheesed 10 times more on PTR does not equal cheese is more viable with 8 workers. Of course. Yeah, I'm not saying that you just forget about any testing whatsoever. Maybe I play the game and I'm like, these first 60 seconds just feel so much smoother. It's unbelievable. Of course. But that's not really the point of me bringing a video to light. There's going to be a lot of people who have already and will continue to make very good points about their experiences on PTR. My point about making a video is to bring to a broader public than who watches just my stream all of the discussion that has been had previously about the economy change. So yeah. Anyway, but I wanted to write that in case this point comes up again. Let's see, how to say this? Do workers affect the early and mid-game experience? The very early game does change. Does it change post 2 minutes? Ugh. What does it change? Ugh. Yeah, you guys are going to talk about like actual details about the early game. Which is why I'm just putting that it does change. The Reaper timing, the Adept timing, the Overlord, the Pylon, whatever. It all changes, right? What does it change post 2 minutes? Let's leave it at that for now. What I want to do is try and segue this into the discussion about the economy and the rates of mining. I guess the other question is, why would the early and mid-game experiences be different than wall hots with 6 workers? Which is another thing. Stop panicking. Come here. Am I adversity before the Adepts? Probably true. Don't actually know, but I haven't looked into it. Yeah, so we'll just go ahead and put that. We'll just put, why would the early and mid-game experience be different than Wings of Liberty and Heart of the Swarm? Then it 6 workers. New units, critically the Adept. Just kind of have her in the Balance Council. She's right there. Who knows? Yeah. So the Adept changes it. For the, I guess we can title this the fucking early game. For the mid game. Stop that. Does the mid game change? And how do we want to define the mid game here? Saturated 2 base. 8 minutes. Depends what build you open up with. Well, I agree. I don't think the mid game will change, but I'm trying to define the 3 bases. Trying to define the mid game. Well, I mean, I get the bases mining out would be obviously partially affected by the workers because the workers mine less in the first however many minutes until they get to 12, however many seconds until they get to 12. But also a lot of it would have to do with the resource change. Mid-game, the area where the game where both making workers and moving out are present heavily. That also has complications. Well, I guess I'll just ask, what is the mid-game? Fucking... does the mid-game change? What is the mid-game? Presumably, you can live on 3 bases X longer because workers are slower mining for the first 4 worker production and resources have been increased 400, 500. Is this a big enough change to really feel in a game with 3 town halls? You would have less minerals and now you see more. Is being allowed to sit on 3 bases longer a good thing? It's also a question. Town halls. I swear to God, this is an acceptable form of summarizing Command Center, Nexus, Hatchery. And I feel like I wasn't the first one to do this. It wasn't an actual question, guys, but I appreciate your answers. I agree. Some would say no, including, but not limited to, the original Legacy of the Void designers. We'll go ahead and make another note. What did Legacy of the Void hope to achieve, and did it achieve it with the worker change. I think that's also a very important point to kind of highlight and show the differences. Anyway, which we'll leave for a little later. White Legacy says no. It's true, he does. He recently posted about it on LinkedIn. You kind of enjoyed maxing on 3 bases with mech and then rolling out and winning in Wings of Liberty. I bet you did, you dirty mech player. You get a lot in Korea is that I had enough of seeing 30+ minute long macro turtle games, so we boosted the game speed by increasing starter workers, and now they want to go back. Yeah. I do think it's this. These are two still very different problems. Just to like really emphasize that, because there are two goals. Being allowed to stay on 1 and 3 bases, which inherently means that there could be more turtling, and then providing more builds and strategic choices with the worker change. Yeah. So what was I doing? It's big enough to change to really feel in a game with 3 town halls. Is being allowed to sit on 3 bases longer a good thing? Most would say no. People who would say yes may also point to games such as Age of Empires and actually it's basically Age of Empires. It's not really Warcraft, is it? No one ever points to Warcraft. I also point to games such as Area of Effect, Age of Empires, and think that Age of Empires slower start, because I think this is for my very limited time watching people play Age of Empires 2. I also feel like this is kind of a fallacy. Anyway, I think that Age of Empires slower start is a reason as to why it is gaining in popularity and StarCraft 2 is not. Well, this is remember, this is exactly what I'm going to be getting to. Mech players are the most oppressed players in the game. I've never done anything wrong in my life. The council can't be more obvious. Yes. So, well, this is exactly the conversation that I want to have that people often compare to Brood War. Well, this is let's Tread here brings up another point. What other reasons does StarCraft 2 feel fast compared to other RTS / video games? Before is a snooze fest. Don't let a Muslim hear you say that. Huh? Oh, I absolutely like. There's no convincing me that the actual gameplay of Age of Empires is why it's gotten more popular. You could not convince me. You could be like, you need to accept that, or I will kill you, and I'll be like, I got morals. The second fastest. What's the first fastest? Red Alert 1. Hot damn. I'm gonna put that in there. That's a neat fact. I am learned. Okay, whatever. Don't change the font. StarCraft 2 has the second highest TDD in RTS. Yeah, Red Alert 1 is the highest. It's fun. I don't know if 12 points may be too small. I was trying to regret 12 point. Anyway. We're going to get distracted. I mean, the more, like I'm putting these down. There'll be more elaboration on all these things, but I'm trying to stay the course. It's going poorly. Yeah. So anyways, we'll get into that too. Let's talk about strictly the worker count changing the mid-game experience. This is the gospel I've been throwing around. The gospel of Lelouch is primarily about the mid-game, but I would say early to mid-game, and certainly the rest of StarCraft 2. That many people have missed because they don't watch my stream. Because y'all suck. Because I am a nobody. I'm going to snooze this ad because I'm getting to the big reveal, obviously. Okay, and also, let's talk about this. Has anyone done any research into whether this would change based on worker counts? I'm so glad you asked. Some people have. And this is why I have this up. Where should we start? This is correct. Tape the graph. I got a graph. Hold on, you're like, oh, that's so many words, ZombieGrub. This looks like far too many words. I'm not prepared. I don't like words. I also don't like words. I've yet to actually read this entire thing. I probably never will. But it's okay, because I think I can summarize the graph, or I think Ragnarok can. I need to make sure it's the right image. I made this mistake before. I guess I need to download it again. Here we go. Here it is. This is really the summary. It's simple but effective. Existence of graphs is sufficient. Pig, you're wrong. Do you have a graph? No? All right, you're wrong. So this is the kind of summary for a lot of points, right? 8 workers versus 12 workers does start a little different. But in the grand context of a StarCraft 2 game, it is exceptionally small. For, I guess, the kind of what this is based on, I suppose. We get to Lelouch's graphs and his summary, which is this. I'm just gonna put the quote. Whoop. In StarCraft 2 Heart of the Swarm, peak economy is generally reached in the mid-game. Compared to Brood War, which everyone is comparing it to and saying that because Brood War has lower workers, it must be better. Sigmoidal. Oh yeah, but it's, you know, if we're like, why is Brood War so much better? It is best to, you know, look into why you believe that Brood War is better. And for those who are like, it's because of the workers. Yes and no, but it's the count of workers. No. Good night, Mike. So in case you've never read this, this is a response to a blog. But yeah. So here's this from Jesus. In Heart of the Swarm, you had peak economy gained before the average game ended. Pretty damn early on. And then in Brood War, you had like basically no games where there was peak economy. And this is a lot of the reason why people will say that I think, you know, StarCraft feels fast in this regard, or feels like it skips a mid game. And I think it's just these fucking graphs. It's this idea. Why is peak economy important? Obviously, why is peak economy important? As soon as you reach peak economy, you take away an entire strategic element from the game. It reduces the game to make army, use army, instead of make army, make economy, make production, make technology, because all of these things can be afforded when you have peak economy. People who say is gaining popularity rather than imagining this to be stable, not dying. I'm willing to entertain that. Nothing feels obvious after the discourse. There's another thing I wanted to quote and paste. This I think really accurately describes what StarCraft 2 feels like after 3 bases, basically. 3 to 5. I'm thinking from a Terran's point of view, but I think most folks are well-meaning, just misguided. Yeah, I 100% agree. And this is why, if I ever am upset about this, it's not the idea that change happens or the like testing is good or I just inherently hate Pig. It's just that it feels like it's false marketing. Like it's basically someone from above telling you that the workers will help this problem. And who are you to really say anything differently? Have you ever looked into really why workers work the way they do in StarCraft? No. Basically no one. And no one has really looked into these things, which I only coincidentally found looking through a bunch of StarCraft history shit. Like, of course, like, well, this you could find if you typed in Legacy of the Void economy, you might be able to find this. But then, people aren't necessarily finding Lelouch's posts. This is an answer to a blog posted from QXC about the treaties on SC2 economy. And like, this is a fucking Reddit thread. Like, who's looking into this? But this guy actually did the math and makes excellent points. Can we talk about why timing's in a certain amount of resource gathering be viable yet? No. Yep, yeah. 10, there's just this is like, if my video, I could just delete everything here and be like, has anyone done any research into whether this would change based on worker counts? Yes, they have. Here it is. Would already, I feel like, be a fine video to educate the masses. I'm not saying educate them as in this is 100% the way. This is obviously not going to do any, like, this is just getting it out there so people are like, oh, okay, these are perspectives and stats and fucking graphs that I've never seen before that, oh, okay, now I understand a little bit more. Instead, I feel like you have a lot of people who would see Blizzard saying workers will help here, which is not right. and then you have people being like, well, that makes sense, because I remember I liked when I had 6 workers. And it's like, well, what did you really, is that what you really liked about it? Are you sure about that? I mean, someone would have to be really specific about liking 6 workers for me to believe them. They'd have to be like, I really loved StarCraft 2 because when I split my workers to mine in the first second of the game, it was an even 3-3. And then I'd be like, oh, all right, I guess you liked 6 workers. You have a slightly yeah, go ahead. If 6 was good, 4 was better, you should go to 2. I mean, Pig literally did a video where he was only given 1 worker, I believe, so. Thing about doing a video, I mean, so many videos are so difficult, and that's why Pig's videos end up being an hour long. Would it be all right to ask, do you think this will make any difference? Oh, on whether or not they go through with the worker change? No. I would bet $10 10 didgeridoos on them pushing the worker change and getting rid of the workday change. But I think your post has already, I think, swayed people's opinions or given strength. I mean, this sounds really cheesy, but it's given people who were like, I don't get why this would work. I don't see how this would work. I don't get why we're excited about this. It's given them the opportunity to say, okay, no, I'm right. Like, this isn't as cool as everyone's making it out to be. Look what Larimbo said. And maybe if a lot of the community suddenly has the sentiment, then maybe it could change. But yeah, I mean, it's very difficult for me to say that it'll change, or that, the guy in charge of all this will watch a video. Even if I was the smartest person in the world and I made this excellent video that was highly edited and full of facts, I researched all the games of Legacy of the Void, Heart of the Swarm, and Wings of Liberty, and I was able to compare it all. It just, like, You probably wouldn't watch it. It's such a complex question that regardless of theory crafting or testing, you can always say the evidence is not good enough to change opinion, therefore we should go through with it. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid is going to happen. For everyone who's like, this is too much to consider, we shouldn't do it, there's people who say, this is too much to consider, we should do it. Which, frankly, the only person who has been put publicly into the spotlight for this patch, regardless of if they actually had influence or not, but they are the ones that put themselves into the public with this, that was much of how their responses came off to people they talked to. Was, cool point, I disagree. Which, again, you can disagree, but it just, there was a lot of people that were talked to and said, I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it matters. Why would we change this? Look at other changes. And a lot of it was, obviously, because they pushed through with it, cool points, don't care. Get out of here. Get out of here, propaganda. Get out of here, Warcraft. Stop taking my viewers. Pig is innocent. Pig is innocent. That's not who I was talking about. Yeah. There's the person who pushes these things through and who has their own opinion and has probably been influenced by Pig. But Pig did not directly talk to them or influence them. Nor did he go around asking for feedback on this personally, like directly communicating. There's another person who actually like directly messaged people and made a Discord and stuff and has put them into themselves into a very unfortunate position as they now are forced to engage with a lot of people who are not very cool to defend themselves. Anyway. Going back to other smart people, because I'm not that smart. And yes, there's a lot of, this isn't even really worth it. But it's, I mean, if this had come, if discussion around the economy had come out to a large degree in the community like this, regardless of a patch prompting it, I also would be very interested in talking about it. It's just that whenever Pig did talk about it, I was there on his stream most of the time. And then if it did get posted to Reddit, it was like the one video and it, didn't get really much of that traction. So even if I had done all of this to the one video that was posted on Reddit, there'd be like two people who were like, cool. Do you balance your game around people who play your YouTube comments? So here's the thing, actually. As far as I understand it from other people, the guy who is balancing StarCraft is also balancing Warcraft. It's a classic games guy. Don't shoot the messenger, Jesus. This is, from what I understand, talking about to other people who seem to have more of an in than I do. Yeah, it's a classics game team who everyone has a different word for who the guy is. We call him the intern. Here's the Storm calls him the janitor. Sorry, I broke your brain a little bit. And what I did yesterday when I was in bully stream was that I looked up the Warcraft 3 patches and then the StarCraft 2 patches, and I was like, what the fuck? He pays so much more attention to Warcraft. You look at the patches that have occurred, and the most updated one isn't here, I think. But you look at these, and there's like multiple in the same year, right? And you look at StarCraft, and it's like, again, like this one hasn't even appeared. But it's like there's one last year, and there was one the year before that. Ah. No, from what I've heard, the Warcraft patches have been well received. I don't know anything more. About that. I have never played Warcraft in a competitive sense. Have we been balanced by a Warcraft 3 player all along? I knew Hearthstone was behind everything. Next patch we get heroes. That would change things. Arthur's also been getting money from tournaments. Yeah, and apparently when StarCraft 2 asked, they were like, who are you? No. There's a lot of non-communication happening with Blizzard about tournaments. And you can't blame the Classics game team for that. They're not going to be in charge of that. Well, there actually is interest. There's like money there's Microsoft is interested in StarCraft. I don't want to reveal stuff I shouldn't, but and Blizzard is yet again the one that just isn't responding. Also, yeah, Grubby getting money is a pretty different thing. Irrelevant to you. Oh, you're asking Hearthstone, sure. Microsoft is interested in AI, but it's also Microsoft recently was a part of that NVIDIA announcement that had people being like, who the fuck cares? But they've also had a lot of announcements that have been good and saying that they're moving away from AI. Like getting rid of Cortana. If Gravity did Streamer Invitational, right? Man, the War Chess Team League was so cool and fun. And the Caster Civil War is the exact same thing. Can a Quake kill an AI product? I think they've said other things about moving away from AI. I mean, I'm not trying to defend a billion-dollar company. It's just what they've been saying has been good. Because I think they also said that there's something else about AI that they've said. I don't know. That's not part of this discussion. Yeah, be the SC2 equivalent of Grubby real quick. Just get on that. This is the other thing I wanted to highlight that he talked about. I feel like your question is relevant to me. What Reaped is really asking is if the modern discourse that StarCraft 2 isn't interesting is the fault of commentators. Am I ready to take on that guilt? It's kind of the fault of the commentators as an incentive to cast the longer games. Wait, what are you talking about? They were talking about specifically our choice or lack of choice to bring attention to minor details, to details that would be difficult to discern by a layperson in exchange for just like entertainment. I feel like you're asking a different question or talking about a different thing. Oh, I am now Jesus. Apparently, I am JC. Should be aiming at more content. Well, I'm totally willing to talk, like, accept that commentators can't or won't do a job of explaining the details that would highlight how interesting a game is. But I feel like what you're talking about, I don't actually see that happening. Like, you're saying that content creators want longer games? That's not true. The 10-minute YouTube video thing is apparently no longer what the algorithm really likes. It does like longer videos, but it also likes longer videos where people are actually paying attention, which is hard to say will happen in a long StarCraft game, because let's be real, I think people start to have their eyes glaze over when it comes to like a Swarm host game. But we already, like, people are already arguing the entire opposite, which is that that Loco would hate to have a longer start because he already skips the first 2 minutes of his YouTube videos. As much as I do not blame the commentators, well, you kind of are. Yeah. Like, you won't cast a 5-minute proxy hatch game unless it's a best of 3 to best of 5. That's true. I just don't see any evidence. You have to tell me which content creators are saying what. I don't see any evidence that content creators want a longer game at all times. Like, I guess really what I'm saying is how do we get from the commentators, the content creators want longer games, to they have influenced Blizzard to believe that workers need to be less. Also, I think sometimes pointing out the minor intricacies can actually backfire, in case even the minor intricacies are actually very similar between all the games. All right, yes, the fundamental problem is the perception of the game is samey and stale. Yeah. Definitely agree. I definitely have another answer for the Reaped MGs part of this conversation, because I still feel like we're kind of two different discussions about content creators and commentators. You post up your take. I'm gonna get some water. I'm back. Part of it can be attributed to commentators, since obviously their job is to entertain and explain why two-base roach and a quick ultra is actually an all-in. Current HQ directions want to gather multiple replays from popular figures. Yes. How often are top-level risk-averse pro players? Mm-hmm. Yep, those are the best games. Okay. I think for whatever reason I misunderstood you as talking about why this is why the patch happened. When you're talking about this is how the community sentiment has gotten to where it is. Which has then led to the patch. Okay. I get it. The train is back on the tracks. I get it. Sure. Yeah, no, I agree, actually. Yeah. There's like a loose screw, and I don't know if I'm tightening it or not. Do you mean lowest time to kill? No. Wait, yes, I think you're right. Wait. Time to kill low means it happens fast. Yeah, no, yes, I do agree now that we've spouted out more. Deal order involved discourse would be players because a lot of viewers are making themselves significantly louder than you'd expect, at least considering what they're actually consuming. No, I think you're right. I think there's other evidence of this. Like the amount that content creators, it's righty-tighty, right? Influence the general community, I feel has actually risen quite a bit. Because, I'm sure for a lot of reasons, but certainly one of the biggest reasons is that we've gone from more centralized tournaments where people would gather to watch tournaments and thus have a lot of different opinions alongside those tournaments. You get interviews with the players, you get 6 different casters who might have differing opinions. You get all the games if you're watching the entire tournament to kind of like prove or disprove your point as opposed to cherry picked ones. Now it's really segmented into whatever content creator you watch. And I think this was kind of happening anyway, as tournaments disappeared, not even as the last big tournament disappeared. I think this was already kind of happening after EPT pulled out. But yeah, the amount of people who very clearly are coming from YouTube content creators, I feel like there's a drastic increase. And I'm basing that off of the post about who they want commentators to be. And certainly the YouTube can be blamed to a certain extent too, because I remember when I used to, way back in the day, when I used to watch Husky, Husky, and Sci Starcraft and whoever else, like, I feel like there would be no problem with them posting a 5-minute video because it was early on in the game and everyone was just like ravenous for content. Because there are so many popular names that even if like Idra died to a 5-minute cheese, that would actually still be one of the highest viewed videos. Record 10 seconds of B-roll. Well, that would be good editing, wouldn't it? But I'm not going to make you do that. I wouldn't ask you to do that when the chances of me actually making a video is so low. They do have a lot of impact. Yeah, I agree. And that's why Pig is to blame. They disconnect people seeing Cyril and thinking that's how they need to play. Yeah, I've gotten that argument as well, for sure. Yeah, I wasn't going to say, like, I've seen Artosis's YouTube. I don't really watch the YouTube too much, but I check in on it and see, like, you know, kind of what the differences are. And yeah, there's a lot of single games, not best ofs, and they seem to be of various length. You know, Sarah was one of the examples I was giving when I was talking about how the 12 pool actually did exist. Recently is not the right term. But deep into Legacy of the Void. And Cyril was using the 12 pool. And Lambo specifically touched on that in his video. I think he said it was like 2021 or something. Yeah. But I do definitely agree that there is I feel like an emerging, ever-increasing disconnect of viewers. How to say? Of viewers of content creators with the actual StarCraft that is happening. Yeah. I like the response to Wardy was just another stepping stone in what was already a feeling that like Reddit had, because the community, the centralized area for the community right now is Reddit. You don't have to like Reddit to agree with that. Not enough people go to Team Liquid. Discord is segmented. YouTubes are segmented. Twitch streams are segmented. This was already happening, and as I had said in other chats, like it felt like it was a pretty big change around 23 to 24. And like I said, like maybe it was because EPT left. There wasn't a consistent, reliable tournament. So you lost people who would maybe tune into these things, and you were left with people who were only watching content creators. But yeah, the people were hating on Wardy again. I mean, some people made fair points where they did not think that he would actually retire. And they said this in very fine ways. Or they said this is an overreaction. But again, they weren't being dicks about it. But there are plenty of assholes. And then what really was eye-opening was the amount of people who, like, very seriously were asking, who is this? And that's when I was like, oh, there's just different populations going on right now. Oh, geez. Which I'd already kind of picked up on when my talent announcement came out for 2024 Katowice. And there was that guy who was like, I've never heard of ZombieGrub. And I was like, oh, I've only ever done like all of these events. And he's like, yeah, but you didn't cast from 21 to 24. And I'm like, what the fuck are you on about? And it's because Wikipedia, for some reason, has like gap years. And I was like, you're just a very different type of StarCraft watcher. Favorite book series? Tell me about. Oh, I know exactly. You were there. You were there. Oh, yeah, it's really sad, isn't it? Nah, everyone knows Lovecraft was crazy. Everyone knows. Jake, you guys talking about way too popular things. What I brought up was a totally, at this point, I guess, niche author. Very, very old books. You know, a lot of the people who would know about it, it's because their parents gave them the books, I guess. David Eddings. Imagine missing the golden days of Catalina. How much not being other popular YouTube's content impacts how many people know you? Tons at this point, for sure. Good thing you changed that name. I still have, like, my World of Warcraft characters are almost all named after more obscure Belgariad characters, but still. It makes sense as to why this has happened. And it, you know, makes sense as to why, yeah, people who would be like, who the, but it's sad. And it just proved how different the landscape is, especially I think in particular to StarCraft after the dependable league format was gone. Once EPT was gone, even though they did have another year, the 3-year deal was up and then they said they were going to have another year. That still was months before they announced it or something. And there was a lot of doubt. And it feels like, yeah, it just lost a bunch. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, if you watch an entire tournament, you can see slow games, long games, fast games, interesting games, variety of players. Now it's really like the 6 same players, which is so much of why I think it's also boring. Called, what happens when YouTube balances a video game? The thumbnail StarCraft's logo on a giant tombstone. God. But yeah, so I agree. So back to the sentiment. The sentiment definitely is risen to the point that, yes, obviously people were paying attention. More and more discussion because of Pig. Again, blame Pig for everything. And now we're there where if you had asked, you know, why did you look into this? And they're like, well, community sentiment said that workers would change how exciting the game is. You'd be like, I guess that's true. But you would hope that whoever makes the decision would do a little more research into that. As just like, I mean, I always would look at community feedback, even though that's generally not advised on my casting. But I wouldn't just fucking whiplash to all the critique of my casting. Try and take all of the feedback and all of the opinions together and be like, okay, maybe we can nudge it this way or nudge it that way. Not I see a lot of people talking about workers. I guess they're right. Seems like such a basic way to go about it. Don't remember the last time the community felt this alive. I think people actually are forgetting how much the community was really excited about the Storm patch. Not because of Storm, but because it was another out of nowhere patch where people were like, they're patching StarCraft? Like, people are like, this is the first time that a friend has ever asked me who didn't watch StarCraft in 10 years, they're patching StarCraft? I got that a lot when the Storm patch came out. Try to blame individuals? Yeah, of course. Like, there's no fix to this. I'm not going to go around and ask every YouTube caster to please cast more 5-minute games that do poorly because of algorithms. At the end of the day, this is one of those things where, like, the people might not know why they are upset, but there is something that they're upset about. And whether or not you feel like their complaints are warranted, you got to figure out why they are saying it. And can you come up with a solution? And I feel like there was the last 2 points that aren't really thought about in this patch. Yeah. And at the end of the day, I think what people want is a new exciting thing to be excited about. And they're fed something that is decorated in gold leaf. There it is, gold leaf. And they're like, wow, this looks like exactly what I wanted. It's different. And they're actually just getting the same exact thing underneath the gold leaf. When we could actually be doing something that isn't just pretty. Which I think the warp gate certainly is not pretty. It's ugly, but it is interesting. Hello. When is the PTR tournament happening? In 52 minutes. More bases per maps? Ooh. I don't know about that one. You can't increase the supply cap. That's kind of just a complete hard stop. You're not going to increase the supply cap. Even though there's a lot of theories to that actually being, one of the ways to fix some things. You're feeling so... Oh, yeah, as a Terran player, yeah. Well, Zergs would be inherently inclined to like more bases. What'd you do to your fur, Apollo? Yeah, there's an ad playing. Or when ad breaks every 8 minutes. It should just be a 2-minute ad break. So sorry. So I am not in favor of more bases per map. But also the higher supply cap isn't a thing that will ever happen because it changes the requirements of PCs. They're never going to do that. Not that big of a requirement for 1v1s, but definitely big requirements for co-op, 3v3s, 4v4. But there actually have been a lot of theories as to that being one of the fixes. Yeah. You make the units faster and bulkier. Gotta go fast? Are you sure about that? I don't know. Questionable. Back to what we were talking about. I didn't really touch on the whole, like, can commentators, do a better job explaining the details, but, yeah, I don't think that's nearly as impactful as the what's the word? All the content, like all of the internet's going more and more separate from each other. It's also enjoyed a slow car. I don't really like driving, so I guess all the time. So one of the reasons that the average game length, so the peak economy happens is the macro mechanics, right? Which the original design decision of macro mechanics is clearly just not important. As in, they were wrong. They did not need macro mechanics, but we can't fix it. So even though I've said before, very recently, like changing or removing macro mechanics would be more interesting, I think it would be more interesting, but it also might be more of a disaster. So pretty much it would be a guaranteed disaster. StarCraft 2 is too built around macro mechanics to ever change that, which is unfortunate. But that's what Lush is talking about. My dinglehopper. It's PTR. Well, they did already give it a try. And I remember that they gave it a try. I didn't remember the reason for why it wasn't good. I guess said that it was impossible for Terran without mules. Yeah, and it is arguably the tree that is everything else branches off of macro mechanics. I would argue that you could revisit it and it would have more impacts and might be worth designing the patch around again. Because there's probably things you could do. If Terran was impossible to play without mules, there's probably other things you could do to the balance of the other races to accommodate for that. But that is obviously a huge undertaking. And what a lot of people do point out, probably correctly, is that maybe one of the reasons that they've chosen worker change is that's the easiest one to implement. I think that is true. I have my doubts as to that's actually what, the true reason was, and not just because it was the hot topic and what people talk about. I find it hard to believe that the intern looked through all of these threads and all of the possible models that could be implemented into StarCraft 2 and said, no, the easiest thing to do is workers. But maybe he did. I don't know. It's just that workers don't actually do very much. So, yeah. Which is another point that I'm sure, like, no one's asked me yet, but I'm ready for. I'm ready. If changing the worker start count doesn't do very much, then why did they change it to Legacy of the Void? But I have, in my opinion, a very simple answer, which is that the goals of Legacy of the Void were very different. Why do you do this? The goals of Legacy of the Void were to skip the non-action of the early game and to reduce turtling and encourage engagement by forcing expansions. And I would say that it did exactly what it wanted to. But going back, what it didn't want to do was increase, or I guess decrease, or decrease strategic variety. "11 years, long enough to wait and try again." Possibly right. Like, I'm not going to bang on like this would change everything and fix everything, of course. But I do think it's a more interesting change and might be more worth looking into fixing around rather than, as people have already put it, you know, trying to change the workers and then having to change everything else anyway. So we're back to where we started. There's also a bunch of other stuff that I wanted to address. Wall/HOTS was so much more fun. I remember so many more types of games. 1. Nostalgia. We all wish we were 10 years younger. 2. How to say this? A lot of people remember the best games of those expansions while conveniently forgetting the best games of Legacy of the Void. And not the absolute repetitive bullshit that you found on small channels like Pastry TV. And 3, what we just talked about, really. There were so many more tournaments and more pro gamers that seemingly the variety was higher. Nowadays, typing. Nowadays, there are fewer pro gamers. There are fewer tournaments. And frankly, neat stuff just doesn't get highlighted anymore. Well, 4, let's say this was true. How long was it true? The first year of Wall, the second year of HOTS, the third and final year of both expansions. If it was any of the above, keep in mind, Legacy of the Void's first 3 years were also crazy as shit. What? How is that not 4A? You want to ask the boomers. Okay. You asked the boomers. Good, good, good. They have some knowledge. Past 2011, 6, 8, or 10 pools are just not viable and are a completely meme build. Yeah, I think so. So, Fear Dragon did remind me that the tournament we put on, Hell It's About Time, was actually won by 8 pools. I don't think that doesn't mean that they weren't meme builds, though. Like, the reaction that we had was that it was an insane, kind of stupid thing that happened. It was the balance council came in, the game became stale. When did they actually come in? I feel like I haven't really gotten an answer on that. Oriental Habit, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Fellow Affinity. Oh yeah, I've been off the Adobe for a while, except when I have to convert, and then I just make a new account. No, I'm not saying it's not. It is a secret. I don't remember when it was. But when I asked this to the chat, like Pig's chat or someone, I didn't get an answer. I think you mean Action Jesus. Scarlett's in the chat, actually. I remembered this build recently. Remember this game recently because I was doing the StarCraft timeline. And just coincidentally, someone in Pig's chat talked about it, an early pool or something. I forget actually why I brought this up. But I had to post the meme image of Action Jesus knocking on the door and going 6 pool lol. Because it happened, like Action Jesus would do it, but then Chadong cheese Scarlet out of WCS. And it was hilarious. First patch after Void started 5.07. I'm gonna make a note of that. Patch Bounce Council started 5.0.7. Pig will go live soon because he's also gonna cast the PTR. That's right. Oh man, you put it such a that's what tickled my brain. Blizzard dropped the Void Ray patch and then said, "Fuck this shit, I'm out." That's right. That's not right, is it? I feel like that was at least a sentiment. I don't remember specifically. But we could compare patches. There it is. With StarCraft 2 Blizzard and support. Blizzard and support for StarCraft 2. October 18th, 2020. 2020. So this might have been the last patch? You guys said it was 5.07 though. It was this one. How'd you start playing then? I changed back to Terran right as Broodland Infestor was getting popular. We don't plan these things, you know? 5.0.7 wasn't really much. That was the Rainer portrait and a new ladder pool. So you're saying it started after that? This is the first Balance Council patch, I guess. This one? 5.0.9? Before that one? Before those ones wasn't much. Ladder, portrait, bug fix. No, I think it's the one I popped up. I think it's this one. No, sorry. Wait a minute. This was before Blizzard officially ended. So yes, it is 5.09. Can't believe you guys. Can't believe you guys. Lying, feeding me false information. I would have looked so silly if I had publicly posted that. Are we looking for the Void Ray patch? I think we were looking for the one that fixed the Void Ray patch. Because the Void Rays were what Blizzard left us with. Yeah, you're... God! Get out! So yeah, yeah. Anything else? Wall Hots was so much more fun. I remember many types of games. By the end of Wall/Hots, it is definitely the case that people were tired of those expansion meta bullshit. Right? That's what triggered in my brain, Barrett. Okay. Woo, let's just separate these two. No, I don't know, man. Yeah, I wasn't on the receiving end, and you know, I was the Terran player, and that was very different. I think ZVP has had the most worst metas, for sure. Okay, but by the end of Wings of Liberty and Heart of Swarm, worker counts didn't change. So why did the games of those expansions get progressively worse / more macro-oriented / more repetitive? Not the workers. PvP was not 3 years of 4-gate. It wasn't. I don't actually remember what the end of Wings of Liberty was. So maybe I shouldn't say that confidently, but I'm pretty sure it evolved from that. And it definitely wasn't that in Heart of the Swarm for sure. You found the official BattleNet form. Oh, hey, that's useful. Especially because so many BattleNet links are dead now. To find a live one is actually pretty cool. It was almost 3 years. God. I know Wings of Liberty was mostly Blink Stalker. I really don't remember. I am trying to think of Wings of Liberty PvP. It was just totally overshadowed. Well, Protoss was totally overshadowed, right? Like, Protoss just weren't... there weren't as many. God, I hope that's not true. Phoenix Wars are the worst. Yeah. Okay. Do. As I say, I haven't actually read all of this article, but I was hoping there'd be some highlights, some summaries. Elixir Redemption. Mass Colossus macro games. That was Heart of the Swarm. Heart of the Swarm was Rain making genius moves by adding one more Colossus as opposed to, 2 more Zealots in a maxed out Protoss versus maxed out Protoss army. He's a genius, I tell you. I actually really liked Rain, but yeah. Roddy left Phoenix, I think, the first time I played StarCraft. Even before they had Anion Pulse Crystals. That's a long time ago. I mean, this is a good thing to give people, just because at the very least, like, their conclusion about double harvesting might be incorrect and it's not feasible is really the TLDR of this one. It's not feasible, apparently. But anyway, their explanation as to why workers are the way they are is still very useful to give to people. This is a lot more calculations. So different systems of economy that could be used. Misconceptions might be interesting to read. Remember once Final innovated DVP by introducing concept of 220 Roach Army? Yes, I do. I vaguely recall Asia saying that I feel like there's a stream where people asked him about it. And I feel like initially he was not a fan. He was like, it only works like if you do this, or he was only facing this type of player, or something like that. Because Idra never liked anything that was new. I've been through it all night. See you, dude. Thanks for stopping by. Giving the community little backbones they can actually say, hey, maybe I don't like this change. Push the Zerg cheese agenda. I feel like there's a joke here that we should have created publicly. How do you get Scarlet to respond to your Discord message? Ask her about the balance of the other races. Is it to give her money? Is it to get crucial information about an upcoming tournament? Is it to make plans? No. It's option D. Tell you saw her playing a card game? I don't know this one. Because Fear Dragon's the only one who has evidence of this. I didn't do it. I've never had to message her about anything important. Alright, misconceptions here. Removing worker pairing from the game will not magically fix everything considers broken. Huh. What did he consider? Oh my god, he was in a Skype group. That's how you know this is 10 years old. Talks about the swarm host. Wait a minute. Yeah. How does the Chi and why does Swarm Host exist? Biggest reason for existence of the Swarm Host because something you do in the early game that affects your entire game worker pairing. Entire system of StarCraft 2 is built in such a way that you can be supply efficient as possible while collecting resources. You will need 16 workers per mining minerals and other form mining gas, some 20 workers per base. Average StarCraft game, you for the most part will want to have around 80 workers in later stage. What does it mean? Single base needs 20 workers. You will not want to have more than 4 bases at a time. If we get rid of worker pairing and worker pairing only, meaning that the most supply efficient amount of workers per mineral patch is 1 instead of 2, the number of bases would rise to a staggering 8. Have you ever had 8 mining bases in a single StarCraft 2 game? No. Don't think so. Alright, so that's his hypothesis. Misconceptions. Won't fix everything. Without worker pairing, players will want to take more bases and split themselves more, creating more weak points in the defense. Which aggressive players take advantage of. These scenarios will not happen when players only have 2 bases. They will happen when players have 4. This was with Heart of the Swarm. I wonder if you combine it with Legacy of the Void, how that works. It's not a magical fix. It won't transform the game into Brood War. Most timing attacks will continue to exist. Move worker pairing also does mean that players will not be able to turtle. Turtle strategies will continue to exist. But it will allow the aggressive player to actually take more bases and get advantage out of it. Someone made a mod for this, and it has been somewhat tested. I don't know how thoroughly it has been tested, or if it is possible, but I'm sure the people looked into it. TeamSpeak Balance Council. This is, I think, is the most important part from this. Well, the difference between the games are the curve up to the maximum is shaped. Brood War, when compared to StarCraft 2, is a steeper income rate climb at lower work counts, but then slows down once workers start bumping into each other. Oh, this is on the worker pairing. More brooder. Even the newer Legacy of the Void that is considerably better than Vanilla Hot's wall mining falls behind. Huh. Wait. How is Heart of the Swarm Wings Liberty mining worse? How is that different? Does it just talk about the mineral patches? Content idea? Hit me. Other ways. That's not so much a way, I think, as it is. Best 7 each match is on a different balanced gameplay. Haven't you realized like a change at all? The stated goal is to allow competition on 1 of 3 bases for longer periods and increase the strategic diversity across all 3 races. Those are the goals. So yeah. Which, agree, disagree, are worthy goals. Practice, I think, double harvesting and Brood War Econ inserted into StarCraft 2's design will reach peak economy earlier than what we ideally would like and be effective with a 200 supply cap more than we initially think. That was, you had to rally workers. You had to, like, they didn't move immediately. You had to do that up until, I think, Legacy of the Void. I think Legacy of the Void is what changed it. It might even been the patch on Legacy of the Void. To quantify strategic diversity anywhere. No. It's pretty vibes based. It is vibes based. You just born want to generate weeks of delicious discourse in the community? I hope so. What a genius. What a genius. Oh my god. Fire cake versus Mana. I'm trying to understand this graph. It's not a graph. It gives you Brexit flashbacks. Oh my god. I get what you're getting at, but it's just so... it's extreme. Okay, what is this trying to say? Hold on. If you have 6 command centers and 47 SCVs, you get more minerals per 5 minutes than in StarCraft 2. If you have the same amount of SCVs for 3 command centers, you get less minerals. Okay, so this is another way of showing what the graph was talking about, but still, nonetheless. It's a large reason why Flash said StarCraft 2 needs a bigger supply cap. But it'll never happen. Wall PvP. Do you get open Air Force Stalkers, push back 3, slap down 4-gate? Then do the 4-gate Gamble, Robo, 1 Immortal, Colossus. 4-gate was still pretty oppressive. There you go. Its supply cap is just, it could never happen. It's what's sad about that. Now, it could happen if we had a StarCraft 3. Maybe they fix some of the problems about cores and shit. I don't know. Why not? I truly believe that Blizzard would never allow a high population cap because they'd have to do it for every team mode. And while 1v1 wouldn't be drastically affected, team games would. That would make team games even harder on people's PCs. And they really don't want to have that happen. Apparently, this is a similar reason as to why double harvesting is difficult. Where are people messaging me? Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, some people want to play 1v1 for sure. This might be interesting. This might be a time capsule. I want to read this before moving over to the PTR. But I also want to go to the bathroom. Be right back. Woo! Okay. They won't, but doesn't mean that they can't. Okay. I don't know which word I used, but they won't. 50 more supplies seems trivial. A fourth of the game added on seems trivial. I don't know. Still a lot. All right, I wanted to read this because it seems like a time capsule. And in essence, like, this is extreme passive play this guy's responding to. This is the Mana vs. Firecake game. But in a way, this is actually what they're getting at as well, as far as less strategic variety in StarCraft 2. Passive, macro-based play, which apparently was rampant in Heart of the Swarm, which had 6 workers. But we do have new units. All right. Let's see here. Which one was I gotten interested in? Everyone is the point is why StarCraft 2 from early to late is more turtley and passive than Brood War. And remember, this is just Heart of the Swarm before, I guess, Legacy of the Void was... Because Legacy of the Void's like announcement was at BlizzCon. There was like no hints as to the changes for Legacy of the Void until that happened. So this is very much within the context of we are not imagining a world where there's twice as many workers and far less resource patches. Just get out there. Around changing, adding, removing units. I don't see that being viable. Look how far that got us in Wings of Liberty, and now less than a year into Heart of the Swarm, the expansion that was supposed to fix Wings of Liberty. They're seeing the exact same problems come up in professional play. So it ended up being the case in the end of Wings of Liberty, and ended up being the case in the end of Heart of the Swarm, despite never once touching the worker change. Well, adding the lurker, which they did, solve anything. It's basically a hell unit that doesn't move, has 1 more range, double the damage, but requires layer tech, hydrogen, and an upgrade. Doesn't sound like a unit that fixes anything to me. Is that something people were really suggesting? I guess as a replacement of the Swarm hosts. Time capsules. Most fundamental aspect of any RTS game is resource acquisition. Yes. Core aspect being mining scalability whenever 1 plus X worker were used for a mineral patch. Said they increase. This is the math. This is the math why scale is better. Since players generally never have to make more than 70 workers, this leads to effectively being capped at 3 base economy. So having 4 mining bases would give no significant income advantage other than gas. And then he gives the image again. It's impossible to attack to deter a player by nature. Defense advantage, core part of any others have more cost-efficient engagement. Do the artificial 3-base cap on mining, the turtling player will have similar enough economy to the attacking player that attacking isn't a viable thing to do. Which I've talked about. Yeah. And this is like the same way that it's interesting to out macro a turtle player in Brood War is not interesting to do so in StarCraft 2. Snowball effect is increased, making comeback from substantial supply deficit near impossible. Which Drogo says, and Pig agrees, that comebacks were much more likely, are more likely in Legacy of the Void. Oh, wait a minute. Army power increases exponentially with size. 7 Marines are 40% more powerful than 5. 70 army supply is 40% more powerful than 50. Assuming equal strength. Brood War, this was less of an issue for 2 major reasons. First being unit pathing. Not every unit could engage at once. But more cores, the asymmetrical economies. When player has substantially better economy due to having more bases, the 20 to supply deficit matters less. Whereas in StarCraft 2, that same deficit stays with you until both players are maxed out. Okay. balance is held on a knife's edge, making the build order and map variability in StarCraft 2 substantially smaller. Which is being said about Heart of the Swarm that has 6 fucking workers. And then he goes into a history lesson about Brood War. Oh, maybe I should actually look at it. All right. Last Bounce Push 2001, patch constantly. We don't get anything more than minor metagame. So necessary in StarCraft 2 compared to Brood War. And the response I've read on Reddit for this question are nothing short of abysmal. In the early years, Boxer is flashy Micro King. Emphasis moved to from micro to macro. Similar to what we experienced early on in StarCraft 2. It went from micro to macro? Ugh. For different reasons. Okay. It's not like one player learned that having a strong economy was a good way to win a Brood War game. And players brought this knowledge from Brood War to StarCraft 2. Due to the mining mechanic of Brood War, players had to figure out how to take the maximum number of bases without dying. Whereas in StarCraft 2, the objective is simply to get to that 3-base economy. Interesting. I haven't read that perception on the issue before. Interesting. Levuv came around, macro-oriented, until Savior introduced 3-Hatch Muta. On how to get more bases safely. BC Rose Prominence, Sarah DT. Countering Zerg's unchecked ability to expand. Jaedong and Flash simply refined macro builds. Bruder wasn't stagnant towards the end. Mech replaced SK Terran. And that's back. StarCraft 2 players didn't come up with innovative ways to macro. Blizzard simply allowed them to get the 3 bases through patches. But so long as it was on one of the 100 tape freight clones we have out there. Oh, Daybreak. This is funny. Comes down to the cost efficiency of army comp in the mid to late game and not their ability to macro. As soon as one composition starts getting the advantage, buffs nerfs are needed. Think PvT and ZVX. Doesn't matter if you all play them. It's the one cost-efficient engagement that matters. And then he gives an analysis of TVP matchup in Brood War. Huh. Not only did Protoss have the ability to expand faster than the slow-moving Terran mech, probes straight up mined 17% faster than SCVs. I actually had no idea. One of them was afraid that post is still active. He wouldn't. I think he'd be like, it doesn't matter. Okay, he's going to try and fix the problem. See 4 possible solutions. Introduce Brood War mining scalability. Easier said than done and requires a lot of other changes. Have the workers mine at different rates, similar to Brood War. If an SCV mined at 100% rate, drones mine 105 and probes at 117, which does not sound like what we need right now. Those values don't need to be kept. Don't see as a viable solution if it's only change implemented since players still capped at 3-base economy. Increase the supply cap, which won't happen. Decrease resources per base. This did happen. It's got a lot of hype a while back, but nothing came out of it. I think this is a nice in-between solution. Would really like to be experimented with more. But still see it to be a worse solution because it's simply increasing the cap economy on 4 to 5 bases. I mean, they probably a dad with a teenager. This is 15 years ago. And they were probably around 20-something, I guess. StarCraft 2 needs to give players an incentive to continue expanding as well as attacking, even if it is cost and efficient trade. Brooder did this brilliantly, making it arguably the best, certainly most popular esport in history. StarCraft 2 is good, but has shown that it needs major changes to core mechanics. I mean, that's ultimately what this boils down to, I guess. All right. All of these posts, all of these key points from the posts, that's really why I wanted to do a video anyway. Maybe we'll work on the other stuff that people will bring up. Or maybe this will just be it. Because ultimately, I just wanted to get other smart people who have already discussed this at length. Why workers don't fucking matter. Worker count doesn't matter, excuse me. But we'll do that later. Because right now there is a PTR tournament happening that I plan on casting today. Not after a 7-hour stream, but still. We're doing it. Oh, this isn't the bracket. Here it is. Brief personal note while running this week's cup on PTR. There's a lot of emotions flying around. It's only natural. Might be the best ways to make sure we care about the outcome. It's actually play games. Pshaw! Unbelievable. How do you get to the end goal of forcing players to continue expanding while keeping build variety? Yeah, there's a couple of different suggestions, but also a big thing is that it's not... There is build variety already, and it's... Yeah. It's about getting rid of this perception that the workers will do anything, more than it is about providing an alternative solution. This is actually a very big tournament. Not because it's on the PTR, but because there's a lot more money on the line. Or is that from Monday Night's Weekly? I think that might be Monday Night Weekly. Monday Night Weekly is going to be $1,000. This one's still a good amount of money. All right. What are the brackets? Are they done? Are they finalized? I think they're finalized. Your manifesto will be tomorrow, trying to demonstrate build variety. Love to see it. I think there's a lot of things that need to be discussed. Who do we have here playing today? Bjorn's playing. Solar's playing. Perceive is different from Percival. And Perceive is in some hot water right now, so I'll pay attention to that. That's Bjorn vs. Solar is probably going to be our finals. It's a little awkward, isn't it? It's a little awkward. Well, I think the most obvious choice here is to cast Pig. I mean, we need to cast and make fun of Pig as much as we can. Or we could cast Mixu versus Yo-Yo. I don't know what Yo-Yo is. I don't know what race they play. They're at least Masters. Zerg would be a ZVZ. Which actually is kind of interesting. Or we could just start off with someone who's already in the... or is in the start of the bracket. Count sharing seems more likely. I haven't paid super close attention to it. The tournament organizers have discussed it. Some, as you said, decided to ban them. Some did not. Yeah. He just plays high-end crack sometimes. I'm just gonna join whatever game is linked, to be honest with you. And I honestly have no idea how one-sided this could be. So you probably don't either. So if you wanted to make bets, by all means. Alright. All on Team Matt. Conviction. In the bottom right, I hate this overlay, it is Matt's. In the top left, we have Kimira Bobo. It won't fix it this time, but it'll fix it for next time. Freaking PTR. Okay. So yeah, I have no idea about any of these players. I mean, I recognize kind of Matt's name, but I don't really recognize the other, Kimiro Bobo. You don't really get a feel for where their ranks are, because on the PTR, they got a bronze border and actually be a GM player on the regular game. All I know is that we got ourselves a PVZ. This is the patch. So if you're interested in seeing how that looks, this is it. Current discussions around the patch include, but are not limited to, the fact that apparently Zerg can't cheese as much. Something drone count. And then also that the Protoss have no idea what they're doing. I think that summed it up pretty well. Protoss needs to figure out not just a new worker economy. Which, God, I'm already getting bored. Where's the action? Ugh. God. What is this? What is this? A game for boomers? You think I just sit there and read a newspaper? Gah. Stupid. But more so that the gateways now need to be upgraded individually into warp gates. Warp gate research has been moved off the Cybernetics core onto the gateways for a really nonsensical reason, in my opinion, but that's an aside. As you can see, we don't have the Cybernetics core, but we do have warp gates. So let me give me a quick TLDR and what that means here. Let me get back to the patch. Back to the patch notes. Here we go. Here it is. So, the summary. Not the summary. All the things that affect this. Warp gate research speeds up gateway unit production time by 35%. Now he... Wait a minute. Did he cancel that? He must have canceled it, right? Probably. Transform the warp gate costs 50/50. It is rather expensive. Oh no, lings. Not that many lings. It shouldn't be that much of a problem. Adept does exist. Warp-ins no longer have slow and fast warp-ins. They're all just fast. And then a bunch of warp gate cooldown values have been increased. And gateway production, pre-warp gate production time has also had some changes. All of the units have been increased in their production time, except for the Adepts, which has been reduced by 2. This confuses me. So I believe the idea of what they want to do with Protoss is so they want to make it so that gateways are viable. Gateways are viable, but warp gate is still advantageous because you can warp in units anywhere and as quickly as you used to be able to, all the time on fast warp-ins. So that's what we're kind of looking at and seeing if that's really true. How many people really bother upgrading or only upgrade as opposed to bother using just plain old gateways. Void Ray is going to come out, which is already a difference anyway to regular old StarCraft. This is a protection tab for ants. Why is it so small in this overlay? Twilight Council follows it up. I mean, clearly you've already seen some mistakes, I think, because again, that warp gate was definitely canceled. You do not get that right off the bat, like you would warp gate, I suppose. Especially because he was getting it way faster than he would get warp gate, but on theoretically less of an economy. But that less of an economy is we're already done with that. We're already done with that. Less economy, and he also needs to transfer his workers. We're already past that. For Zerg, as I said, that they don't really get the cheese as much anymore. It clearly wasn't Matt's plan. And actually show what the macro game might look like, I suppose. So far, nothing really feels all that different, except I do feel like I spent an extra minute talking about stuff, and I feel like there already would be something happening a little bit in Old Legacy of the Void, but that's... sure. Toss this trash, and that's a nice break. Mwah! Apparently, Kimiro Bobo likes the Void Rays into Resident Enslaves, by the way. He's gonna go and just transform everything. Wait. Probably means to transform every warp gate into... every gateway into a warp gate, but this one's building, so he's not. I don't know if there's some math to be done on having halfsies. First Void Ray makes a lot of sense for getting rid of Overlord scouting. Second Void Ray, I'm not as certain about. But yeah. We also don't have any way for, of course, the Adepts to be warped in proximity. There's a Warp Prism, there's a Proxy Gateway, but sometimes you don't need that for Adepts. Just shade them across. Just shade them across. It's also a minute behind the Zerg in mid-game compared to where they would be in the live game. A minute behind in terms of tech, worker count, etc. So then why does Zerg seem to have... By the way, this could just... I mean, this is... Well, obviously we're not casting... Excuse me. We're not casting, like, the literal best of the best. The people who, even with figuring out changes, would be hitting all the macro perfectly. Yeah. Clearly, Matt didn't decide to cheese, but has gone to 3 bases, 60 drones, very safe. Prepares for certainly an incoming attack. Seen the lack of third base for some time, although my timing's certainly off. Didn't maybe know exactly what it was, but that's a lot of roaches. And now we're just hoping that the drones don't take massive losses. So far, so good. I don't think we're on a particular mod, so... Actually, we might be. Yeah, only 1 worker died. 2 workers died. There we go. Okay, we're on the mod. This is a 2-base adept attack. This should kill you. Or it will kill the Protoss. Void Ray apparently run into a bunch of queens. 5 workers, $5. 5 workers is not enough. 5 workers was not enough for 2 base. Hold on. 6 gate. 6 gate. I assume, despite the changes in the PTR. Oh, I get why Protoss is kind of screwed. I was asking why Zerg also seems to be complaining about the lack of, cheese viability. Or is that just in, like, DVT? And DVP doesn't even really matter because Protosses are all screwed anyway. Soon 7? No, I did the math right. It was 5 warp gates and 1 gateway. Clearly this is a win for Matt. GG's Matt. Defends the less than ideal adept all-in a lot, I'm sure, because of, yeah, the Protoss economy being different. Just to really highlight here, every gateway that this guy changed into a warp gate cost him 50-50. So 300 went into actually providing him instant warp-ins. That's a lot. That's 2.5 adepts, I guess. Minerals. It's just like a... I'm actually kind of shocked, and I haven't thought about the gateway changes a lot, because obviously my focus has been on the economy. But it's actually insane that they made every single one of them cost 50 gas. Like, how is that their immediate go-to? The minerals I could be like, oh, alright, I guess, sure, or whatever. But the 50 gas? That's so expensive. And I suppose they wanted to make sure that people tried out gateways. Chimera Bobo, by the way, is actually random. Not main Protoss. Didn't catch that, so... Another reason why, probably not the sharpest adept build in the book. The number of games played by StarCraft 2 per season. Alright. Random but interesting, I hope. It's like, am I being trolled? Are we just decided to throw everything around? All right. There's a decrease in number of games played, but since the Balance Council took over, there's an increased number of games played by Masters. Okay, Masters and GM players. Gotcha. Well, that has, I think, far less to do with the balance patch as much as it was also... It was the same... 3 months, was it? That StarCraft 2 announced they no longer support... Blizzard announced they no longer support StarCraft 2. That seems far more likely the reason. However, I would concede that the increase of Masters and GM players would be because they really, you know, did believe there was nothing to do about Void Ray bullshit, and they came back when it was fixed. Which is not something that necessarily Bronze to Diamond players are thinking this is absolute bullshit as much as they're like, another cheese. 1 of a billion. So up in the top right, we got Matt, who is up 1-0. Chimera Bobo randoms into Protoss again. And Protoss is the race that's really screwed here. They gotta figure things out and quick. And it's only been 4 days. I will say, I immediately noticed that the music variety, this is what they meant by variety. I figured it out, guys. I spawn into a StarCraft 2 game. There is so much more variety as to the music being played. That's crazy. You know how often I've heard this song? Pretty much never. Not casting a StarCraft 2 game. They did it. They fixed it. What are the Zerg changes? Some people might be asking. I'm focusing on Protoss. I'm trying to think of the ones that are relevant for the early in the game. Creep proceeds, spreads faster. Spore Crawler has increased damage as the man versus Protoss. Carapace upgrades are cheaper. And the Overlord speed has been decreased. That's pretty much it for the game that we've, probably gonna see here. Unless we get to Vipers and shit. I don't think we will. Now this song I've heard approximately 1 billion times. This is the song, man. Let's watch an Overlord in action. Riveting. Slightly later. A little later to the scout. If I recall correctly, this is in some way this is reverting Overlord speed, because I'm pretty sure they got an increase like 13 years ago. And more boundaries also shift depending on player population. Yes. For sure. And I haven't checked as to whether the population percentages are broken again, but I just assumed that they were. Being Masters is not the top 2% badge that you wish it were. Pearl's kind of Gateway, Cyber, Next, Sandstock, by the time the Overlord gets to the natural in most maps. Why did they decrease the Overlord? What's the guess on this one? You really think they would have made the Overlord faster? But I guess he's not supposed to be a scout. I guess that's true. Actually, it's kind of breaking my brain a little bit. You just, over 16 years, you forget what people's first expectation is and what they do or do not do. But obviously, Overlords are not sent as scouts from people who are new to StarCraft. couple drones went down in the Adept, but the Adept died. Overspeed got to be Prosportos can cheese without being scouted. The reason is all races have nerfed scouting. How is that true? Due to worker changes, so normal over would be overpowered. But how do all the races have nerfed scouting? If you tell me that all the races now have their economy is more committed to a scout because of the lower worker count, that's already the punishment for Zerg then, no? Why do their overlords have to be slower? I guess because they don't work for scout and other people do. Okay. Alright. Okay. Maybe they just need to change the Overlord speed a little bit. Maybe it should be 0.8. I don't know. Speaking of Overlord speed, I guess, you have Pneumatized Carapace, which was also changed. I'm actually surprised I'm seeing it, but he did get it last game, so. What are you doing here? Oh no, that was just without Pneumatized Carapace, right? That didn't change. Pneumatized Carapace hasn't changed. That's the same speed as before. All of it is an attempt to make figuring out a safer standard build harder. Is that a good thing? That's a good question. Some people say absolutely. Some other people say no. And there's a lot of other questions you have to ask each person before I think you really get to the heart of the discussion. Sounds like they're encouraging coin flips. Yeah. Yeah. That's also an argument being made. They are inadvertently, they're not, that's not their goal, but they're inadvertently encouraging coin flips. Yeah. Well, I gotta say, Chimera Bobo looks okay this time around. No totally already scouted the depth attack. That isn't gonna do anything. So we might actually be getting to maybe like an infestor. Maybe. Matt has got an overlord speed and is be able to scout everything he needs to, but also might be using it for overlord drops later on. Keep an eye on that. Overseer now being created. 4th hatch is done. I'm so glad this game looks really different. This just is a whole new world for me. Obviously, everyone's gonna play to what they know and how to play. So there's not too much of an incentive as of yet to really change that. But I also feel like whether or not someone comes up with something amazing early aggression-wise, well, and like not have a lot to do with the workers as much as it's a reason to think of something new. Be like, well, maybe it does work, and then it probably will work because it's new, and then it'll just flatten out again. And I think that'll happen very quickly, if it happens at all. I can absolutely see a world where all the matchups look pretty identical, depending on who you're casting. So if Bly was here, Bly would cheese. Sure, it'd be worse apparently. But you know, if these guys are usually doing this, then this is not going to change. And, well, at this point, you know, Matt's clearly going to win you. Do you think, Matt, just a higher league than Chimera Boba is going to happen in the second round of these tournaments? Who do they go on to face? They go on to face Solar. So we are going to see that ZVZ, which I am interested in. Solar is going to be better than Matt. That's not a slight at Matt, but that's just the case. But I think, you know, Matt, probably GM. I feel like I see their name a lot in these tournaments. I don't actually know what their league is. And so it'll be a fight. It'll be interesting enough, I think. For all the Protoss players, really. You know, if Classic signed up, I'd be like this poor soul. Even though Classic should obviously stop most people. What kind of streamer is Pig, by the way? How did he not attach... Ah. Oh my god! I opened up Reddit, and the first thing I see is Tasteless Reviews New StarCraft 2 patch. And the thumbnail says, "This fixes StarCraft 2. You know, for guys who have played Brood War for like an extra 14 years on top of StarCraft 2, you think they would have taken any amount of time to look into why the economy is different between the two games. Unless I'm tasteless at a game of StarCraft 2, I would not be surprised if it was 2012, 2010. I don't know. I truly do not know. And I also don't really... I don't really care about whether they play or not. So this is not me slighting him. This is just... I think a truth. I don't know. Because if I was, you know, gonna dig into them for not playing StarCraft 2 recently, I'd have to dig into myself, wouldn't I? Banned in Nathanis' chat. Whenever someone's banned in Nathanis' chat, I always assume it wasn't for a big deal. When they're banned in like Roddy's chat or Pig's chat, that's when I'm like, should I unblock you? I at least played in the last year. I did. I played a couple team games after a cast like a month ago. What do you think about this latest patch? I think it's completely misdirected in terms of the economy changes. It actually doesn't fix anything about StarCraft. It will not lead to more strategic diversity. It will not lead to a notable increase in 1 to 3 base play. It does not address the fundamental issues to the StarCraft 2 economy. And I don't believe that the people who designed the patch actually researched economy before they decided the worker change is what causes StarCraft's issues. Outside of the game is slower in the first 2 minutes, which is legit as far as I can tell, it doesn't do much. But being slower in the first 2 minutes, is that a good thing? I would actually say no. As much as I also do believe that there's some more casual appeals on the Age of Empires, especially when it comes to team games, because you can literally build walls. And it is slower in team games because like no one does anything in those team games. God. I would actually push back on myself and say, having watched people try and learn Age of Empires, it is still as sweaty and try hard in the first minute as any StarCraft game. Maybe even more so, particularly when you talk about Age of Empires 2. I'm waiting for Matt vs. Solar, by the way. They're, Solar might have AFK'd, waiting. So, to be clear, I didn't watch Chasel's video. You know, clickbait's clickbait. He might have really good points. I don't know. Slower start will attract new players, and still have others share it. In reality, it displays a complete misunderstanding of what the modern game is. That's what I was going to say, too, is that, you know, as much as I'm like, well, maybe Age of Empires does attract some people. First of all, what RTS out there is attracting a lot of people, and a lot of new people? The answer, basically zero. Even when it comes to a game that has support from the publisher and a very famous streamer, I think we're still talking about some fucking boomer-ass Twitch users and video gamers getting into any RTS whatsoever. But I'm glad. Even if they are old. Ugh, old people. Ugh, 30-year-olds. Second of all, I do think there is something that's actually very entertaining about the speed of StarCraft. And being like, no, we need to homogenize and make it more like this other game is not necessarily good. Especially if you are going to consider, like, how do we attract new youngins? It's definitely not slow the game down. Can you lose the first scout? No. No. Because how the sheeps work, I am saying with misplaced confidence. No. You can definitely have a tougher time depending not only on that and like kind of, you know, luck, but you can also have a tough time based on the randomly generated maps. I don't know how many of those have created games where someone just straight up lost, but... But what does Apollo think? My cat or the StarCraft 2 commentator? Content scout macro, if is probably what you need to do. Worse? Yeah, like this is... Like, I'm learning, I'm evolving, I'm willing to change my opinions as time has gone on. It just so happens that overall I'm correct. But yeah, like, the more that I think about this Age of Empires for StarCraft 2 thing, the more that, like, I do kind of believe still that walls in team games make people feel safer. I do not believe that it's actually a chiller game. I got more stressed out watching Pig try and defend 5 man-at-arms killing his building that he had to know how to place correctly than I have in any StarCraft game. The cute one? Well, some people would say. Anyway. My cat agrees with me. Can you just go in and take their sheep? Yeah, well, how to say this? By the way, Matt took a pretty late gas. I don't know if that's interesting or not. You start off with a certain amount of sheep, and then you go find more, but you both start off with the same number of sheep. And finding more is luck. And you'd have to catch them. You'd have to catch their sheep away from their base to steal it. Yeah, totally true, but basically true. So, Yeah. Most of this knowledge comes from playing Age of Mythology, by the way. A little bit of Age of Empires 2, and an okay amount of Age of Empires 4 when it released, which was years ago. Since DVZ testing out has shown that early pools aren't good for hatch versus hatch first. Oh yeah. Does it? Early pools aren't good versus hatch first. Okay, alright. Well, you know, some people will be happy to hear that there's less cheese because they do think that there's already too much cheese in the ladder. The demand curve for micro? Well, at the end of the day, most other RTS are going to have slower time to kill. So that always is an impact. We're watching a very typical ZVZ play out, by the way. If you're totally out of the loop and you're like, wait, 2-base ZVZ? Yeah, no, 2-base ZVZ is definitely a thing. It's interesting that both of them are doing it, I suppose. But that's a stretch. You know, word interesting is a stretch. Halo 3 Wars 3. It's got to be good this time. I do love Age of Mythology. And I didn't realize they're having an offline tournament. I don't know if I'll watch it, but I do think that game is much more entertaining than Age of Empires. You can make Hydras. Not StarCraft 2 Hydras. The other ones. Yeah, I don't think anyone disagrees, T-Tarps. It is rampant if you aren't a professional. And it does happen if you are professional. And that seems to be something that people just are not willing to accept, where they're like, cheese doesn't exist anywhere. And it's like, of course it does. And it's like, well, I don't cheese. It's like, well, you could. Well, Cyril doesn't, but you're not Cyril. You can't afford a gas and 2 queens and a 3rd hatch, so a lot of ZVZs would probably be 2 hatch. Ah! I was gonna ask if maybe just 2 hatch is going to be a thing. And as we know, less bases is more entertaining. I did enjoy watching one of the first StarCraft 2 games I've ever watched, which was a TVP on Tal'Darim. There we go. Tal'Darim Altar. And it was a 1-base Terran versus a 1-base Protoss. And get this, guys. Hold on. Just wait a second. I'm going to blow your mind for a second, all right? Check this out. The game was so good. It was so entertaining. The Terran moved out, and the Protoss force fielded the ramp. And then they tried to go up a ramp again, and there was another force field. And then, wait a second, they went up the ramp with Stim, and the force field didn't come down in time. Oh, that was highly entertaining back in the day. That was jaw-dropping material. How could... I'm trying to really dig deep into my knowledge here. Damn, those are all Zerg players. How could Noonie have missed the force field against Jinro? It's amazing. I don't know. It's crazy. This arrow's definitely cheese. Yeah, for sure. By the way, I legitimately say I was highly entertained 16 years ago when that happened. The casters went crazy. It was great. The ZVZ, by the way, is great. It is roaches versus roaches. And then we sprinkled in some Ravagers, because it's Legacy of the Void. And we got Ravagers. It's something like a very typical ZVZ. Big difference here. Big, important difference, actually, we're about to see right now is not just the upgrades, which are actually going to be in Solar's favor, but also that Solar went for burrowed roaches, tunneling claws. And we see that in action. Matt went for a push out. Probably pretty proud that he's, you know, staying, excuse me, head-to-head on the macro front. But, unfortunately, did not account for the tunneling claws. Didn't get to see the change, the graphical change, as all the overlords get pushed away with Ravagers. And so taking a lot of damage back at home. We didn't have the add-on, but 18 drones have died. And this push into a superior upgrade now, it was even before, is not going to work out for Matt. Solar will take game 1. It's a good thing we got a lot of yapping to do to cover for the first 2 minutes. I'm gonna have to award you the #1 hater. Oh yeah, yeah. But that happens in regular Legacy of the Void. To be fair, it would happen 2 minutes faster. And it happen less. We'll see. We'll continue watching, but it also might happen less because if I can just trust everything that Reap says, then apparently 2-base versus 2-base is gonna happen more often. As in the 2-base starting is going to happen, so less like dynamic bling attacks and fake outs, and I mean you can still fake out in 2-base to be clear, but very little chance I guess of Ling Baneling interactions, which again they're already less than they once were, but you know what also is less than they once were? Zergs. Where'd they all go? But there are, I mean, it is more dynamic than old Roach versus Roach. I agree with that. I made a video about Broodland Infestor, and in it I included the ZVZ finals we would get, because the Zergs would all win. And the Roach versus Roach that's being excitedly cast by Tastos is really something. Heavy use of the Doge meme. Much CVZ, many roaches, much WoW. I do feel like the community sentiment is shifting, though. The more that I look at some of these new threads, the more that I see people not defending the 8 workers. Enough to matter? Probably not. Well, certainly your logic makes sense. I feel like you are, 2 + 2 = 4, but I don't know. Some theoretical physicists would disagree. Top left, we do have Solar. Bottom right, we have Matt, who did an admirable job keeping up with Solar's macro. Not as good. This is going to be a fact between the two of these guys. That's just a fact. And you'll be seeing a little bit with the upgrade difference and then the tunneling claws actually being included. We are going to get some early aggression. There's a 10 pool. And then Solar is going for also an early gas then pool. It was a 10-9, I guess. Numbers. So that's fun. God, how does this work out in regular Legacy of the Void? Hold on, it's been so long since I've cast CVZ. Gas versus just... Isn't the gas win? The gas wins, right? You take control of the map. You have better lings. They try to expand, they can't. Your post got that? Oh, you posted? I'll go vote for you. There's gotta be at least 3 people on Reddit that actually play. In the mega, I actually thought you mean the not the, you talk about the mega thread of the announcement or the mega thread they made like yesterday? Because I felt like the one that was made yesterday actually was already showing the tides turning. Well, the overlords will take an extra 20 seconds to figure out what's going on here. Matt is going into... Oh, he did actually add a gas. I didn't even notice that. I thought he was going to add a hatchery. Alright, yeah, this is just... I mean, this is just pretty simple stuff. And it's unfortunate for Matt. This is build order... This is build order win. Or loss for him. So, right now, Matt has... Wait, less lings. I'm wondering how the queen fit in. Oh, his queen's already done. Okay, that makes more sense. So how did Solar freaking, you know, get a whole ass queen above him? He didn't. So, I mean, the injected hit quicker. But speed is so good. I don't know. And now they both know what each other has done here. Solar's gonna add a Baneling Nest. Matt loses all the lings. Needs to pull these lings back. Well, speed is about to finish. This is a little dangerous, but I guess he does have enough lings. And speed will finish as well. Banelings are gonna be pretty big, though. I'm not gonna lie. Banelings are gonna be pretty big. Matt has taken his drones off of gas entirely, which could theoretically be a sound play if he gets more lings. The problem is that banelings are pretty efficient at taking out lings. So, unless you have really superb micro, and we do have a little advantage here from Matt as far as the servers, you know, the ping. They both know that the hatchery still has not been taken by either side. This will be the first time that Matt sees that it is banelings. He's missed out on the banelings that are forming off to the right. That is very concerning. No one has blinked and made a drone yet. We got a 10-ling lead for Matt, but 4 banelings can get rid of that in an instant. And here we go. We got lings and banelings going into the main base. Baneling Nest now added on by Matt, but it's really quite late. The queen gets partially surrounded, but not killed. And here we go. Big ol' micro moment. No, he's not microing! Rip. But we also got lings in Solar's base. The banelings tried to hold strong. It looks like for the most part they did. 8 drones to 1. The math is not looking good for Matt. GG. Now yeah, I'm gonna admit that was more Wings of Liberty. That was. Clip it, ship it. It's just like Wings of Liberty. Everyone loved Wings of Liberty. ZombieGrub thinks the patch is amazing. So you're rooting for chaos and people to be angry again. Is that Fear Dragon? I don't know. Solar versus Mixu is up next. I guess we'll kind of say. That was the thread you posted in. No, this is okay. I thought this thread was already leaning more against the change than the initial announcement thread. I'm reading some of the responses to your posts. Art is great. Should have used will kill StarCraft. Yeah. I mean, this is what my thumbnail's gonna say. This change will kill StarCraft. And the actual bulk of the video is like, it's really not that big of a deal. Hardly anyone goes CC Nexus first. It definitely happens. This guy is so wrong. Oh boy. If anything, the server's gonna get lively again. I don't agree. How's the PTR, by the way? Have we already had a dramatic drop-off of people playing it? Wah! Mixu is AFK. Mixu. 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 Yeah, we could all be wrong. This could be actually what revitalizes StarCraft 2 and brings everyone back. I like that. I like that comic in Discord, Barrett. I've seen it before, but it's always a nice chuckle. Oh, god damn it, you're right, Eric the Fish. Shit! We already revived StarCraft. God. Late to the party. They wanted to revive StarCraft. Should have done this before RSL was announced. A new ZVZ on the new patch. Look at it. Look at it. It's 8 workers. It's 8. 12 is abysmal. 12 is ptuh. In the top left, we got Solar. In the bottom right, it is Joe, who is actually Mixu, who, I don't know. You know, I think I would have given him a shot in ZVZ versus Solar, but he plays an awful lot of Deadlock now. I don't know. I've had friends mention me with the patch who hasn't played in 5+ years. God, that happened last time. It does not move the needle. It will not move the needle. I will bet another $10. Someone's got to keep track of my bets. I don't know who I'm betting against specifically, but there it is. They will excitedly think about maybe potentially playing again at some point. Yeah. I honestly, you know, I'm not saying that there isn't more people who were like a worker change. That does sound interesting. I think it's still, the grand context of things, very few. And, that certainly a lot of people would say the same, if it was just the warp gate change. Because I think that would trigger some people's memories a little bit more too, which is that there's really any concentrated reason as why people quit. A lot of it can be boiled down to Protoss bullshit. And if they thought that this nerfed Protoss, I feel like you got tons of Zerg players who didn't appreciate Roach Corruptor versus Stalker Colossus in not even Stalker Colossus, was it? It was Zealot Colossus. Anyway, and Wounds of Liberty are gonna be like, yeah, screw those guys. I'm coming back. Solar did go for an early pull, but not a super hyper-committed one. Hatchery is on the way. Poor old Joe, poor old Mixu here. Into the side. What does he want to do? What does he want to do? He's gonna pull the drones. Slings are on the way. This is already pretty low, however, and the Lings are still not here. Most of them coming from the high ground, too. Ooh, we gotta do a little fancy footwork. A little fancy. Fancy footwork. This already exists in the regular legs of the board, just to be clear. 6 drones have gone down. Hatchery decides to be the target. Solar's like, I need something. More than 6 drones. They can get more than 6 drones, and the hatchery will fall. And Mixu is in a whole heck of a lot of trouble. Doesn't really have a lot to work with now. He's an entire hatchery behind. He's 2 workers behind. And he did start mining gas, but it's not really worth it anymore. Alright. Esports World Cup called, and since the patch they can never reconsider. Ah! Billionaires intrigued by reducing the number of workers. God, you guys are clever. Shit. Dev Watcher, thank you for the gifted sub. Mixu still having a lot of trouble finding some way back into this game. Hatchery, 80% done. Queen is looking for a little tit for tat at the very least. So, the Overlord's further guaranteed to be killed by a Queen who does this. Who is the patch for? The game is releasing new content, so it will service to current players or generate hype. I think in general it would just be to I mean, that's a really good question. I think it's to generate hype. I also wanted to say maybe it is to fix balance concerns, but I don't think that's true. Because one thing I don't think that this patch is really trying to accomplish is fixing balance concerns. They're changing fundamental things, particularly the warp gate, more so. That are, yeah, that's not balancing so, you know, it's not balancing, that's redesigning. So I guess it's just to make people excited. But it's like, the people who get excited about worker changes are already probably pretty invested in StarCraft. Whether or not they actually play is still a question, but like they're more invested in, you know, the guy who knows StarCraft exists and played it 12 years ago. This game is completely over, by the way. I don't know what else to... I mean, just look at the supply. The supply. That tells you everything you need to know, actually. Hey, my camera's blocking the upload. Ad streamer. Carlos, thank you very much for that Prime sub while we watched an attempted all-in not work. You're the guy that played 12 years ago? And how much StarCraft 2 have you paid attention to? Because I guess I should have said that they paid attention to StarCraft 2 12 years ago. 500 bits! Holy shit, everything's coming in now. A lot? Okay, well that's the difference. Well, I don't know. Someone's in the lobby who I assume is cool, but I have no idea. Pacheka? Anyone know who, what the hell? Pacheka is? I don't know. As long as I don't spam a bunch of curse words. It's not my job to referee who gets online to cast. Excitement is temporary. Yeah, for sure. It just feels like what this is being advertised as is a monumental change to StarCraft, and it's not. And that's why I have strong feelings about it. And I'm not gonna, like, marry it, but... He tested for like 2 hours. They're all bad apart from 10 pool. You can just cancel the hatch and have gas next to your workers when they don't. Well, Mixu probably hasn't gotten that update because he's playing Deadlock. What do you think about Blizzard's plan for an FPS shooter? Oh, I think it's, you know, I'm excited. I have no idea if it's going to be good. I don't know if I'll play it, but I think that's nothing but good for the StarCraft's brand overall, and that will absolutely attract more people to StarCraft 2 than a patch ever would. No matter how severe the patch is. So Solar has gone for an expansion. Little extractor trick too, actually. I think that's more because he messed up. I don't know if that was actually like the perfect. I don't know. Anyway, Joe Mixu. Why do I name himself Joe? Has gone for a gas pool. Is still looking to expand, however. Oh, too real. Thinking about Tosis play a shooter? He will almost certainly be sponsored to play it for a decent amount of money, so I think you're right. If he's not, I actually wonder if he'll play it. I actually wonder. So clearly, Mixu's build hasn't really worked out here, unless this was an elaborate fake when the Overlord was actually not getting anywhere close because it's slower. I'm guessing it just didn't work out. I don't know. Balinus is on the way now. You did maybe not stop mining gas? I don't know. Okay. Yeah. So Solar is going to need to defend a one base all-in ZBZ. This arrives long after the hatchery is done. So you do need to defend it. You can't just cancel it. But that also means the queen is ready. The lings are ready. The larva is even ready on the natural, you know? It's not, that ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna do the trick. Follow-up has been scouted as well. Solar's Overlord finally made it across the map. Says, oh, there's no hatchery. That's weird. And Solar is going to defend the Spine Crawler and as many lings as he can muster. He needs to be careful not to lose literally all the lings. That would still be bad. Literally all the lings. Alright. Doesn't quite literally lose all of them, but I mean, he's losing a lot. Spine Crawler is in trouble, 100%. Queens block the ramp, more lings are on the way. Spine gets deleted. We don't have a lot more coming behind this. Ooh, miss micros the Baneling as well. Now maybe the hatchery could be a target. You still have one base versus one base, with Solar having 2 queens and 6 more drones, so that is going to be it. GG's. I know these are more one-sided matches, for various reasons, but yeah, there's actually some entertainment to the games earlier today in Maestros. So Nicarak defeated Strange, and is now awaiting the winner of Björn versus Pig. That would be a good one. Solar is waiting for the winner of Percival, not Perceive, Percival, and Bumilja. Too many workers in that game. That's why he lost. If there were 4 workers, those things would have worked. Do I have any hope for Zero Space? As much as I have hope for generally any RTS, I think it's very, very possible for an RTS to be made in 2026 and to actually have success, as in they make more money than it costs to make the game, and people play it. It's a hot take. Apparently, because Stormgate utterly failed in that department. So apparently it is a hot take. But anyway, like the other ones, I would, if it happens, it happens. There's plenty of RTS and strategy games that do fine and release on Steam. I will say I was a little disappointed by the trailer for their early access. It did feel amateurish, but that's not the most important thing. The important thing is that gameplay is good, I suppose. And it was still probably better than the announcement for Stormgate. Maybe. In the bottom left, I don't know what the score is. It is Björn. And in the top right, it is Pig. Could it be 1-0? Could it be 1-1? I'm going to go ahead and guess, if anything, it is 1-0 in Björn's favor. But this could be game 1. So. Oh, Stormgate's completely done, so they're entirely offline. You can technically play the campaign offline, but there's no servers. I want single player or zombie RTS. Well, we're gotta start talking about what does RTS mean. But yeah. Hello. It's getting late here. I've been streaming this entire time. Didn't have dinner. The worker reduction has inspired ZombieGrub's passion again. Y'all see it. Y'all know it. Am I gonna play Mog? What's Mog? My cat Ziggy. March of Giants? I've never even heard of it. I have no idea. My cat Ziggy, who you've seen, is such a scaredy cat. My father, he's known my father for... He's 7, so 7 years. He's lived with them for 5. Yet, my father comes around, Ziggy darts and hides. He's like hidden under a table right now and just like apprehensively looking. It's like, is the guy gone? Is the guy gone? Is he gone? Is he gone? It's not gone yet. Don't like it. Hey, Zig. You okay? It's okay, buddy. He doesn't believe me. He looks very scared. Friendship ended with deadlock, right? Well, my last Ziggy was a scaredy cat too. Even more so, probably. Ziggy 2 wasn't a scaredy cat. He actually... That was when we still had a lot of cats outdoors. And, he would actually walk over to the corner sidewalk where the kids, you know, waited for the bus. And he would roll over and let him pet him. So apparently this is one interaction that is a bit annoying for Zerg players, which is that the Queen comes massively later than the Reaper shows up now. It has arrived though. Yes, the Ziggies are generational. Yeah. Bjorn is not going to do very much different in this patch. It's already been seen with his games versus Serral. If we do see him do something different, it's because he's always been, you know, a little unique. He does unique stuff in TVZ. It's like The Simpsons with Snowball, yeah. That's my plan. My brother actually, you know, married someone and had children, and they're continuing the J tradition. All of our names start with J. And I have no children, so I will continue adopting tuxedo cats and naming them Ziggy. By the time I'm dead, hopefully later on, let's say I live to like 75 or something. How many Ziggies is that? Queen finished just before Bjorn started a starport? Dad's family. Oh, really? Your dad's name isn't Ryan, is it? It's like we're cousins. We should probably recognize each other. And adopt an orange cat? Oh, we have so many cats. I won't have an like a clear goal of the next cat I want to adopt. Like if, you know, when Apollo passes. What is that sound effect? Is it this thing? What is that sound effect? All right. Anyway, Cloak is here, so Cloak is almost here. Banshee's already there. 3rd CC after 2CC 111. We got a lot of basic stuff coming online. And Pig is trying to save his drone, so I'm mass canceling. Whoops. I was not quite prepared for this. Too busy talking to his chat about how much he loves 8 workers. To do any scouting. Obviously, it's hard to test scout unless you got an overlord in there. But unfortunately, already losing some drones. It's not like that many drones. I think it's just more the chaos that is involved here. You obviously want to have all of this preemptive. Real pig. He plays and then he casts. Woo! Bjorn did almost make a mistake right there. That was almost a freebie. This pig tries to drone through the Hellion Harass, which is the better option. He is unfortunately losing so many drones. Oh no. Right. 15 drones have gone down. Pig is in a whole lot of trouble. He is still ahead in drones because he decided to drone through the harassment, which is not incorrect, but it's, you know, the Hellions was taken out by the Queens a little bit faster. The Banshees guarded by a Queen or two, plus the Spore Crawler, and that all did not happen, so, yeah. Yeah. Bjorn heard Pig would like fewer workers. Bjorn helps out his Chingu. It's Korean for friend. Bjorn is actually already pushing out. Okay, his medevacs are on the way. I'll get there, I'll zoom the medevacs over, and I'll get this nice marine tank push arriving just as Pig has nothing. Yeah, I'm not even sure that'll be out by the time the infestors arrive. Does it make it easier for casualty in the game? I really don't think it will. The problem is that it's not... like, whoever argued that StarCraft 2 was an intimidating game because the first 2 minutes start instantly. People might say that now, because, yeah, they want to believe it'll help. But that's not why people are afraid to play StarCraft. It's because the rest of the fucking game exists. All this still exists. You gotta do all this. It's tough. It's hard. And the acceleration that StarCraft 2 has is higher than the other RTSs. But that is not because of the work restart. GG. Obviously, Pig doesn't really expect to win against Beyond. He has, I think, maybe won a game before, but it's a very tough matchup. I cast Deadlock. That's a good point too. Like the new players face other new players, and it's not like everyone was perfecting their opening build order as a bunch of newbies. Funnily enough, if this had a widespread effect on people's perception of the game, and so they gave it a try and they fell in love with it, it actually is a good thing. But I already feel like a lot of issues about StarCraft could be perception based. It's all in your head. That apparently was game 1. Yeah, I assume. Bottom right, it is Beyond. Top left, it is Pig. I don't really think StarCraft 3 will ever be a thing. I don't know. I mean, it really becomes, I think, less and less controversial as more people poke holes in the idea. And I think that has just what's been happening over the past 4 days, is more and more people are like, wait a second, isn't this also a factor? And then you're like, oh shit, you're right. So like I just straight up had not even considered that, yeah, like if we're talking about new players as new players, they're affected by this pacing change. They're already playing an extremely slow version of StarCraft because they don't know what they're doing, neither does the other guy. Oh, they can make whatever storyline. I've never been... they can make a Warcraft 4. They can continue making a dozen more WoW expansions. Like, they can think of whatever they want to make a new storyline. What I would like is for them to actually kind of zoom in, because I think, in general, Blizzard got too big. By the way, this is a drone harass, which I am just interested in. Okay. Yeah, it went from... Brood War, like, obviously it was galactic in scale, but it wasn't literally universe ending. And then they were like, we gotta up it. And that's happened to every Blizzard story ever. Somehow, Amon returns. Rainer becomes Protoss and Kerrigan must save him. Run low at the depot. I think that's why... I don't know if that's why Pig cheat, but it is funny. The longer this drone doesn't go back to mining, the better it is for Bjorn. This would only not be true if Bjorn was proxying. Or like following up with a cheese. And the cheese showed itself before the Marine got out for the Reaper. Which hatch. The Reaper did go across the map. Doesn't need to stick around and kill a scouting drone. It's got nothing to hide. Remember, kids, if you got nothing to hide, you don't need to ask for a lawyer. Best advice. Oh! I thought Bjorn was supposed to be good with Reapers. Is Pig a god? 2 drones go down, and the third one that was scouting does turn into an extractor. Not a very big deal for Terrans. We get enough units fast enough to kill it, even though we do need the 3rd and 4th gas on the natural. Yeah. Maybe Pig intended to proxy hatch? It's possible. I wasn't paying attention to the movement. I thought the natural was open. I don't think Jan had anything tracking the worker initially. I think the issue with StarCraft 2 genre dead. Kind of. I think RTS is not as profitable as they would want, even if it is profitable. And there's no indication that they'd ever be thinking about it, because they haven't hired anyone to work on RTS. I thought it was the hardest game ever is the worst thing for the game. You're probably right. That's one of the perceptions I was talking about when I said I think it has a problem with that. Brand new hero shooter. Last I heard, it's supposed to be an extraction shooter. The StarCraft FPS. Spire's on the way, by the way. Pig did not go for a 3rd hatchery. He's going into a 2-base Spire, which I thought was out of the meta, but was still very much a thing. It could be a thing in Legacy of the Void. And I've been informed that it is actually used a decent amount, even in live. So, this looks bad. This would happen. This would happen with 2-base Muta. 4 Hellions could just demolish the economy. This was a pretty good handling, all things considered. Slow Lings, given the task of chasing out Hellions. Still loses 5 drones, and Beyond actually did not go into a 3cc. He's gone into a 2-base, which is really going to press the Muta issue. 3cc, Mutas get to dance around a little more, take advantage of the lack of Marines being around, but then also actually literally threatening you. You buy some time for your Baneling nests, hopefully just enough time for your Baneling nests, your future radar and upgrades, so on and so forth. Now it's a 2-base, though. Now it is a 2-base. The Banshees are looking awfully useless as the first one dies and the second one was already popped, so the investment is there, and that is a bad investment. It's unlikely, but not impossible for the second Banshee to get some damage done. It's going to be a lot of Marines already available, so this is about just trying to find something out of position. Missile turrets weren't... Oh, no, there's one. Okay, yeah. I was going to say they weren't hurried, but they actually were. I feel like he could have gotten away. And this is a nice protective setup. Now, Mutas have gotten better. Just want to throw that out there. As the Banshee does indeed find damage. Oops. Alright. That's going to be, what, 8 workers killed? 8 workers killed. On already very low economy for the build that he chose. On lower economy? Doesn't that make sense? On a lower economy because of the start? And he also already lost drones. My cat's got his little catnip pickle. And is being cute with it. It's tearing its guts out. He's a big boy to me, dreams. Marines are on the front. Scan revealed slow banelings, most of them not even created. And there is apparently a chance that this drop will win the game. In my defense, I wasn't expecting that. Neither was Pig. I didn't straight up win the game. We're good. We got another game. We got more coming. 5 mutas. 5 whole mutas. And not a single one has been added on. Clearly, Yun is running away with this game. His third CC is done. More production has been added on. 5 mutas cannot take on a missile turret, so that's just going to safeguard most stuff. And here comes the push. The death push. Why didn't Pig just play like Cyril? God. It looks so easy when he does it. How hard could it be to play Zerg? Very hard, actually. I hate it. I'm very bad at it. Oh, no cancel. Pig is playing on ping. I'm guessing worse than Pyon's. Australia's really in the middle of nowhere. All Baneling's gone. All hope is gone. GG's. It helps a little. I haven't done predictions since the beginning. Whoops. Matt won, by the way. I wasn't gonna judge all 2-base Muto on that game. You share your thoughts on why Nathaniel got blacklisted by Blizzard. He never got blacklisted. What? Who told you that? Can you elaborate what happened? I assume you mean to ask why Nathaniel stopped being hired for StarCraft events. No. Because it's not good for him. And it's just drama. But it's not like one individual thing happened. You know, some of the things that could rub people the wrong way publicly are things like he would often turn down gigs, which sadly, yeah, if you turn down gigs, particularly if you turn them down for the exact reason of they're not paying you enough, they're extremely likely to say, okay, I guess we'll never get them, and they'll stop hiring you. There's a time where I think he even turned on like Katowice. Well, he turned on Katowice a lot because it was on the same week as his birthday. It's not like it's a disagreement or butting heads with anyone. I'm not going to talk about it more than that. I'd ask why you care, and you could maybe answer because I really like Nathaniel's casting. I want to know why he isn't hired anymore. But then I would ask, then what is this conversation going to do? Make something up? That's 5 subs. That's true. I could have made up anything I wanted. He got blacklisted for being too handsome. He got blacklisted because they needed to buy an Apple box for whenever he cast. Okay, but then the second part of my question, I already thought up your answer to the first question. What about the second part, which is how does this help? What is this going to do? If I told you that it was something insane, like, are you trying to think if it's, are you trying to figure out if it's Blizzard's fault or Nate's fault? I'm not going to help you do that. I feel like you already maybe asked this question to Roddy, too. Because I feel like Roddy discussed something like this very recently. Plenty of trauma in Counter-Strike. Well, thank you for giving me the 5 subs anyway, even though I didn't really answer your question. That is very nice of you. Appreciate it. All I can say is that I do miss Nathanius, and some of the things that happened I feel like could be communicated. Some of the things that happened aren't relevant for today anymore, like, you know, not going to events in New Europe. We got ourselves a TVT, another mirror matchup. Figure out what the hell is going on with this patch. In the bottom right, it is Beyond. In the top left, it is Nicolakt. That was from Final Fantasy IX, yeah. What I also will say is that RTS Storyteller did a video on Nathanius, and a lot of it was wrong. RTS Storyteller sometimes gets things right. Ugh. But a lot of the video is just based off of community. And the community, shockingly, does not always get things right. It was enough support. Twitch live stream viewers and live attendance is what they were looking for. And StarCraft 2 was not good enough on those metrics. It was pretty good on YouTube. It was better actually on Twitch than the previous year, but it still wasn't good enough. Hey, Worker TV sounds like your idea of hell. I mean, it's just a slower matchup, I'll tell you. And for me, mirror matchups are actually one of the most interesting parts about StarCraft. In that, I think they actually do what people generally want. It feels viable to go for 1 base, 2 base, and 3 base, and all of the mirror matchups. Well, yeah, I'd still say that for TVZ. Like, 1 base all-ins do happen. And the chances of it being a really wonky game because you did just enough damage with your 1 base or 2 base and it still continues on into a game that's exciting and potential comebacks, I think is also higher in mirror matchups. So this is not the matchup this certainly wasn't the matchup that needed to be fixed, which again, you know, there's a lot more build variety than it seems like StarCraft's being given credit for in general. A little marine opener here from Beyond. Nicolakt is good, by the way. If y'all don't know who Nicolakt is, pretty top tier Terran. It's just, it is another comparison of kind of very, very good StarCraft players and professional GSL, BlizzCon winner, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I think TVT is extremely stressful to play, just to be clear. I don't like it. A lot of Terrans don't like playing TVT, so that I can't fix. Can't fix that. But I think it's very enjoyable to watch. It gets overbearing when there's too much, but that's to be said about any mirror matchups. EVZ was overbearing when it was too much. TVT was. PvP is. Wild considering. Yeah, but it was such a different time. You know, I went to Clark's wedding last year, and Jason Kaplan, who I cast Deadlock with Saturday, but he was like, what is your opinion as to why StarCraft 2 has, like, fallen out of being it's a popular sport or something like that? And my answer was very simple, but obviously needs a lot more explanation, which is like, it was released in 2010. And Fear Dragon was aghast. He's like, that's definitely not the reason I would give. But it's just because there's no way of StarCraft having known what the landscape of gaming and competitive gaming and live service games was going to look like when they developed the game starting in like 2005. So everything about that has made it extraordinarily difficult for the game to catch up. They did eventually add skins, and they had the war chest, but then they were going to add a lot more accessibility. But they're talking about adding like the stream watch tab in StarCraft. You know, another tab for like looking up guides, and that just actually wasn't possible with the way that StarCraft 2 was constructed. And it just was natural that the game would fall off, because certainly RTS has fallen off. If they had tried to make StarCraft 2 starting in 2012 and then released it in 2018, or I have no idea, something along those lines, then I really feel like it would be totally different. There's a chance Blizzard All-Stars would figure out a way to make RTS appeal to the wider market, having given a lot more information about what it would even look like, but yeah. So was League. League accidentally stumbled on the new market, though. There was no, like, and CS was also... CS is also an old game, right? Well, Global Offensive had to fix it, I guess, as far as I understand. But yeah, right? I mean, this is actually already a point in which GVT could be interesting. We saw the move out, but then the immutable retreat, so... 3CC now coming in for both players. Actually, Nicarax is faster. And Nicarax is in a better position right now. Up 5 workers. Much faster third command center. A little later to the stem, but not by enough that I'm truly concerned about it. And then he's faster to the upgrades, too. I think League was also a much easier game to kind of overhaul, as they did, than StarCraft was. It's a much easier game to, like, literally program and whatnot. Like, the more that people talked about RTS design around Stormgate, the more that it was pretty clear that RTS is an extremely difficult game to make, especially one of the quality of StarCraft. Where, I'm not going to say you could just make a League of Legends copy easy peasy, but I think it's a lot easier. I'm gonna say, Bjorn is in some trouble. It's gotten out of worse spots, but down a tank, down 2 Vikings, equal number of Ravens. Like, this is a good move out from Nicarax, who is getting ahead anyway, on top of further delaying the third command center. Interference matrix on all the tanks, almost. Nicarax could siege just one up, but honestly, Unsiege is pretty good at this point, too. Anti-air missile used, but going to dissipate. Vikings are still alive, targeting the Ravens. I would still consider this an upset, even though I gave Nick Rock credit. And I was like, yeah, he's very good. I still would consider enough that Bjorn, perhaps not so comfortable with the 8 worker start, is going to lose this game. This is a situation where maybe the counter it makes things fuzzy. No, it isn't. Just kidding. It is not. The counter is not going to make things fuzzy. The army supply is still firmly in Nicarag's favor. With faster upgrades, I think he's already faster to the production. 5 barracks are done. Now these are building reactors. Okay, I mean, this is going to go on. This is going to go into a mid and late game, and I think that ups Bjorn's chances of winning, obviously. There's more mistakes that Nicarag could make as the game goes on, but he has put himself into a pretty damn good position. Get 5 Vikings, though, so that's 7 in total. 6 in total, there we go. Which, I do wonder if that is a good thing at this point. Vikings aren't necessarily bad ever in TVT, it's just that it's kind of 2 different ways to play. The more that you invest into Vikings, the more you're kind of saying that I'm going to be the defender. I guess it's not as simple as that either, but in this stage of the game, I would say that. As opposed to having already 4 extra medevacs that could be trying to drop on the 4th base, for instance, and hit the natural at the same time. Start pulling Terran, opposing Terran apart. But the Vikings will certainly be helpful as we go into the mid to late game. That'll just be a bit of a slower engagement, a more technical engagement than what Bjorn's probably going to go for, which is an 8 racks. Because that's what Bjorn does. And it's going to go for more blitzes. Nice find. I don't know what happened here, but nice find from Nicaract. Looking around. Oh, no, okay, I see what happened. Never mind. They both found each other. That was actually a trade. Nicaract was moving out with the Marines and medevacs. Bjorn was moving out with a drop. That was a trade. This is how Bjorn starts coming back in games where he's behind versus, like, Maru, for instance. Tanks can do anything. There's the extra barracks as opposed to the extra starports. God, it's been months since I've cast a TVT. I haven't said that a lot lately. And there are the extra starports, which was kind of feeling from Nicaract. It's already out of the Viking production he had, and someone could argue it is the absolute best way to play. If everyone plays most optimally, then arguably 3 starport is the better way to play. No one plays StarCraft 2 the most optimal way ever, though. There's always mistakes to be made. It'll probably be a few more months, just because TVTs don't happen in the Open Cups. My throat's getting sore. Been yapping too much. This late game TVT isn't going to help me, is it? This is a bit of a hidden base. A little bit. Could have taken it over here, be closer, but ooh, we gotta start the base trade? No, not really. Most of Bjorn's army is back home, but it is really scattered. So this base is going to be taken out. Nice find there by Nicaract. Good decision. Decisiveness was good. Bjorn's little Marine hit squad is not going to find the same return as the 4th base is a planetary, and the 3rd is already covered by reinforcements. 3-3 has been messed up. Classic Bjorn. No armor on the way. Nicaract playing a cleaner late game. How about that? Ooh. That doesn't look pretty, but this looks a little prettier. Lots of tanks of Beyond do go down. So he takes down Nicarak's reinforcements, and he can't quite break this either because there's still so many tanks available for Nicarak. He's going to pull the SCVs, and it will help. Still, a lot of Marines will go down to the tanks. A lot of them. Medevac should be saved. And that was a decent break there from Beyond, who does still have a 4th base, unbeknownst to Nicarak. And a Marine up there could have easily sniped it with a little hit squad of units. 20 FCs did go down, but we already have a good amount anyway. As long as you have a 3-base SCV count, I guess. That's what we're learning. This is starting to get really poor, though. One thing that the 8 racks can do is capitalize on momentum. Nicarak's maybe needing a reminder of that. Moving out a bit willy-nilly. A lot of extra command centers. Does still have the 3 starports that would give him a very good composition. But currently his problem is that he's 20 army supply down. He does have better upgrades. He will have it for a long time, as the armor was misclicked, forgotten about. Couldn't afford it. Interference Matrix, kind of a bummer, but so is losing all 4 of your Ravens for it. Hopefully that was worth it. Probably pretty sad. I think he'd be pretty sad to lose a game that he was winning, but like I had pointed out earlier, this is a pretty similar situation of Beyond trying to recover from a deficit against Maru, really. Maru and Nicarak are basically the same. Nicarak is once again maxed out, still has those superior upgrades. Tank count 9 to 10, so Beyond's doing fine in that regard. Poor Nicarak still doesn't know about this corner base, which is an orbital, and he could easily destroy. Beyond's getting away with murder a little bit. And engagement on the left side does not look to go well for Beyond at all. Yeah, auto turret's going to help take out some of these tanks that are reinforcing. Beyond making a mistake right there. Again, engaging right before the upgrade is done, too. You think it's look a little prettier, but we still have that upgrade deficit. Still isn't enough there for Beyond. Where's the rest of Beyond's army? He's 30 supply down. Managed to get a bit of a lead in the SCVs. The tanks might need a siege for this one. Or maybe regular DPS is going to do the trick. Nice snipes on the Ravens. And he's got, how many tanks? Like 7 tanks about to siege up. Other avenues of attack for Beyond, limited on medevacs, limited on economy now that he's had to lift his 3rd CC. This is his main, by the way, that has been lifted over. He did finally find some extra cash to go for yet another command center, but he's going to be broke once more. That command center goes down. Will Nicarak look for the corner base? Taking bets. Doesn't seem like he will. That's a bummer. SCVs got pulled off, but in a very deceiving direction. They kind of got pulled off in the hurry, let's just get out of here direction, not a we are clearly going to a mineral patch direction, which also would have had them stack. Nicarak needs to be a little careful. Beyond is trying to find Nicarak, miscontrolling the army. Miscontrols the Ravens. Upgrades now even, by the way. Tanks for Nicarak not sieging. Maybe it was focused in on what was happening over here as the Marines try to get a concave on him. Still an overall good situation for Nicarak, by the way. He's on comfortably 5 bases, adding on his 6th. Beyond is down to 2 bases mining. trying to clear out the tanks that have siege up. He finally will, alongside a handful of Vikings, and the supplies stay very, very similar. Hey. You might note that the attack upgrade for the tanks is less for Bjorn, but it's the important upgrade that he has. +2 is going to change the kill shot in the Marines, not +3. So foregoing that upgrade, probably a smart decision. Six tanks to 10. That's a good anti-air missile, though. That's a good one. Those Marines suck. Absolutely suck. Tanks obliterated. Nicarak still looking like he's going to win game 1 versus Bjorn. It's not quite over yet. But Bjorn is running out of options. Running out of bases. He's going to have orbitals to replace. Is he mass repairs? Ah, he's going to die. Command center to the left, command center to the corner. We still haven't checked it. Nicarak's going to try and take it, and that's when he'll recognize, hey, he's had a base his entire time. Oh, at least checks this one. No freebies, except for the one I didn't scout. That freebie can exist. But not this freebie. Ah, that's a good engagement. That is a good engagement for Nicarak. Tanks free firing on the Marines. I'm sure Bjorn realized just how many tanks were sieged up over there. Drop it to the main as well. It's not going to go as well, to be honest with you. But that's okay. Nicarak needs to remax. Seems like maybe his economy dipped because probably he hasn't transferred his workers, if I had to guess. He might have just done so. There it is. There it is. Worker transfer. That'll shoot it back up. Somehow, Bjorn just barely able to afford all of his Marine production. Gets this base back up and mining. This is extra command center that he was able to build, but he's down to 3 command centers in total. This looks like a good engagement for Bjorn. Catches the tanks on siege, jumps on top of them. Takes down most of them, too. This game's still not over. God, TVT. Matt! Who knows about how long Nicarak's? I was going to say Bjorn's. Bjorn is definitely thankful for the extra 400 minerals. Did Bjorn just win, by the way? 12 tanks to 1? Whoa! What has happened? They've actually lost a very similar amount of tanks, so it seems like Nicarak just stopped producing them at some point. You can see here, he once again stops producing them. Goes into the air, but that's... I don't know. Nicarak is injected with those SCVs that transferred, so he finally has a full production, but that might have been a fatal mistake. To have the gap in economy alongside that poor battle, that's the real kicker. This is a planetary, so you can't just deal with it with pure Marines, but tanks are going to go over here and siege up, and Nicarak is possibly going to play this entire 20-plus minute game not scouting this little ninja base. That's a beautiful concave, though. God damn, beautiful concave coming in from Nicarak. It's possibly taking out Bjorn's offensive army. He's still got those tanks that just obliterated the planetary, losing the SCVs as well. That's not going to be good enough, is it? Bjorn still has 2 bases mining. 2.5 even. And Nicarak is now out of mining. The 2 extra bases he took were the ones that were destroyed. Now trying to transfer on over. If only he had transferred his main over to this corner and taken it as well. Bjorn does Bjorn stuff. Even as Nicarak continues to hold on, he is down only 10 army supply actually, but then 20 workers. And he still has not scouted this. This is so painful. He would have won this game already if he had scouted this. My heart. My brain. Oh, that's it. That's gonna be game, and Nicarak's gonna be like, how is 500 minerals on 1 more base so obnoxious? This is actually on 2 more bases. He is probably confused. Bjorn does it again. Certainly, Bjorn can't be maxed out. All of these bases should be dead. Yeah, GG's. And the map gets revealed, and he sees there's a corner base. Oof. Ow. Eesh. No. No. I'm fading. I'm fading. It's impossible to micro ravens with the ping. That's a good point. Bjorn agrees. Oh, that's what he's talking about. Oh, he has some choice words for the person that changed the priority. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. Guy who decided to change order of units for no apparent reason. Not nice words. Solar was able to defeat Percival. Wait a minute, is this a best of 5? Oh, Lord baby Jesus. Lord. Lord. I don't think I can do a best of 5 TVT. Especially when they're evenly matched. Can't do it. Can't do it. This is, much as I think it's very interesting, TVT, seeing TVT again, I think I would be energized for it if I was 2 hours into a stream. Not 9 hours. So I'm going to send you guys on your merry way. I am going to get some dinner and stretch. I think that sounds like a good idea. Oh, boy. Oof. What a day, y'all. What a day. Even after the long day, I still feel somewhat invigorated to at least get my video out. At least get the fact that people have already looked into this out. It just pains me. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'm gonna rate up Peg, who is casting the semis and the finals. Tell him that I blame him for everything. And I will see y'all laters. Bye-bye.